Greetings, family. This is Bomani Tyehimba, and I'm with my good brother, Kala Genesis. And family, welcome to another one Saturday live stream. And we're here to literally just get right to the point and get into conversations about what we've been talking about for a while about Afrikstan and the need of our own nation outside of America and our need for many different things, and how we as a people from the African diaspora and African continent can come together, connect, and be a future world power and make our ancestors proud. So a lot of subject family that we've been talking about is very sensitive. I'm gonna be honest and things like that. And as you see, our brand and our logo is always Africa for the Africans. So the main point of everything that we talk about is Africa. I want our brothers and sisters on the continent to understand that when we have critical conversations and analysis, it's not to disrespect any of us, whether you're from Jamaica, whether you're from Ghana, Nigeria, America, or wherever. You know what I mean? We're all Black African people. We've been completely divided and conquered across every single line. I can't think of one thing that we've not been divided by. An example, family, religion, politics, skin color, features, and things like that, just dominated by people who claim to be more sophisticated than us. But what I'm saying, family, is these same, whether they're the colonial devils or whether they're the new aspirations of the Asians and the Arabs, everyone have one thing in common. They're there to get the vital resources from the African continent to keep their nations thriving, surviving, mobilizing, and all that good stuff. And let's not forget why Black African people like me and Kala Genesis are born where we were born at. I'm born in Jamaica. He's born in America. We are stolen Africans. Our ancestors fought to make sure that we're here. We went through a hell of this hundreds of years, and the fact that me and my brother right here can talk together as good brothers, and and both living in New York, both growing up in New York City and learning certain things, and coming together, joining the Pan-African world, and say, hey, you know what, we want to do our part in making sure our continent is a progressive continent. And we know one thing that we know for sure: we live in America, and we know a whole lot of skilled and educated Black people running cities, towns, states, and in our sense of from Jamaica and the Caribbean, running countries. So that's just a small part of the African. That's a major part of the African diaspora, I should say, the Americas, from from Canada all the way down to Brazil. That is the big part of the African diaspora. That's where many of us as stolen Africans were taken to. So we're here to restore our glory, and we're here to get into conversations that are very serious. So tonight's topic is Africa needs the African diaspora skills, economic strength, Black power, and nation building energy. And that's dead serious. And I'm looking straight in the camera, looking straight at everyone, family. The African continent will not progress to any super anything, or progress to even sustain itself to survive what's coming in the next few decades without the African diaspora. And as I mentioned, the African diaspora is not a group of slaves. It's a group of stolen Africans that was always highly educated and built a place for themselves in the diaspora and made it work. Like I say, family, we have managed and run countries to cities, states, economic plan, and things like that. We're underrated to the highest level. And the only thing that we're asking is more for our people from the African continent to welcome us into Africa, to open things up and give us access to what we need so we can put things together and work together as a people. But the issue that we're having a lot of times is governments that are visionless. The most progressive governments in Africa are basically the northern African countries, or Northeast Africa, which is now considered Southwest Africa, Southwest Asia, as they say, or they call it the Arab Peninsula and things like that. But all of those countries are basically majority Arab-ran nation that represent the northern part of Africa. And then when we look at the southern part of Africa, we see, or the sub-Saharan part of Africa, we see countries like Nigeria, Angola, South Africa, and Ethiopia. Those are up there in the top six, top six African nations as far as the gross domestic product, or literally just production of the nation. And that is a major issue, because the parts of Africa that I'm looking at, the parts of Africa that we love, because being from Jamaica, you love the tropical world. So I'm telling people that, family, we have all this beautiful tropical land just right across below the desert in Africa. I'm still tripping, brother, because all of these nations in Northern Africa, I mean, I know they have oil, but all I see there, because when I was even in Egypt, everything was just desert, 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 and things like that. But my point is, no matter what the terrain is, those countries are serious about the future of their children and their people. So whether they got to turn a desert into an oasis, they're going to make it happen. And that's what I want our mindset to be as a people and things like that. So one of the things that caused me to write this title is some ignorant fool, I don't know their name is, and I'm not going to give no love to some of these people who make these weird comments. This person was saying that, Africa don't need anyone. Now, when he said don't need anyone, I'm sure he means also the African diaspora. As a matter of fact, he specifically was saying that because that's what me and Kala always talking about. We represent African diaspora. So I'm telling you, family, if you remove the African diaspora from the equation in Africa, and if you even remove other established nations that are doing things on the continent or in the continent for the last few generations, maybe our people will get it together and figure things out. But the main thing is the brain drain. The brain drain on the African continent took away the best people with the best skills, and also it caused many divided lines and caused people just to be on edge, because you never know who's going to get sold into slavery next. Me and you could be brothers, and next, I auction you off, because I don't want to go. So it's a very, it's painful, and I want our brothers and sisters to know the content that those of us that are making this move, we know our history and we know what happened to us, but we're coming forward because we know the only way that we as a people can build a future for our children is together. So that person who made a comment about Africa don't need this and that, and want to probably blame other people. One thing, you can't blame the Black folks from the African diaspora. You can't blame us for nothing that goes on in Africa. The only thing that we have done is give 100% of our dedication going on tours, doing business and investment. And for the most part, I must be honest with people that's watching, majority of people there that goes and do certain business, they get shaken down by local people. And for instance, countries like, like Ghana, we go to, we have situations, we have people trying to get land, we have people trying to do business, and people get shaken down. And someone may say it's their fault, they're not making wise decisions. Well, that's fine to say that. But when someone has come on with their heart and they're emotional and they have so much love for their people, they do things and make bad decisions. But is that okay for you just to take advantage of people who are coming to help and grow the country? Like example, our group and our network alone for the last 16 years in the different countries we have gone to, I've created opportunities for grassroots people. Now, a group of Chinese, Indians, Lebanese, are they gonna mess with the average grassroots people in the different countries? No, they're gonna ignore you. They're not gonna deal with you. So we're also showing a level of just love from the out the gate. I have so many people who have built schools and business, and those things have created opportunities for the children of Africa. So the African diaspora is coming with a whole lot on this level. Imagine if we were able to be given the welcome that we deserve as a people. Stolen Africans returning, for self-determination to be a part of the future. So some of the issues that I've seen when I'm talking to some of my brothers and sisters is some of them think that we're coming to take over their country. And I'm like, family, this ain't that type of party. We're getting land right there in Jahadzi, right there in Ghana. That land acquisition is not to come and take over no country. That land acquisition is to build a base of our reconnection. Since the African continent won't do it, people like myself have taken up to say, what, we'll get some land and we'll build something where we can establish ourselves, and we'll work with the chief and the community, and we'll work together and we'll build something together as a people. But all I've seen us doing from the African diaspora is literally making moves to Africa and investing and spending. And I'm not feeling the love that we're getting, because I have people in the different countries and I check upon people. This office is a headquarters operation for repatriation. I built it that way since 2006. So I have a lot of people who communicate with me. So I got eyes and ears everywhere in all kind of different countries. That's why when somebody telling me that Ebola is going on and this is going on, I said, family, nothing is going on. Y'all just making it up on your news network. I have people on the ground in different countries. and you don't know more than what the person on the ground in a country is seeing and things like that. You know, so BBC don't have no secret eyes or something like that. You know, so you're telling people like, family, we have something special going on, but we need to get more support to come into the African continent and the different countries and make our moves and really do what we do best. You know what I'm saying? We're the stolen people from the African continent that build nations. You know what I mean? And the most impressive nation that was built by stolen Africans is this country right here, America. You know, much love to all of our ancestors that that fought, died, and and struggled to to build a nation. You know, and now that we build a nation under those conditions, I'm telling people we still have these skills and we can make it work in Africa, but it cannot work unless we get the proper support, because I'm not going to keep on having my brothers and sisters come to different countries and people shaking them down and taking advantage of them. And that's why we even stepped up further and say, no, we're going to build these headquarters and build these communities in different countries, and then find the best of the people in the country for us to work together and build from there on. Because at the end of the day, every single opportunity and every single thing that we build in different countries are going to benefit the children of the future, our children, the ones that are born on the African continent, and the ones that are, repatriating or we're bringing with us or moving. And I mean, and this is just nothing but positive. So when people say these are the hateful comments, or when I see other YouTubers making it seem like, like there's nothing going on in this country in America with the Black people. Well, we're making big moves to try to do things in Africa, but our moves are being hijacked and we're running into roadblocks and things like that. And, so I'm telling people, like, literally represent our folks in the African diaspora. Don't let anyone on African continent talk bad about our people and things like that, because any benefit anybody from the African continent come to America and receive is because the stolen Africans fought for it. And that's how I would always appreciate what my brothers and sisters did in America. When my family came from Jamaica in '88, it's you go through the struggle of trying to connect and trying to fit in and everything, but at the same time too, what you have to appreciate is the fact that other people paved the way. And so you don't just come and just disrespect them and say certain things. So finally, we're addressing popular issues on YouTube. And this is not a beef or war or anything between the African diaspora and African continent. We're just trying to get our brothers on the African continent and sisters straight about what our intentions are and what we're about. Because for the most part, I'm being honest with people. Like, I didn't have to do this business. I mean, as a matter of fact, if I have a time machine, I'll hit it right now and go back in my earlier career days and continue my career in aviation. Aviation is one of those things when I started when I was 18 and I loved, working on planes, studying the whole history, even, was trying to complete my degree in the whole world of aviation. And I saw another opportunity. I saw an opportunity in Africa and work with my own brothers and sisters here and connect. And I thought that was an opportunity of the future, because let's be honest, you're not saying it's all about rich. You're not gonna get rich in the military. You're not gonna get rich working a civilian aviation career. You can do well for yourself, but you want to get a certain level of flexibility so you can do more for your people. Like, I'm talking about building factories. We know that's something that needs to happen on African continent, and for us to put more of our money together to create more opportunities. So, some people gave up careers, gave up their house, gave up many things in America and built and established themselves in Africa so we can make some moves together. And so I'm telling people, appreciate the fact that our people have done that. And then also appreciate the fact that you have Ghanaians and other African nationals that have moved over here, and some of them are going back. Some have cooned out and staying here and marry white folks and things like that. But I appreciate the energy of the people are going back. So those are also our brothers and sisters that represent African diaspora. You can word it one way or another, but it's like we have basically a lot of energy outside of Africa from Black people that needs to be invested back on the African continent. So that is serious. So this is specifically why Africa needs us. And before I continue, and my brother Kala Genesis, get it going, I'm gonna share what we've been doing, family, and we've been building this beautiful community called Black Star Pan African Community.
Yeah, let's see.
So go through that a little bit. All right, family. So that's it right there. That's our Black Star Pan-African community in Jahadzi, and it's a community for the African diaspora looking to reconnect to the African continent so we can practice cooperative economics to the highest level, so we can look look out for each other, so we can help those who are looking to get themselves connected more in Africa in a better sense, to where they don't have to deal with the situation of being shaken down, or have to deal with situations of people taking advantage of them because they don't know the culture and things like that. So these are the things that we're putting together, because I realized that more and more of us in the African diaspora will be open to living and doing business in Africa if we had base up operations, or if we had communities, whichever way you want to title them. And this is not something to where we just want to be by ourselves, because the majority of the time, and the majority of people that I'm around, in Africa is local people. I don't go around and just find a bunch of Jamaicans and just hang out with them only. It's never been about that. Even though, when I'm in Ghana, I have my Jamaican crew. We hang out all the time and things, but we also connect with my Ghanaian crew. And because the goal of that is to build a sense of brotherhood and sisterhood, and a sense of looking out for us. Because the more of us get taken advantage in Africa, the more and more of us won't want anything to do with Africa. And then you can't be mad at that person, because that person at least went out their way and tried. Only thing is, I have issues with like them people, like Pharaoh said, that people who literally talk much trash about Africa and have never made a move to even go visit. So that's why we offer tourism, and then tourism leads you to this investment. So this investment is 15 and 60 acres of land, and it's enough to build all the buildings that we need to do to run business operation. So what I have, family, is I have all the full details from this brochure that would take you to the website. And this right here gets into site plan layout, surveys, and just an introduction into this, seeing things that you have never seen before, which is us as a people acquiring land, clearing it, and building a community. Now, it takes a serious work, and we're learning as we go along, but this is the Black Star Pan-African community. This is what me and Kala have been talking about, Afrikstan, putting things in place to where we could eventually organize ourselves to a high level, to where we can represent more of our interests and make things work with our own people there on the continent. Because there's no way we can make a move to Africa and give up everything that we know and just learn local language and learn all local culture and then forget about what we have. What we have built in African diaspora is very special. So this community is going to be a showcase of that special energy that we as a people have built. And we welcome all of our brothers and sisters from the African continent and African diaspora to be a part of the community. Now, someone local may not want to be a part of this community because they may be able to work out land situation different. But at the same time, to what we're telling everyone, so you can hear it from the person in charge mouth, this community is for Black family that believe in the laws of man, women, and children, Black power, African nation building, because we have to make a way to where our beautiful young girls, beautiful young boys see each other as wonderful people that they want to connect with. And what better way to do that than have a community where it's full of beautiful Black families, and to where we can get back to that family lifestyle and things like that, and build the most incredible things in our children. So this whole community have, once you start reading through the details, we have future plans, because this is a big land, 15 and 60 acres. So we can literally just, it's really something you're looking to build your own ecosystem, and it's definitely sustainable to the highest level. So you won't see any power lines around. And the goal is to use modern day technology to just either catch water system or catch water system 2023, coming up with new ways of just using all the water that rains in the country to where you have your own water system. So you're looking at a situation where you're literally going to be able to just have no mortgage, have no utility bills, and be able to focus on working with your own brothers and sisters and how we can work together as a people with whoever we have around from different countries to make the African continent great again. So that's the Black Star Pan-African community, family. It's visionary beyond what people can imagine. And it's something that we've been working on. This is coming into year number 3. Now, we don't have a whole bunch of houses built, as people may say, but it's like, compare what we're doing to the next African diaspora group, and you just praise us for what we've done. Because I've seen so many groups in Ghana get free land, and our land wasn't free. We're paying for land. We paid for 15 acres, and now we're paying on 60 acres. So this is real serious situation, making sure we find the right land and being able to expand. And we're about 2 miles away from the beach, and the 60-acre phase 2 is closer to about a mile away from the beach, and that beach area is untapped. So it's unbelievable amount of things that we can do in this entire town. And this would be a nice, beautiful town, nice African diaspora energy, basically our version of, a little Jamaica in Ghana or Jamaica in Ghana. So hopefully, Kala, I hope you love the brochure and everything.
I love it.
And
I get excited. I look forward to every time you put this up. Every time we do the things, like watching my favorite movie when we put this up with the pictures and everything in the community, everything, how we got it established and everything. So I remember how far we came from 2016 and what was it, the Garvey Town? Remember that?
Yeah, that was Garvey Town. Those British
with Jonathan Hill and he went to school and was doing the public works or something like that. Civil, what he was doing, and he was like, "Yeah, man, we're gonna build this." That young guy had so much energy, man, And he's like, "Man, and he's like, Bomani's like, man, I'm stealing him from y'all, man." And y'all put that thing together and whatnot, man. I was like, "Go for it, man. Go for it. If it's gonna lead us to the promised land, let's go for it, man." So you guys are working on that, man. And I'm just so proud of you guys, man. The work y'all been doing in Ghana for the last few years and everything, how y'all stuck with it and everything, and the fruits of your labor is finally coming to pass with this settlement, And the bottom line, we're making it one day. It's going to be a municipality, folks. It's going to have a municipal building with a courthouse, a tax department, a revenue department, a police department. It's going to have all that shit, It's gonna be one stop. That's what we're doing. We're gonna duplicate this all over the continent. So I have a vested interest, right? I'm tethered to Bomani right now because I have a vested interest in seeing this through. Because this is gonna be the prototype of the Afrikstan. Because I'm gonna take this thing and say, look what we did in Ghana. I'm gonna take it to Liberia. I'm gonna take it to Angola. I'm gonna take it to Zambia. I'm gonna take it to Botswana. I'm gonna take it all over the continent where people say, you know something. And also, who knows? One day we're gonna have our own airports, on the continent. We're flying on people in. We're gonna be the web. We're gonna have the web. This is Alma Malinka. We're gonna have the web from the diaspora all over the continent. We're not gonna be weak people here, and we're gonna have these territories and everything like that. And we're gonna be buying from the local people, helping them establish farms so they can feed our cities and towns and everything. And bottom line, we're gonna be so powerful. Yeah, we are going to have a seat on the African Union.
Absolutely. And before we even get into representation, let me finish this with this flyer real quick, and we're just going to get right into it where you can just break.
We're going to rock tonight, folks. Get prepared for this tonight.
Yeah, family. We're just taking care of our shared information, and then we're going to definitely get into more of these things. So, family, this is our Africa for the Africans tours and investment flyer, and as you can see, family. We only have Ghana on the schedule now. Ghana. All right, so this is, excuse me, on this flyer. I got the wrong one pulled up. So let me close out this one real quick and pull the other one up. They all look the same. All right, let me just bring us back to myself and Kala. Yes, while I pull this thing up, Brother Kala, as you can see, man, over the years, you've seen the bigger interest in Africa than than it was 20 years ago or even beyond. When you started doing this operation, as far as this your connection to Africa. So we can't let these fools out there that's trying to divide us and telling us that Africa don't need us. You know what I'm saying?
That's the funniest thing.
Oh man, I mean, some of these people are idiots, man. Who are you to speak for a whole African continent? What do you think? You some kind of representation?
Everybody
that's the mindset. That's the mindset of what you call a village idiot.
Yeah,
I mean, serious.
Negropean,
all these titles.
Yo, Afro, what's called what made up what's that? Slip my mind. Which we call ethno-fascist, And I seen an ethno-fascist the other day on Kazor's Empire show, right? He's going off about, and this is funny. This is hilarious, right? This is fucking hilarious, right? He was talking about what tribe he said he was from. He was from northern Nigeria, Hausa. He was in one sector of Hausa, right? And he was talking about, we're trying to preserve. Everybody getting into a little ethnic thing, and they get online and they start blowing up their little ethnic tribe, they'll get crushed on the world stage. You know, your little tribe that number what 100,000. Yeah, I want to protect our women. I don't want my women got other guys messing with our women. That's all it is, folks. These motherfuckers want to protect their little pussy and their little thing and their little village and everything. And they threaten, you know, they think we'll come there and take their women and all this kind of stupid stuff and everything, you know, and they want to talk about their little ethnic pride and everything. That's insecurity, you know. One thing you can say about African Americans, we're not threatened by anybody, you know. You can come here, date one of our fine sisters one night, and as long as you're black, we don't care. Our sister Kaylin Sutton, she was the one who started all this after Bomani, but she went to Namibia. You know, she has a blog called African American in Africa. She's originally, her family's from Barbados, you know, but she was born in New York, in America, and everything like that. So she's raised, she's African American basically. She's half Barbados and half African American. But she has a blog that's been out for like 12 years called African American Africa. She's in Namibia. She married a Namibian guy, right? They met in college and everything, fell in love and everything. And I messaged to her. So they got two beautiful kids. Her son's so cute, right? And they got land and they got a house in the city and they got land and thing. And she goes down there and she puts her traditional Namibian stuff on and everything. And this brother she is so friggin' beautiful. And I always tell joke all the time. I say, you know, that Namibian brother got one of our queens. And she goes, yeah, she fell in love, gave her a heart and whatnot. And that's beautiful. They got two beautiful children that's half back African American and half thing. This is what we want to see. You know, we want to see. We promote marriage. We promote black love. We want people to have love with each other and everything. Build a future. Now that kids are going to grow up having the best of both worlds. They're going to know all about America and their struggle in America. She's probably educated, and then she's going to they're going to know about the traditional Namibia, the culture in Namibia, and stuff like this. And so basically, I just told her, I said, yeah, you got one of our queens. You know, yeah, brother Kala. You know, she'll take care of her. She goes, he's the best man I ever met. I've never met anybody like him in my life. You know, and I said, yeah, you know, for all it's worth, you got my blessings, you know. And so the bottom line is that she does a blog. She interviews African Americans. Now it's so big now. So many people going to the continent. I don't think she can give. Before, it was like back in 2012, when she first started, really, it was, she would interview somebody from African American in Nigeria, African American live in Africa. And I sent her some people to interview and all that. You know, every time BAO people that live in Africa, I sent it to her one night, and they got on her blog and they blew up and stuff like this. And now it's to the point where we can't even keep up. There's so many people going to the continent, you know, and it's high time that we actually start thinking. I'm saying not everybody, but we have to have bases of operation. We have to build infrastructure, Black African infrastructure on the continent. We have to start building our medical systems. We have to start building systems on the continent to sustain ourselves, you know. We have to basically start having our own micro governments. You know, we have to do that. You know, because we can't be a burden on the African thing. A lot of people in Africa think, oh, I'm going to Africa. Well, you're going to a country where the GDP is so low. What do you bring to the continent? Do you have a life insurance plan? Do you have a medical plan, right? Do your medical plan port over to the local system? Now, she told me in Namibia, they got a highly developed medical system. She goes, but you got to pay for it. What if you basically we work here where we can lobby the thing? Like I sell healthcare plans, right? Now, some healthcare plans have worldwide travel. Now, I don't know, does that cover every African country? You know, because they do billing and stuff like this and everything. And so the medical system has to be approved to be able to bill. That's going to be a big thing. And when we talk to people going to Africa, especially people who are retired, there's billions and billions of dollars worth of money in retirement. A lot of Black people are retiring and they go into Mexico because it's cheaper, right? It's going to be hard to retire in the future in America. You know, somebody basically in countries like the Philippines, right? You could live like a king on $2,500 a month, you know? And if you're retiring to a place in America where I do this for a living, right? And I'm saying, how do you guys live on $1,000 a month worth of Social Security and some food stamps? It's not easy. Every dime is budgeted. But if we were able to, those people who are retiring, who draw on Social Security and stuff and Medicare, are able to port those plans over to the continent, and that would basically boom the medical system. There's billions of dollars worth of wealth in healthcare and in healthcare insurance. That's wealth. Life insurance. If you have a life insurance policy with a payout, a death benefit, or equity benefit in tens of thousands of dollars, or annuity, right, that pays you out for life and everything, that's money going into the local economy in Africa. See, the whole thing is this: Black America, right, has to get to the point where we mastered being the working class, right, and we moved into the middle class, right. We have to become that investment class. Okay, you got people that make their money on investments, homes, real estate, stocks, bonds, crypto, whatever like that, right? They make their money doing that, right? And they basically, and they're able to take that wealth they accumulate. And the biggest form of wealth is inheritance, right? Most wealth in America is inherited, it's passed down. Donald Trump's father left him with an inheritance to start off life with. We Black people, we're always starting from scratch. Our parents don't leave us with nothing. You know, we're broke all the time. It's a whole mindset. We should be able to live. Now, people ask the question all the time. I hear this question: wouldn't you guys become a de facto? And this is the thing Magnesi says, which he's right. You know, you guys go over there and you're living above the average person on the continent. Okay, that may be true, but as the African middle class grows, right, we'll have what we call peers. You know, we'll have peers. So you'll have an African American, African diaspora, Jamaicans, everything community doing well, but they have to be adjacent and network with the growing middle class. This can't be this disparity of we got so much and we're around a bunch of people that don't have nothing. We have to build with the African middle class. You know, the African middle. We have to find a way how if we could bring our presence will bring certain source of investment. They're going to benefit. So it's a mutual thing. So when you create this middle class, right, this cohesion and everything of equality and everything like that, you don't have the friction and tension. And then our enemies, right, who want to basically talk about you guys are colonizing everything. How are we colonizing? You know, did we say anybody from Ghana or Liberia can't go into our areas? No. Can they live there? Sure they can. So they go to our schools? Sure they can. So how are we colonizing? Are we restricting marriage between us and the local people? That's what colonizers do. They restrict the marriage between the local people and them and everything, right? We're not doing that. And so therefore, all this stuff we want to talk about tonight, where a lot of people are putting out misinformation about us and everything. I don't know what their intentions are, but it's not good. The question was, Africa doesn't need any help. Let me say something, folks. I was listening to this thing the other day, right, on YouTube. And I'm going to talk about what's going on right now with the Biden administration. Folks, it's worse than I thought. You guys who didn't want Trump in office or whatnot, you're gonna rue the day that Donald Trump left office. You know, it's about to come down in Africa. It's already happening. You know, it's already happening inside the United States. It's all this. All the kooky ideas of trying to control Africa through neo-colonial policy are in the Biden administration under the cloak of helping Africa. AFRICOM is strengthened now. Trump said he doesn't want anything to do with Africa. He left it alone. He didn't force it. They're now forcing LGBT as part of development plans, right? They're now forcing African children to do gender choice and gender reassignment. They're pushing this on Africa. Ghana's targeted right now for by the LGBTQ community. It goes against traditional African values. So, Kala, what are you talking? The bottom line is this: we are about the Black family. The LGBT stuff like this, and it gets me. This is not even about being gay, because gays have always lived among Black people for a long time. This is about putting a gender out there that basically dismisses, and listen to this very carefully, and trivializes the whole idea of marriage, families, life, birth, and all stuff like this. They don't say anymore. You can't say a mother anymore. You say birth giver. So they're getting rid of gender and all this stuff like this and everything like this. They're trying to screw the line. Now we see all this crazy stuff going on in the West, right? And an honest person will be like, you know something? I know all this stuff is in the West. Maybe the West that's what Western culture is devolving into and everything. But would they ever use Africa's position of being poor and needy to force that on that. You say, no, they wouldn't do that. How wrong? I knew it. I knew it, right? But if you didn't know it, yes, they are. Yes, they are. They are forcing, they're trying to force homosexuality, transgenderism, and all this stuff like this on the African culture. It's basically telling everything they know about culture. Like I heard African dumbass talking the other day about religion being the problem and everything. He didn't mention the fact that it ain't you're gonna basically wish Islam and Christianity was around by the time these people are done. These people are trying to push atheism, humanism, and basically all this stuff in it. But you can't do it. You can't have this stuff if everyone's not participating. If the rest of the world starts transitioning their sons and daughters to boys and girls and everything, and it looks like Africa is populating itself and everything, why do you think Bill Gates is over in Africa? He wants to depopulate Africa. Prince William said the biggest problem in Africa is population. African people are a threat to the elephants. So that shows you what they think.
My brother, quick question. Did he ask is population an issue in China, Pakistan, or India?
They would never do something like that. They would never say something like that. They know what that happened. But Africa is so weak that not only the people they could tell you what to do, folks. There's people that oppose the African American, that oppose Brother Bomani, that oppose the BAO, that propose Africa for Africans and Black Power Network. The people that do that will understand. They do not basically ever cushion white people with their intention. You never hear them talk about white people's intentions of depopulation Africa. They tried to basically, South African government, former apartheid officials were injecting people with AIDS and spread the AIDS problem. They tried to wipe the Black population out with AIDS. They tried in Libya, right? But Gaddafi arrested them, right? And executed them, They tried to. There was a plot to spread AIDS in Libya, and Gaddafi got wind of it one night, and they put on trial and they executed him. Bottom line is this, right? The Black man, right, has to learn to love himself. Love yourself, and when you love yourself, you will want to protect yourself. The first rule of nature is survival is self-preservation, not some idea of democracy. Not some idea. Those are all things that come later and dressing on the cake and everything like this. The first rule of any nature is self-preservation. Before you are anything, you are what you are in the mirror. You are what your mother brought you. You are what your ancestors brought you. I'm African American. I can never change that. My ancestors come from the transatlantic slave trade during the Ma'afa. I can't change that. I can't suddenly become a Chinese. I can't even become a Nigerian. I can't become a Liberian. That's who and what I am, right? And so, therefore, it's up to me to try to preserve that which I am, okay? And I say the best way how to preserve that which I am is we have to have a nation of our own. We have to have territory on. We have to be 400 years, going on 500 years, we have been living under somebody else's rule, somebody else's manifest destiny. We fought for somebody else's wars. We basically, the French sat back and let Black soldiers come in and save them from Germany in World War I and World War II. What did the Black man get out of it? What did we get out of it? Marcus Garvey said, look, for our helping you guys, the Allies defeat Germany in World War I, we want the territories of Germany's former colony. You know what they did? France took the Cameroon, gave half of it to the British. The British in South Africa moved into German Southwest Africa, which was Namibia, and took that over. And same thing with Tanzania and all these other countries and everything. They moved in together. They said the Black man in the West, you're not going to have any land for your own. There's no place for you in Africa. And let me tell you something. Let me be frank with you now, right? They convinced the African on the continent, right, that we have no place in Africa. So they began elevating the African mind, separating the African. Well, Pan-African started out as a global Black movement. And then what happened was in the 60s and 70s, right, when the Europeans basically created groups like Inkatha and Renamo in Mozambique and everything, they tried to use ethno-fascism and ethno-zingoism and stuff like that to pit Africans against each other. Say, oh, no, you're not an African, you're a Zulu. You got Inkatha now. And they weaponize it. Same thing what's going on in the Congo right now. Each group is weaponized and killing each other. They can't stop and think. Same thing what happened to Hutus and the Tutsis and everything. They don't see themselves as black Africans. You know, the Belgium and the French convinced the Tutsis that you're different. They told the Hutus you're a different race and everything. And so bottom line, these people, 2 million people died in the Rwanda massacre. You know, why? Hatred. No, don't, let me tell you something, folks. We talk about racism and everything, but tribalism and self-hate among black people is way more dangerous. Because you know why? Because those people that near you can do you more harm. Okay? As the old saying, keep your enemies friends close, but your enemies closer. Okay? If people around us, the enemy within, right? We have to deal with the enemy within. The enemy within is us. Our self-hate, our greed, our selfishness, our just sitting back, basically being just pawns, while other people. I don't know if West Africa was the most colonized. They colonized mentally. West Africa was never colonized physically, because if West Africa was actually colonized by European, West Africa. Here's about West Africa. If West Africa was colonized like Angola and the Southern Africa region, they would be more unified. In Angola, to this day, there's a strong hatred for the Portuguese. Same thing with Mozambique, because of what the Portuguese did. They haven't forgot that. Same thing, you go to Namibia, South Africa. You could talk to these brothers in Southern Africa, and they can relate. Because Nigerians never had West Africa's never had European. There's no European settlements in West Africa. None. There's no version of Cape Town or Pretoria or Johannesburg and stuff like that in West Africa. West Africans were protectorates. So there was no need for racial unity. And that's what the dangerous is, because the cultures didn't evolve. In Nigeria, you got 200 different ethnic groups, hundreds of thousands of different languages and everything. Nobody's on the same page. Nigeria was a creation of the British, Lord Lugard. He just drew up the map on a map and said, "This is Nigeria." Basically, just on a map. Okay, this is Nigeria. Didn't think about the boundaries that they divided Edo and Benin and everything, and basically didn't think about northern Nigeria being the biggest section and everything. They had no cultural connection with the southern past the Niger Benue rivers and everything. So they put those territories and say, "Okay, you're Nigerian now." In Uganda, right? The Uganda kingdom was twice the size of it is now, right? But what they did was they deliberately cut up Uganda, right? To put part of it in Kenya, part of it in Uganda, part of it in Sudan, everything like that, to make sure that the area never develops into one unified state. They put different ethnic groups together, and it played on different tensions with each other. That's why there was a war between Idi Amin and Mau Mau. They used Idi Amin and the King's African Rifles against Mau Mau from Uganda. Even though when you look at it, the people that were fighting on Mau Mau, these are the same ethnic groups, you know? So we basically have to understand this dynamic of divide and conquer. Now, what we have right now is in Africa, these colonial borders and these ethnic territories and everything like that people are holding on to. Now, people think they're going to make a run for it. You got people now in Biafra talk about, we want to succeed from Nigeria because they may have a good case for separatism, right? But I don't know. I haven't really delved into that why. But they say, well, we want like this. Larger. Most of this has to do with poverty. Most of this have to do with the fact that a lot of Igbos in the region feel like the northern Nigerians and everybody else have connections, and they can't live out the true thing. So therefore, the West and Negropeans play on the ethno-fascist thing. Ethno-fascism and Negropeanism are the same thing. Okay? Yeah, Southern Nigerian are Black British people. Yeah, for the most part, but for the most part, they're Black British. I can say that, we joke and everything, but I still believe that, that there could be some Pan-Africanists in Southern Nigeria. I do believe that there could be some Pan-Africanists in Southern Nigeria given a chance. But Nigeria never had the need for Pan-Africanism, And Bomani, you want to put the link up? We want to let some. We got Juggerhead. We'll let you 1 minute. I got some stuff we got to go through, and then we're gonna get Jughead on. Jughead on. But the point of tonight's show is this, right? The black people in the West, the African diaspora, right? We're not the enemies of Africa. When you see black people from America come to Africa, they're trying to do good. We have a long history of returning to Africa. It's older than black people. The history of black people from America and the West returning to Africa is actually older than the black people in America that came to in slavery. African Americans started migrating back to Africa in the early 1800s with Freetown, right? That's about the same amount of years black people are longer, about the same amount of years. If you take 1619 to 2019, the same amount of years, but it was more. So black people have been repatriating in Africa actually longer than black people were actually in slavery. Okay, so 1619. So we'll take a couple of years. So therefore, this idea of African Americans just going to Africa and everything, we seem like we're westernized and everything, but we're just as African as anybody else, So Kala, I'm gonna argue with you. Most Westerners do not print their own money. We speak most of them. We are Christians or Muslims. Okay, I get that. But it's like good to have. I would like to have you on the show, and we could basically have a conversation. But let's not bash West Africa. Let's bash down West Africa. Let's look at solutions to the problem. Because West Africa is big. It's a huge region. That's where our ancestors come from. So I don't want to be like let's bash West Africa tonight. But the point of tonight's show is that African Americans and diasporans and everything have been going to the continent. There was an organization called the African American Organization, right? This organization basically was founded by Thurgood Marshall and with the help of Kwame Nkrumah and Lincoln University, okay? And they basically, what they did was all the post-colonial Africans, they connected American institutions with Africa and everything. African American colleges and everything, cities and everything have always been there doing work and helping Africa. It was African Americans and city governments throughout America that brought apartheid to South Africa. Mike O last week told, oh no, you didn't guys just help apartheid. So the Afro-fascists and Negropeans are trying to minimize the African American influence on Africa, particularly apartheid. It was the African Americans who got freaking rallied the United States government, right? In 1985, I remember that, right? To override President Reagan's veto and put international sanctions on South Africa for apartheid. Black colleges pulled their investments out of South Africa. Divestments. South Africa was the current world reserve currency in the 70s because the United States inflation, So therefore, we pulled billions of dollars out of South Africa. Companies start shutting their doors down. Ford, all these companies are pulling out, right? That was a direct result of all of us rallying when I was a teenager and everything, rallying, free South Africa. We didn't know what we were doing. We just said that's a racist apartheid government and everything, and we just saw that was a battle we could win, so we did it. South African planes were refused landing in cities controlled by black, like Detroit, Atlanta. South African Airlines couldn't come there. So South Africa was completely isolated because of the African American community in America. So what I'm trying to say is this, though: all this, the influence that Black America has had in Africa is old. We have never given up. This is nothing new. I'm nobody new. Bomani's not new. We've been doing this for a long time. What's new is the fact that we're not just doing this for altruistic reasons right now. We're actually talking about building on the continent, which are actually the first time talking about Africa may be an alternative to America. We're also talking about Africa as our manifest destiny. What is manifest destiny? Sea to shining sea, coast to coast. That's what the Europeans, from sea to shining sea, want to cross over this continent. Manifest destiny. Our manifest destiny is returning and building on our continent, right? Not everybody just bum rush the coast, but just building on the African continent, right? And future generations could Okay, this is years of learning, sister. Years of learning. I could give you some books and everything. This is just 30 plus years of studying Africa, studying the continent, studying everything, listening to different things and everything like that. I got books on Nigeria downstairs in my garage. I promise you next week I'll have some of those books listed where you could list where we could do. But, you know, like I said, when I'm in a mood like this, I can't think of the top of my head. I got a whole box of books on West Africa and Africa and everything like that. I got tons of books. You know, I've been reading these books when I was in my 20s, you know, 30 years ago. While other people were going out clubbing, I was in the library. You know, I was in the library till it closed. Every book on geography, Africa, history, I read. I would fiend. I would go to a new library when I got a new book on Africa. Read book, pay front to back, a checkout. I would max out my checkout. How many books I could check out, you know? And to be pretty honest with you folks, I kept some of them damn books. I got some of the books. Yo, man, that's a library book. You kept it, yo. I couldn't give it back, man. I got so many books I could not give back, you know? You know, so the bottom line, so the bottom line, I was always interested in my African heritage, my African continent and everything. And this movement right here, back in '94 when I formed the Kala Nation, you know, I said to myself, one day we're going to return and build in Africa. And fate has it, man. I formed the BAIO. I met Brother Bomani, and I knew when I met Brother Bomani that I wasn't crazy. You know, I knew I wasn't alone. I said we could be building communities in Africa, networking, building infrastructure and everything. And it's going to happen regardless. It's going to be a beautiful thing when you see Black America and Caribbeans and Africans building new cities and towns and building stuff and coming together and everything like that. It's going to be a new world. And the only problem is, folks, right? Here's the thing. Would we know ourselves if we weren't suffering? I get that too sometimes, right? If things are so good, they're going to be like, man, in a couple of years, you're going to be like, Bomani, Kala, y'all winning so much, man. I just stopped. Well, I don't know what it's like to win, man. We're just winning and building and creating and everything. We're kicking ass. The Negropeans are looking stupid. Our race traders and the white devil, they're looking stupid.
As a matter of fact, we already see one running, and is running away. The Negropean.
Right. You guys want to see winning
now, and all he does is pick on blacks because you know he's not a real man. He won't fight a man.
So he won't fight a real man. He won't come after Kala, man. You know, he won't come after Kala. You know,
Jughead is in the street.
Jughead, what's going on, brother? Yeah, this is my brother right here. BIO, man. Brother, man, you know.
Brother Bomani, Brother Kala, welcome. Welcome. It's London over at it's 5 o'clock. I'm ready to go to bed, but I can't stay up for you guys to interact. Brother Bomani, welcome, brother. And Brother Kala, welcome. From London, 5 a.m. I'm in bed right now.
No problem, man.
I mean, that's the topic right here. What do you think about the topic?
Oh, it's fantastic. I mean, it's imperative because we're behind enemy lines, Brother Bomani. Me in the UK, us over there in the States, in Brother Kala's case, you know, behind the ruthless enemy, behind enemy lines. We need our satellites cities in Africa, which would be the genesis of a new race, a genesis of a new beginning, you know, because this should be done decades ago, but unfortunately we were talking, debating, they wasted 5 decades, moaning and marching. 5 decades wasted, but we got time to rebuild. That's a good thing, we got time. Because and it's imperative, Bomani, because China's not waiting. While debating and laughing, China's brought up land in Africa. China's been colonizing slowly, quietly. You know, while we've been waiting, debating and marching here in the UK, the blacks say they're useless. I'm still saying blacks in the UK are the most worst blacks on the planet. They're the most shiftless, lollygagging fools on the planet. Been in 9 decades, ain't built nothing. That's why I'm with you guys, because African Americans, I said before to Kala's and to you, Bomani, African Americans are the best blacks on the planet of the last 200 years of progress and creativity. That's a fact. You know, look at what you've done, Brother Bomani, in 18 months. Here's what the garbage town in 18 years. That just shows you.
It's serious, man. We got more accomplished in 2.5 years than they got accomplished in almost 20 years.
Oh, so you know about Garbage Town. Jughead knows about Garbage Town.
Man, it's an embarrassment. It's an embarrassment. It really, it's a reflection of what blacks over here doing. But I'm laughing, but I'm laughing quite at the same time because it's sad. It's been almost 9 decades, ain't built nothing. 9 decades, brother Kala. Ain't built one city, one town we call our own. There's one building, Kala, in the UK where Chinese, the small hats, are paying rent to the black man. Where it's embarrassing. There's one commercial property, Kala, in the UK where the small hats, where the Asians are paying rent to the black man. Not one. Been almost 9 decades.
That's sad. But let me ask you a question, Juggerhead. What I don't understand is why do it seems like when they got a lot of Negropeans, they all come from the UK, and they always act like because they have the same attitude as the white British. The white British have this arrogant attitude, like and it seems like the black British have the same thing, like oh, you blacks in America, y'all this, they like we're stupid, we're a bunch of hillbillies.
They're the commander of the black people around the world.
Yeah, that's what they think. They think they run the black people around the world. They talk to
I'm talking about, I've dealt with this based on experience where I'm running my group and I invited somebody and I'm like, who these people think they are? I was like, what do you think they're gonna? They're gonna run me because they're from Britain, and and I'm like, and it shocked the hell out of me. But then when it happened like 2 or 3 other times, I was like, yo, if something is going on, that's why I say I'm always trying to find the best people wherever we go. Because if you just stick to if you just think that you're expecting this from one group of black people, it may not happen. No, and that's why we just have to really embrace real Pan-Africanism, finding the best people and work with them, because we have some good folks but I've been able to connect with some real good folks in the UK. But I'm talking about on a higher level, the majority of people I just really feel have a certain mindset based on the fact that their white and counterpart thinking that they're the greatest thing that ever ruled the world.
Right, it rubs off on the black people.
But we have a brother that lives in the UK himself. Let's actually ask him before we draw our own analysis. Our brother Jughead, go ahead. What do you think about those things? As a matter of fact, you and I was talking about that one time as far as the mindset of our people in countries like in the UK or in America, and because we have the same issues right here with the mindset of some people think they're just superior. Just like but we all have our stories, man. I want to hear yours.
Yeah, brother Bomani, we've spoken several times actually, more than twice. Yeah, brother Kala, I'll tell you what, brother Kala. What it is, brother Kala, of all the Europeans, English are the most arrogant. English and the small hats. Those are 2 whites on the planet of surmise. Not the Boers in South Africa, not the white hillbillies of Alabama, not the Germans, not the Nazis. The English and small hats. They're the 2 worst whites on the planet. Let's start with the English first. The English, brother Kala, have dominated everywhere. They invaded. They had 100 years wars with France. They in Ireland for 800 years. They quit Johnson in Scotland. They have a spirit attitude to other Europeans. So that's rubbed off on the blacks here. That's why a lot of blacks have that arrogance, that conceit. Because we lived amongst them for almost 9 decades. It's rubbed off on us. I'm not me, because I'm Pan-African, my parents are strong. I've been immune to it. But most blacks have that Pan-Africanist shield. They become infected with that mentality. They become contaminated with that mentality. That's what it's called, the arrogance of English. They had 100 years war with France. They were in Ireland for 800 years, oppressing the Irish. Scotland, they've been a century. So that's what they're like. Even if they're fellow whites, let alone blacks, they have arrogance. I don't know why. This small island has committed more genocide than any other white group. Look at Australia, Tasmania.
Look at what they did in India. India, do you heard about that? India said they stole $34 trillion worth of wealth from it. I mean, when I read about this, right? Because I was led to believe, right? The Raj, some Nobel thing, right? I did not know that they were basically robbing India blind, making the people work, taking all the wealth out of the country, and left the freaking country stripped bare. That was just they brutalized people, kidnapped the kids, some of everything. It was just the way they brutalized the Indians and everything. And another thing I don't seem to understand is this, right? And maybe somebody could tell me this, right? Why is it that the British, right, when they go to fight the war, they don't even say that, okay, I'm going to use British blood. They recruit people from, what's that place down by Thailand, Burma? They had Burmese troops, right? They had Indian troops. They had freaking African troops fighting on the Burmese theater against the Japanese. They use all the blood from all these other people telling them they're British and everything. to fight their wars for their empire. You know,
Yeah.
how do they get people to say, you know something, man, I'm a piece of shit. Right? The British are so great. I'm gonna go out there and die in a war that they're gonna come and colonize me anyway. How do they get people to do that? I don't understand that. What is it about Britain? Look, I grew up in the U.S. and we, as American, as you call me, you know, we always hated the British. The British were we fought the Revolutionary War with. You know, they're nothing. You know, but evidently there's people around the world, like when Meghan Markle and that prince that was on every television channel. That was on CNN, the royal wedding, right? And I'm saying to myself, I don't get it. What is the big deal about this royal family? What is it? Why the black man? Al Sharpton said this was a great step in history that a black person is finally in the royal family. What the hell is going on?
Kala, let me go back to what you earlier point about them recruiting fighters. That referred to the Gurkhas, the Nepalese, the Gurkhas. They're the ones that fought for the British as well. In Nepal, the Gurkhas in Nepal, the Nepalese. Yeah. How do they do it, Kala? They're very insidious. Kala, these people, there's something demonic about these people's rise. Look at the geography of England. How can a small island like England, small island, take over so much of the world? That's unnatural, Kala. I think there's some power behind those people. There's something inhuman. I'm not going to be spiritual. I'm not a spiritual man, but I'm not the deepest metaphysics. I'm a practical man, but that African small island caused so much damage in China, India. In 1757, they made it. In 1757, it's 1947, India got independence. 190 years in colonization. A small island like England colonized India. 190 years. China, Australia, Tasmania, South Africa. Yeah. How is there something insidious about this? Something demonic about these people's rise to power, you know? But how do they do it? It's divide and conquer. They're very insidious. I've lived amongst them. They're calculating. They're your friend to your face. They're very calculating and they have a veneer of sophistication, but they're very calculated. That's what it is. They're looking at it and they're playing. They're specializing divide and conquer. That's what it is. Color. Because they're in America, they're very small. They have to devise their tactics by practicality because England's a small island.
So have you know, Jughead? Have you known about the? You know that guy? What's his name in South Africa? White guy. That's a commentator. Reindeer.
No, never heard of him.
Reindeer. You probably seen him, right? He does rants about South Africa. You know, he doesn't have anything lately. His name is Reginald Cowles, whatever like that. He's like an anti-black racist guy, whatever, you know. But okay, I was debating with him one time years ago. One night, he's like, "Yeah, black South Africans are racist, but he's an Afrikaner." Anyway, I noticed one time, right? He had a shirt with all the different tribes on it. It says Zulu, Xhosa, and all stuff like that. And I asked about that. I said, "What is the point of you as a white man talking about different ethnic groups in South Africa? Aren't they trying to be one black culture and community?" See, the British are good at that. They're good at dividing people on the ethnic line. They'll make that the most important thing. They basically say, "Oh, the Zulus are more warrior than the Xhosas and everything." What does that do for that? That says to the Xhosa, like, "Yo, fuck those Zulus." You know, they know how to do this all over the world. They weren't able to do this in Liberia. You know, they failed in Liberia because they couldn't do it. The blacks in Liberia were just too smart. You know, they knew the game. But they do this all over Africa, right? They pit one group of people to other. They had the King's African Rifles fighting against Mau Mau. Now, why are you two black people fighting for the British? And it's not just the British, right? Because when America steps in, only one time did America go against Britain. That was Eisenhower. Remember, Eisenhower said, "Look, if you one more time, he goes, if you when doing the Israeli war, the British came in there and tried to invade Palestine. Eisenhower said, I'll reduce the pound down to nothing." You know, that was the only time the United States checked the British. But the British people, you understand something? They own American Express. They have a lot of power in American media, you know, and so it's almost like a blurred line. Why do you think you see so many English-speaking commentators on mainstream media? I'm like, wait a minute, you're British, you know? Why are you in the United States? Why? Because it's all about this. The Anglo-Saxon in America, right? And I want to keep talking about that. They're able to take other white people and put them in their camp. But what we're really fighting is this Anglo-Saxon world order. You know,
Yes,
they're still the #1 enemies of Africa. You know, even more than France, anybody else. Germany, they made us hate Germany, right?
Correct.
They made us hate Germany. You know, they had a propaganda campaign during World War II where Hitler was like, well, whatever. Hitler's a Nazi. He's racist and everything. And we bought it. You know, we got to fight Nazis. We got to fight the Nazis. I'm not saying Hitler was an angel, but the bottom line is anybody who bombs Britain, right? When he bombed London, that should be a holiday. You know,
I agree.
if you would bomb Britain, invade France, take over the Netherlands, punk Belgium, you're my type of guy. You know,
I agree.
They don't want us thinking like this. You know,
yeah,
so
he was doing something that the world have never seen before.
Right? They're like, yo, I'm like, yo, and same thing with Napoleon. They make Napoleon seem like he was a nut job. Actually, Napoleon was very brilliant. He hated England. You know, he hated England. Yeah, same thing with Dr. Sun Yat-sen. Sun Yat-sen said the people that's the most threat to China is the English. But when you look at history books and everything, they make it seem like they're all jolly and that's a con job. The British are the most ruthless people on the freaking planet.
I agree. Them and the small hats. Those two
groups. They're one and the same. They're one and the same. Yeah. It's all about the Rothschild banks and the Bilderberg groups and everything like that. They're all one and the same. You know,
correct.
It's a money the money Rothschild. The Rothschild said, "Hey, burn down Netherlands. We'll rebuild it." They have enough money in the world, right? When they said, "Look, just burn the whole country down. We'll rebuild it," because they know when the dust settles, they're gonna get all these billions of dollars from Indonesia and all the shit they got all over Africa and everything, the Congo and everything. Just burn the shit down. Just get the Germans out and we'll rebuild the shit.
Yeah, Kala,
those are the people that's running the world. Those are the people. Those are the people. Let me say this. Those are the people that these friggin' niggers that keep opposing us should be concerned about. These people want Africa's population to be destroyed. They're the people that fund Bill Gates. You know, he's part of it and everything. These New World Order globalists want Africa's population gone. They want this tension between Black America and Africa with this ADOS. They're behind all this stuff.
I agree.
Hatred, this ghettoization of Black America, where people don't even know that most Black Americans in the middle class, and we got tremendous skills and talent to build Africa. Africans don't think they think we're over here living in mud huts. You know, it's all perceived. They think we're all gangbangers and all stuff like this. Who does that? The BBC and all these other people.
Yeah,
you know, so they're doing that.
See, Carl, there was a brilliant white man called Lyndon LaRouche. He died.
I studied Lyndon LaRouche.
I love that guy.
I was a part of it. Yeah, he opened my eyes. I was a LaRouche back in my early days in my 20s. I was part of his organization. I went to his meeting, passed out his literature. He opened my eyes about the British a long time ago. He said the British are the worst thing. He said ever since Teddy Roosevelt, McKinley was assassinated, and Teddy Roosevelt came to power on that. Roosevelt later recanted a lot of stuff. But Lyndon LaRouche said, look, the British had presidents killed. They had Lincoln killed. They had William McKinley killed, and stuff like this, He talked about that. He said, look, Teddy Roosevelt went around the world talking about Anglo-Saxon superiority, the Jewish banks and everything. They even freaking killed an Italian prime minister. I forgot the name of the guy, because he wouldn't go along with this goal. The house of the baroness, the barons of in England, right? They got baron families, right? They got their own personal district around the world. You own Nigeria, you own Kenya, you own all this stuff. People don't even know that they colonized without even knowing it. Same thing with France. They all say, okay, they carve up different parts of the world, and you don't even know why certain people are in there. These British barons. We still have barons in the modern era. Barons where people just owned a lot of land, property, and their wealth. They had army backing them, everything. We still got barons in which we call it. It's the baron family, Baron Colonial. Shut up, man. Yeah, we still have barons.
Keep talking.
The Royal Shell Company, Shell, Royal Dutch, and all them. They're all part of the British baron system. I don't see any of these people that hate us so much talking about that. But you're going to talk about Bomani Tyehimba and Kala Genesis as colonizers, No, you ain't going to talk about that, That's why we're here on the show tonight. We're here to light the fire tonight. We're here to light these Negroes to pieces tonight. We're here to destroy the Negropean and the Negro fascists, the ethno-fascists, who think they're going to freaking rise above everybody and have some
Afro dumbass.
Yeah, Afro dumbass and all these other people, so like that.
Yeah, brother Kala, brother Kala, you're so correct. But our great, I'll call him a great white man, Lyndon LaRouche. He had a lot of documentaries on the British. There's a great, he died about 3 years ago, but he left in old age. But he's a great man. One few whites I respect. A great man. If America, if he's been president of America would be a top civilization by now.
His headquarters was in Richmond, North Virginia. I used to go to his meetings. I got so many, and let me say something, Junker, before you finish. Let me tell you something, right? For a while, I got this on my mind, right? Up until that time, man, I read The Final Call. I read Dr. Heinrich Clark. I thought I was just so educated. I thought I was it. Man, they said, look, they gave me a bunch of free literature on the Frederick Schiller and the Schiller philosophy of the human development and stuff like this.
Yeah,
I realized how ignorant I said, no wonder these people rule us. If they have philosophies that died and came back before the black man can't even get Pan-Africanism off the ground. We can't kickstart Pan-Africanism. They have philosophies that said, okay, we want to do it this way, this way, this way. And I said to myself, no wonder we are so miseducated. We don't know anything about these institutions that rule the world. I learned about who runs the world by being in LaRouche organization back in those formidable years. I was like, my God. And he talked about infrastructure. You have to build infrastructure. And he talked, I don't know if there's one article in the LaRouche paper that I read. It was FDR. See, stuff they bury, right? FDR went to Liberia, right? In World War II, right? When he had the Lend-Lease Act, when they built the Freeport of Monrovia and they built Robertsville and everything like that. And FDR said something very profound. He said, he goes, we have the science and development of the Western world does not belong to the white man alone. He said these countries over here should have sewer systems and technology and science. It shouldn't belong to one race. Before that time period, there was the idea of the first world, right? If you want to have a modern way of life and everything, you got to move to a thing. And so FDR said, no, these countries should be able to develop cities and just like we do. We have no science don't belong to one race. And that's what the LaRouche organization taught me. He says science don't belong to the white man. It belongs to humanity. Who can harness it? We black people run around talking about we created science and everything in ancient Egypt. Then why is the white man got all the technology? It's called technology apartheid. Why the white man, the white race, now the Asians are saying, look, the Japanese went over there and they started doing economics. You think the Japanese back in the day, when they're taking cameras? No, they were taking pictures trying to see what they could do, how fast
reconnaissance.
They were doing reconnaissance. You think they would, Japanese like taking pictures. No, they were going there, taking pictures of your docks. They were taking pictures of airplanes, airports, factories and everything. They would take pictures and they would send it back to Japan intelligence and put it all together. They said, damn, how did Japanese figure all that out? Because they knew the West was not going to share everything with them. But a black man, we could live here, got Nigerians come to America, right? Live here for generations and whatnot, and still go back to Nigeria and not build a damn thing. Goddamn,
Correct.
So yeah.
But Carl, that mention the Japanese, you know where that stems from? Remember back in 1856, when Commodore Perry visited Japan, in 1856.
That's 1853, 1854.
Yeah. Japanese realized then that the emperor said, look, we better industrialize because people will. They got force yet called sagacity. The emperor said, if we don't industrialize, we will conquer like the Africans or the Indians. So they industrialized, and that led them to beat the Russians in the war of 1904. Because that stems from having foresight.
Let me give you another example. Let me build on that, brother. The Japanese in 1604 expelled the Portuguese, Spanish, and everybody, right? They said the Christianity, they looked at what's going on in Africa and everything and said, no, it's going to have they got rid of all the, my brother Amara's here. Oh boy. You got a lot to explain tonight, Amara. Check us out. The Japanese kicked them out in 1600, right? They said only the Dutch had one little island called Deshima. The island was the size of your backyard. It was a thing. But one thing that the Japanese banned all Japanese from leaving the country and banned all foreigners, everything right? What the Japanese did do, right, was they constantly imported books and news articles and periodicals and translated from Dutch into modern. So they kept abreast with the modern world. for 250 years during the Tokugawa period, right? So they were well aware. They were even doing plays and story 250 years to figure out that one day the West is going to come with bigger ships and we're going to have to deal with them. So while the samurai, one thing, there was an educated class in Japan who was discussing this for 250 years, that one day we're going to have to modernize. We're going to have to catch up with the West. We can't stay isolated forever. And so therefore, Commodore Perry, people say Commodore opened the jam. No, that thing that we have to modernize just took root when Commodore Perry came. That's lit like fire. The whole country said, you know something? We told you so. And that's what the Meiji period, modern Enlightenment period came about. But the African, unfortunately, right? We were the white man was. We didn't see. We saw the white man coming and doing all this damage, right? And and click on the white's head that this is a common enemy. So slavery lasted almost the same amount of time period from 1600 to the 1800s, right? 250 years and everything. We were going through hell. The Japanese had isolation for 250 years, and they was able to come to the modern world. Okay, 1853. Okay, the Commodore said, "I'll be back in 1 year." He came back in 1 year, and they said, "Okay, we could talk." They said, "Okay, we got to become a republic." And they said like this: we got to basically give them what they want, give them things. Okay, we need ships and everything, so we'll give them opportunity to do our shipping for us and everything like that, right? And that gave them political and diplomatic cover, because had they resisted, the West would have just said, okay, they would have taken those islands over. Okay.
Brother Kala, yeah. Brother Murray, welcome, Brother Murray, welcome. Or Sister Murray, welcome.
Brother, welcome. Let me post the topic to see if you can talk with Kala and us in reference to the topic. If we go, that is it right there. Brother Mara, hopefully you can hear us loud and clear.
Yeah, what's going on? How you guys doing today on a Saturday night?
What's going on, brother?
Doing well.
Sunday morning.
So let me know if you want to chime in on the topic or anything.
Yeah, they say Africa needs the diaspora skills, economic strength, black power, and nation building energy. Live with Bomani. Okay, when you say Africa needs the diaspora, when you use the word diaspora, there are two different types of diasporans. There are diasporans of 400 years ago, and there are recent diasporans like me that have been away for like 20-something years. But although I go back and forth every year,
it's mainly the Southern Africans, but also we put it in context also earlier that even if when you add the Africans from the first and second generation that have went over based on economic opportunity or whatever brings us from the African continent to the different places, America, Canada, or Europe, and when you look at both of those groups, it's even worse because now you have drained the best of our people, and then now you're asking a whole continent to just figure it out with some of the great minds. So these are the things that we're trying to put in analysis, because we have people making comments saying that Africa don't need the diaspora and like everything is just going to be okay if we just and things like that. So we're trying to put in our research and analysis and explain that we see it as our people need to connect together again as one full strength and compete against the rest of the world, just like everybody's competing. You see the Asian nations and the so-called Arab nations, or they're all progressing to the future, and people are wondering like, are we taking things serious? Like my brother was talking about Eco Atlantic, and people are talking about Dubai and things like that, and we're just putting these things in proper contents, and we're telling people like, don't take anything personal, because these are the things that we need to talk about, because all I see is a lot of the people that we have in our circle, they're making moves to Africa, and they're putting their money, and they're trying to figure things out, but they need more support and connections, and they need more things to open up for them. But anyway, brother, share what you share based on both analysis, if you want to.
Okay, first of all, when people make comparisons to places outside of Africa, that's a Eurocentric perspective. Okay.
Boom.
First of all, there are two Africas. That's what people don't understand. There's the big city Africa, which is more Eurocentric. There's the small town Africa, and then there's the village Africa, which is the Africa that's been preserved forever. So these three locales have a different take on when you're saying advancements. Most of the time, the biggest support for modernity and pursuing anything in the modern ways, in the modern times, most of your support comes from the big cities. Because in the big cities, that's what the Africans' mentality in the big city is, to compete with everybody else around the world. You see what I'm saying?
Mark, question. Can I ask you a question before we go?
No, let me finish. Let me finish.
You made a point.
No, let me finish. Let me finish.
I go point by point, man.
No, let me finish. When I say the biggest advocates and the biggest support for advancement is that locale, because of the educational system. For example, like I'm in logistics, right? I'm in logistics. I got a logistics degree, and I started from the bottom up. FedEx, UPS, they paid for my schooling, and they helped me with the tuition assistance, but I paid the rest for me to get a degree and move up within those systems and go through all these logistics companies. Okay, now when if I want to replicate something like that back home, you know, the general thinking, okay, if say the president of Sierra Leone calls all the they want to improve the logistics industry in Sierra Leone, and they call in all the diaspora like me to give my opinion. You know what people do? They do a complete copy and paste. Everything I learned in those systems, I have to bring it over there and copy and paste. There's nothing like customizing local based on local conditions.
Well, let me ask you, Mari, that's a good point, but I want to ask you a question, right? We asked a question about the building Africa, right? Building Africa. We're talking about building. You started off by saying that the most advancement. We're not at this point right now. We're not even talking about advancement. We're talking about survival. Did you see what's going on in Sierra Leone right now?
Yeah, I know what's going on in Sierra Leone.
Yeah, and
what's going on in Sierra Leone?
It says Sierra Leone, just 37 people killed, and there's riots in the streets and everything like that.
Yeah, that's riots in the street. And one locale. One locale.
But what are they rioting over? So can you tell us what they're rioting over? They're rioting
over. Okay, no. First of all, it's not a Sierra Leone problem.
I don't see nobody rioting over food.
No. It's not a Sierra Leone problem. It's a Freetown and 3 northern big cities problem.
It's a Sierra Leone problem.
It's no. The people in the village did not protest. The people in the towns did not protest.
Last week, Michael, I asked him about Nigeria. He conquered down his little, I'm a Yoruba, nothing's happening over here.
No. You can't paint everybody, every locale.
You have to hold.
You can't paint every locale with the same picture.
Yo, bro,
the people in the towns, in the cities, didn't have an issue with the government.
Let me ask you, where's the curfew at? The curfew is nationwide.
No.
Yes, it is nationwide.
No. The first thing they did was the areas in the north and in the western regions. Those 2 areas are the opposition stronghold. Freetown.
You know the opposition is, bro. People are hungry.
Freetown in the west. Listen, where was the protest?
Give them the food.
Where was the protest? What was the protest?
No, the riots. They weren't protesting, rioting, man.
Okay, it was a protest that got a heavy hand by the police, and people turned against the police.
They dragged the police and beat them and killed them, man.
Yes, because it was initially
acceptable.
Listen, it's a Freetown problem. People came out. They said cost of living because of the Ukraine war. Because of the Ukraine war.
Yo, come on.
Yeah, because there's the high import prices, lack of food, food costs went up because Russia blocked Ukraine grain from coming into Freetown. So the rise of bread, the price of bread and the price of food skyrocketed. So the people came out.
Didn't you say Africa has such fertile land and everything like that? Why are we? Oh, by the way, Amara.
No, but you're jumping. You're all over the place.
By the way, a couple weeks ago, we were talking about cashew nuts. Nigeria is opening up its own cashew nut processing plants. Can you guys?
You're jumping all over the place. Huh? Let's stick to the protest.
I'm trying to get to the food, man. Yo.
That's the food. The protest in the city. The people in the village don't have money to buy. They live off the land. They're okay. The people in the towns farm the land. They're okay. It's the people in the big city like Freetown that are going to rely on imports from other countries and the cost of prices that are high. So it's a Freetown problem. It's not a Sierra Leone problem.
Don't Freetown under the bus.
It's Freetown because Freetown got 4 million people. Anytime you got 4 million people in a city, you see what I'm saying? There's no land in Freetown to grow food. You see what I'm saying? They rely on imports.
Oh, why can't Freetown invest in their own farm and buy food?
Where's the farm? Where's the farm in Freetown? There's no land in Freetown.
No,
it's all a country jungle. They have land in other parts of Sierra Leone that they
but it's not owned by Freetown. It's owned by individual families, and they decide what they want to do with their land. It's not a government-owned property. Like in my kingdom, we have our land, and if people come over here and say
hey, Mama, what are you doing?
Okay, we're growing in our land. We're growing palm oil, and on our land,
you can't eat no dang palm oil, man. Come on.
What you been? We know that have you been to my kingdom?
Yo, your body.
Have you been to my kingdom?
On palm oil when y'all need food.
But the food. What is palm oil? Palm oil is not food. It's in every West African dish.
Can you eat palm oil tonight? And live.
But listen. Whoever owns the land decide what he wants to do with the land. The family owners own the land. Underneath our land is a lot of gold. But you know what my parents say? We're not digging up the gold. Because you know what? All I'm going to hand over to my son is a hole in the ground. What can my son do with a hole in the ground? So you plant palm oil on top. Palm oil is used in soap making. It's used in lotions. It's used in food throughout West Africa. Palm oil is used in a lot of 15 industries that palm oil is used on. And you know why? It's cheaper. Because when you grow palm oil one time, it bears fruit every year. It's not like other things where you're going to go back and plant seeds every year after you harvest. Once you grow that palm oil one time, it bears fruits 2 times a year. You rip the fruit up. Next year you wait on and on. One and done. One and done. You see what I'm saying?
Brother Amara, welcome. The topic today of that Brother Bomani has postulated. What do you think of the topic? What's your take on the topic?
Okay, my take on the topic is, you say Africa needs the African diaspora skills. Of course, they can come to Africa and pursue the skills that they got from the West. They can.
What about transformation? What about transformation? Come on.
But we're saying
what you mean by transformation?
Without the diaspora connection.
Check this out. You just laid out the case for transformation. If I was in power in Sierra Leone, right? We have if I was in power, right? Guess what? Sierra Leone has 4 million people. Guess what? The farms, the agriculture.
No, Sierra Leone doesn't have 4 million people.
You said
there's 4 million people in Freetown. Freetown alone.
You're making my point. You said Freetown city with 4 million people. That's a lot of people, right?
Okay, in the city of Freetown. Okay.
Right there. You have a market right there. You have a market. You have a market right there. You could grow your own food, manufacture your own food, and feed your population and keep your currency and reserves in the positive. That's just common sense.
Okay, you said if you was the president of Sierra Leone, right? Do you know what the powers of the president of Sierra Leone is? Do you know what the Constitution stipulates I said, first of all, the president doesn't own land.
Oh,
He doesn't have that power.
Hold on. That right there. See what I said about West Africa? You're still dealing with feudalism, right?
It's not feudalism, no sir. You want me to give you the history of my tribe?
Hold on. In the African
you don't want me to give you the history of my tribe?
The state owns the land right now, and you could buy the land.
It's not, no sir. The state doesn't own the land.
Well, the bottom line, you don't have a real. Basically, you might as well go back to being colonized by the British.
No, sir. No, you don't understand. No. You're getting it all the way wrong.
So first of all, the land should not belong to any one individual family and everything like that. When the land,
why not?
Well, the bottom line,
why not?
The government came there with guns. Saying,
when did the government come into existence?
Hold on. If the government was strong enough, they take the land from you.
Listen, first of all,
they'll tell you what to do.
First of all, what is the king? You know what is the king? Let me ask you a question. The king in the kingdom, is he part of the government? Yes or no?
All that stuff you're talking
about. Is the king in the kingdom part of the government? Yes or no?
What kingdom? You know what I'm saying? What kingdom?
My kingdom. My kingdom existed before there was a country of Sierra Leone.
You guys talk about these kingdoms. We're living in a modern age.
Sir. My kingdom existed before the country of Sierra Leone. You know how long my kingdom has been in existence?
You became a republic.
So what? So in negotiation with the British to create a country called Sierra Leone, you know what was negotiated? You keep the system intact.
Because the British.
Because if you don't give the system intact, no independence.
Let me tell you something. The only reason why you still got kings in power because the colonial power used you guys as agents to oppress you.
They didn't use that's wrong. That's totally wrong.
Backwards. That's why Sierra Leone.
That's totally wrong. The colonial powers did not use.
Give me a second. I'm gonna educate you about your whole thing.
No, let me educate. I'm gonna educate you a lot because you lack knowledge. You lack a lot of knowledge.
All over Africa, the African Kingdom Federations or something of the colonial army of the British. The young people educated want to get rid of stuff like that. The British, just like in Zulu in South Africa, right? The Zulu king and all that. He's a puppet of the British. They keep the people robbed and everything. KwaZulu. It's all over the continent. You know, the real.
Do you know what my rank and file is? Do you know what my rank and file is? I'm number 3.
What your rank and file is?
Okay, because you don't respect Africa. You do not respect African culture. You don't respect the African hierarchy, African culture, so you don't give a damn. That's what you just said openly.
You're a man like I am. I can call myself a king and whatnot.
Well, not in my kingdom and not in the country of Sierra Leone. You see what I'm saying? There are rules. There are rules that protect me. And when you come into my neck of the woods, you come into my neck of the woods, you got to listen to my rules.
This is ethno-fascism.
You come into my neck of the woods, you go run to my rules.
It's a fiefdom.
Sir, you can have an opinion of your own. You have an opinion of your own. If you come into my neck of the woods, my rules run.
This is not African. This is not Pan-African. This is ethno-fascism. You want to be like the British royal family?
Sir. You come into my neck of the woods, I rule. Number 3 in the hierarchy, government recognized.
You're an ethno. You learn that to be a white man. You know, I don't care what
the white man doesn't control nothing in my kingdom.
You acting like the white man.
You don't. The white man doesn't control nothing in my kingdom. You want me to show you? You want me to show you article? Listen, you want me to show you newspaper articles of people that came over to our kingdom trying to get secure gold, and we kick them out? Do you want that? Do you want that? Do you want that? I'm telling you right now, in 2009, listen, 2009
is in jail because of you guys, all the stupid stuff you got in your country.
Man, you can sit a million miles away. You coming to my neck of the woods is my rules. You coming to my neck of the woods, you gotta listen to my rules.
I live in America, my neck of the woods.
Yeah, okay, well, no problem. We abide by the rules in America. But you come over there, you gotta set rules. There is a set way of living.
And we're careful.
That's what I'm saying.
about who we mess with on the African continent, because this sort of mentality ain't gonna fly.
It's not a mentality. It's
It's a
set
mentality.
rules that have been going on for thousands of years.
You're backwards, man. You're
Brother
backwards.
Kala,
Okay, in your opinion, we're backwards.
You know?
In your opinion.
You'll say you're primitive, you're backwards. You know?
In your opinion, we are.
Brother Kala, let me
We set the standards. We set our own standards.
Yeah, okay.
Brother Amara.
Yeah.
Thank you. Like, let's all calm down and that's before you came, Brother Amara. We were congenial, having a flowing discussion. Now you've come on. Now there's contention. I wonder why.
No, what I'm just trying. Okay, okay. I apologize. I apologize for my tone. I apologize because it got heated up. But what I'm clearly representing what's in our Constitution. Okay. For example, in our Constitution, when they negotiated with the British, all right, they negotiated with the British for independence of a country called the British was the one that came up with the idea of calling the country Sierra Leone. In the process of negotiating, okay, they established the status quo as far as the land and their ownership was to be maintained in the new constitution in the negotiating process. Okay? The British negotiated with the kings, they negotiated with the people, the political parties in place, and they came up with a grand compromise. The compromise they came up with was our constitution, which preserved land ownership the way it was with the families and with the established people that were there prior. Now, if you want to come over to my kingdom and sell make a pitch for advancements or whatever, you're gonna make a compelling case, okay? But it is in my right, okay, to agree. Say I do something for the solidarity of the country. Say I do something to help the country advance. Still, when you approach us, you gotta make a compelling case. You see what I'm saying? But you don't come in and say, oh, because it's done somewhere else like this, that we come and bulldoze. No. The king, my uncle, is in charge. Our ruling family is in charge of those lands. How did we come about the land? We had to fight a lot of wars. We come all the way from the Niger Congo Delta, the Red Sea. Okay? That's why some of our people are called Hebrew Israelites. We come all the way from the Red Sea. We battled our way all the way fighting for a new home.
So you
home
guys,
after home, home after home, they kicked us out. Say what?
You guys are Hebrew Israelites now?
I don't say we're Hebrew Israelites. I said our people started from the Red Sea, came over to the Niger Delta Basin, because our Congo is our language is a Niger Congo Delta language. We came all that way from there, place to place, home to home. Everywhere we made a home, they kicked us out because you know what was going on in Africa? The bigger tribes were trying to expand their kingdom, make their kingdoms bigger and bigger. So they picked on small tribes like us in the African scene. So we fought for me to speak my language today and my custom to pass on my customs and traditions to my sons for the new future generation. People had to fight for that. The land where we occupy in our kingdom was a Limba territory. When we move into Sierra Leone, we asked nicely. People won't let us in. We had to find a way to create that land and establish and install our way of life in that area, so my sons can speak my language today. People had to die and fight for that.
I noticed. So, I noticed, Brother Marwa, that before you came on, we were talking about our progress. Since you've been on, now we're going tribal, but your land, your land. I wonder why that is.
No, okay, let's stick back to the topic. Okay, I apologize. I got distracted.
The whole thing
Okay,
is,
now coming back to the African diaspora.
Let me say this before you get in, brother Mark. See, the problem is this, right? Everybody, right, like I said, sits in the West, and I'm not picking on you personally and everything like that, because a lot of Black Americans do the same thing. Everybody sits in the comfort of America, right? Sitting on the recliner, right? Playing armchair quarterback, right? But while when you talk this tribal stuff, real life consequences happen. You know, the bottom line is everybody's proud of their ethnic group and everything like that, right? And I want to understand something, right? It may be because I like I said earlier to the sister in the chat, right? West Africa was never directly colonized. In other words, you never really had European settlers and everything. You never had people hunting you down, killing you like in the Congo and South Africa, like millions of Maasai were killed and everything like that. You never had that experience, right? You know, it's not very pleasant. So therefore, you guys have the luxury of sitting back talking about my kingdom, my ethnic group, and everything, because you really don't feel any real threat from the white man, you know. And so I'm saying this: if those of us who are in America, right, we know what the white people think of you. We know what the white people are capable of doing to you. There's a reason why that the Europeans do not invest in your country. There's a reason why they don't put capital or any serious infrastructure. That's a long time, because in their minds, like me, I got confidence in you. I got confidence in all. I mean, much as me and Bomani may crack on Africa here and there, whatever like that. And I do it the most. Bomani, not Bomani, but me, right? I do believe, given a chance, right, you have the same intelligence that the Chinese, everybody else have, right? Here's the problem, right? The people that make the decisions, whether they're to, like, let me give you a perfect example, right? Everybody knows that the coastline of Freetown and Monrovia, two major cities in that region, right? Tell me why. Tell me why there isn't a railway, pipeline, corridor, and highway system connecting the two major cities on that coast strip.
I'll tell you why. You want to tell you why?
Hold on. Let me finish, right? Now, I'm saying, and I asked you a couple of weeks ago, I said, look, you told me that Vietnam, right, is now into the cashew nut business, right? And you're selling your thing. You talk about some agreement that you had. You just said the British had an agreement and everything, and you stick to that, right? But yeah, a couple of weeks ago, you told me that we can't do nothing about the trade agreements. You don't understand everything like that. So that's you say you don't like, but something you do like is they're giving you some land and calling you a king and everything you agree with. You see how it works?
Bingo,
first of all, they did not give me land and call me a king.
You said your land was protected and all the stuff in the
yeah, before the British came over, we fought and established and had that land.
Can you prove that?
So the British came and met us.
How the British have troops that were able to take a huge portion of land from Liberia and the Galenas?
I'm not talking about Liberia. I don't know about Liberia.
No, I'm
talking about Sierra Leone.
The British
I'm telling you about Sierra Leone.
What are you talking about? You had the British troops were on the Liberian borders trying to take it over. Now it wasn't your troops. It wasn't anybody from your kingdom. So what are you talking about? You own the land. When was this?
I'm telling you, when did the British come to Sierra Leone? Do you know that? You know when?
Yeah, it came in the 18.
Okay, do you know when we the Timni tribe came to Sierra Leone? Do you know when?
But you were colonized.
Listen, no. Do you know about the Timni king called Baibure? Type in Baibure, Biabureh. It's a Timni king that fought the British when the British was trying to expand their territory. He killed the British like swamps. They knew nothing about guerrilla warfare. You go to the British War College, Baibure's name is on there. He taught the British how to fight guerrilla warfare. They never knew nothing. You see what I'm saying?
How the British?
No, but that's what I'm saying. So Baibure was the Timni king that the British, when the first British, what they did was control the colony of Freetown.
You said he taught the British about jungle warfare?
No, he fought the British because the British said British only had a colony of Freetown.
Hold up, did he win? Did they win?
They won initially.
But counter thing is initially.
Yeah, in the early battles. Listen.
Listen. 10 rounds in a
now, the early battles. Okay, let me tell you. Let me tell you. On the war, on the battlefield. On the battlefield, he won. On the battlefield, he won. Okay, but he got eventually locked up because of counterintelligence. Okay,
that's warfare, bro. Counterintelligence warfare.
But actual guerrilla fighting on the field, the British lost. To know his locations, the British used counterintelligence with other tribes because we the Timni tribe, we like to swallow other tribes. That's why we're the largest tribe in Sierra Leone. One of the other tribes that we swallowed up reneged on us and revealed the location of Baiburi. That's how the British captured it. Baiburi of Kasabul. Okay, so you know why? Because the British said we need to collect taxes from the rest of Sierra Leone, and Baiburi said, "Hell no!" It said they call it a hot tax war. They said I had my mud hut for the longest. I never paid no taxes, and so why would the British come over here and tell us to pay up for your administration? You need to tax everybody. He gathered all the Timni kings and says nobody pay taxes to the British. So the British put out they said if anybody, pound sterling and shillings back in the day, they said if anybody captures Baiburi, we give anybody 300 pounds. And Baiburi said in return, he says anybody that capture the governor of Sierra Leone, okay, I'll give you 300 pounds. If you capture the Queen of England, I'll give you 1,000 pounds. You see what I'm saying? Finally, the British governor said, you want war? Baiburi said, pick the time and place. They went to war over that. Okay, so that's what I'm trying to say. The British came in and made something that was already established. A whole tribe that was over there had their systems in place, never paid taxes. The British imposed taxes on everybody, and Baiburi fought back. He whooped their ass on the field because they don't know anything about the woods. He had to teach them how the forest was. So it won on the battlefield. It was a smaller tribe called the Bulom, which were the biggest tribe in Sierra Leone, that we took over their territory and integrated them into our tribe. They was the ones that revealed the location of Baiburi as revenge for us taking up their territory in Sierra Leone. That's how it happened. So the British met a status quo. So in negotiating for independence, you preserve the status quo, the way the lands were divided, the customs and traditions that were there. Now, if you want to industrialize, you can come to our people and pitch and make this pitch that we want to industrialize.
There's a problem. Mara, there's a problem, right? You got, and I do think Sierra Leone being older than a lot of countries in Africa, older than Nigeria, older than Ghana.
No, they're about the same age. Ghana is older.
No, I'm talking about independence. I'm saying you guys.
Independence, yeah. They got independence around the same time.
Freetown was built, in 1800, something like that?
But they include Freetown and Sierra Leone as Sierra Leone. I'm not talking about Freetown.
The Creole population had a huge educated population.
That's true in Freetown.
Sierra Leone, in your area right now, have been in civil war and in conflict since the late 1960s, right? Since the 1960s. That's a fact. In fact, the fact of the matter is this, right? We talk all this stuff, right? The people that you say, okay, we're king, they were involved in dirty blood diamond trading. You know the story in Sierra Leone.
You're talking about recent history.
Look, check this out. The bottom line is this, right? You still claim that this area is sacred and everything like that, but what was the sacredness when the Israelis and all these other Portuguese and other people and Dutch and other people were sucking out blood diamonds out of the area and stuff like that, you know? And
No, you want to know the history of diamonds?
No, hold on. No, I'm saying, but my point I'm trying to make is this. When every time somebody says we need to modernize, bring the rule of law, get rid of all this archaic stuff because it didn't work. And then I point out to the fact that the instability in the central part of the hinterland of Sierra Leone, no, we got all this land, it's our kingdom and everything. But at what point did the government of Sierra Leone say, you know something? You know, we understand that you have traditional ties to this land and everything, but you guys are making a mess of things. We're going to send troops in. We're going to take the land over and everything like that. And we'll make you like a honorary chief. Take away political power from your land and everything and make it part of the state. That's what needs to happen.
Okay, do you know what the Sierra Leone Constitution? No, you're going out of track. You're going out of track. Are you familiar with the Sierra Leone Constitution?
I don't care about that Constitution.
Now, why you don't know? You just made a statement that is wrong. The kings and queens are part of government.
A bunch of morons writing the Constitution.
Okay, now you see, Bomani, I'm about to go out. This man is getting abusive, man. I'm out. I'm out. This Pan-Africanism attitude, you take it to Africa, has never worked. I'm out, Bomani.
You're wrong, brother.
I'm about to get
brother. You gotta go. But that's Kala don't mean nothing personal. He's just debating.
Kala, bottom line, I was about to get it. I made perfectly sense. If you had territory, like, you ain't doing nothing. You sitting in America talking about my kingdom or not, and the chips full of shit, people starving. Yeah. It's time to do something new.
Yeah, brother Kala.
Nigga, man, don't let me say what I really feel.
Brother Kala, Brother Kala, Brother Bomani, it's Africa's like Brother Amara, which we're regressing. See, you think about his sacred land, his land that they fought for. Look, China's
backwardness.
China, listen. Look, Brother Amara, if you're listening, Brother Amara, let me tell you something, Brother Amara. China doesn't care about your sacred land. China's going to colonize us by 2050, which is not long. If we don't industrialize, we'll be colony of Africa. We'll be tenants on our own land. We'll be tenants on our own land. We're done.
That's what's happening now. Okay? Oh, matter of fact, brother Jughead, let me interrupt you. Sierra Leone just sold a huge sweep of prime real estate on the beach to Chinese for $50 million. That's money.
There you go.
You know what I'm saying?
There you go.
I don't want to hear what these Amaras and these buffoons got to say. I'm tired of hearing it.
But brother Kala, I mean, you ran the man off the show. He said you being abusive.
He couldn't answer the
question. He ran himself. I was a bastard. See, I had him. See, I'm like I said, Kala, you're a hammer. I'm a scalpel. See, when I said to him that I pointed out to him that when he came on, there was contention and strife. So I mean, I'm not going to say, but I was subtle. You got the hint. Did he keep going? Look, we're here to discuss Sierra Leone. We're discuss the continents, not Sierra Leone. We're here to discuss the continents, not
all
Sierra Leone.
All they care about is their little fiefdom, their little thing where they got significance in the world. Oh, my kingdom, whatnot, bow down to me and whatnot. I'll make you a chief, Colin. Every time I've been told I'll make you a chief. Look, I'm not interested in being nobody's chief,
What's Game of Thrones? What's Game of Thrones?
I've had enough. I see all this led us into change. You know what that reminds me of, right? All the time. Like,
Game of Thrones.
All I'm thinking, I have these nightmares, right? That I'm chained on the bottom of a slave ship. I'm like, damn, I fucked up. Damn, I fucked up. How have I fucked up? You fucked up by listening to fools and idiots and morons and whatnot, and you don't trust your intuition that we got to fucking modernize the world and we have to get rid of clowns like this, or we're gonna all be in peril. And if it takes hurting some people's feelings, I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to do it. But the bottom line is nobody's putting me back in chains. And the bottom line right now, if they wanted to wipe us out, what can we do? We have no nation, we have no navy, we have no army, no nothing. And we got people playing around with this stupid nonsense of my kingdom, whatnot. Dude, you have no weapons. You have nothing to protect that shit with,
Kala, Malcolm was right. Malcolm said that we're lucky that let us live because if they want to colonize us, they could because most of us were cowards who won't fight anyway. They mind the machinery to fight back.
Oh, of course. If they wanted to kill us and colonize us right now, not only would we not fight back, but we would just sit back like, damn, you fucked up. Until it comes to your doorstep, then you want to do something. Right? Like, yeah, sucks for you over there. Sucks for you. I'm minding my business and whatnot. The black man is nothing but a freaking coward, man. The whole global scale. We're freaking weak. We're cowards, you know.
We're cowards.
You know, we don't deserve our women's respect anymore. You know, cowards.
We are cowards. No, not most of us, not all of us. Most of us. Yeah, you're right, Kala.
Most of us are cowards.
And when I say UK, people get mad at me and say, Jeff, you're harsh. I said, no, I'm not harsh. I'm being polite because you know. How can like I said, look at the great example you gave. That when the whites were ejecting the Libyans, Gaddafi tried and executed them. They tried something like traitor Mandela. He exonerated them in that nonsense of the so-called what's called the Reconciliation Commission.
He exonerated them. They did all the stuff like that to black people, and all the black people still in pain in South Africa. You're supposed to just forget about that. We're supposed to forget about the transatlantic slave trade. No, I'm not going to do that. You know, they took the British, Liverpool, and Amsterdam, all these cities with Lisbon were nothing but disease-ridden people shitting in the streets, shitholes, right? They made their wealth off the blood of our ancestors, without which that transatlantic slave trade, there'll be no Western Europe. So I don't want to hear nothing about no freaking apologies or no freaking let's all get along crap and whatnot, you know? Right now, it's like a thing. The global black race have to freaking redeem Africa and redeem Africa from the likes of my brother, who I love, Amari, because he's a fool. We're tired of listening to fools. I mean, people who are fools and everything like that, they're good for a laugh, but they're dangerous. They're dangerous.
Look at this comment right here. This one is another one right here. This one's
also navigate for freely. Why don't you come on the platform and tell us what we're getting for free?
Please come on.
Everything we get in Africa, we're paying for it. You know, they come on these, they talking all this nonsense and everything, but they won't stand up. Come on here like a man and came up and tell me how we get.
Most people, it's like keyboard warriors, man. They just talk a lot of stuff.
They talk about stuff and whatnot.
It's time to debate or actually have a real conversation. They run scared with
but the bottom line
with the head tucked between their legs.
You know, and then when they get called out, the bottom line is like I'm willing to say if I'm wrong on that, people check me. You know, like Kala, you went off the board, okay. You know what I'm saying? I was wrong about that, right? But this guy, Mara, he's so maniacal. No, you got my kingdom. You know, my kingdom, man. You don't understand. Nobody gives a goddamn.
I don't know if you ever answered the question about the importance of the African diaspora.
No, he said, well, hey, I'll give you a clue. And he first said, no,
it's not about no want, it's need. Like, if it doesn't happen,
it takes out. But check this out. This is what he said, Bomani.
Like, we are vital to the
survival. No, but he said, he split the argument. He says, when you talk about the diaspora, that means people like see, you gotta understand something. We have to get the language correct, you know, the wording correct, right? When they talk about African diaspora, they only talk about Africans who live in America because they can't survive in their own country. So they come here, live under our protection in America, because we're only because of Black America they live here. You know, in Europe they're getting their ass kicked, they're getting killed, they're getting prostituted, sex trafficking, so everything. When they come to America, they got Black America. If something happens to them, we're gonna rally. Remember Amadou Diallo, that cop, that Senegalese brother, they got killed by 50 bullets put in him. It was Black America said a Senegalese brother, that's our brother. You know what the hell, we we'll throw down for that shit. You know, that's how we are in America. We're all
Amadou Diallo.
Diallo, you know, they put 25 bullets in that brother. He was working hard. He said, "Hey, I'm good." They emptied the bullets. The police, the devil police, put that in. Africans can walk through America, any town, because of what we fought for.
As a Black man, as you know, not that he is from this specific country or this region or this tribe. You just look at it, this is a brother.
It's a Black man. You know, these people only talk about their little tribe. Their little fiefdom that they think they're going to build. The whole
tribal energy can be dangerous. I'm not saying that
it's lethal. It's very dangerous.
Let's go back to what we talked about earlier. Look at what you call as the United Kingdom. Probably go back several hundred years or longer, or even sooner.
The Battle of Normandy.
A whole lot of tribes, right?
In Normandy.
Now they consider themselves a nation of people. Not saying that they all get along or some people don't regret certain things, but it's like, it shows you that you got to combine your resources and power, because that's what everybody else is doing, and if you don't do it, you're gonna get dominated.
Has a problem, Bomani, right? The white man loves his race, the white race. You know, the Black man We despise our race. We don't want. We want anything to distinguish ourselves from the next black man. Oh,
Correct.
I'm not this. I'm African American. Oh, I'm not that. Oh, I'm Jamaican. Oh no, I'm ADOS. I'm FBA. You know why? Because I said this all the time, and I'm gonna say it on the show, right? I said this on the Dynasty show, right? There's no power in blackness. That's why the title says Black Power. When there's power in blackness, everybody's gonna want to be black. That's why it's important we build the Afrikstan and build these communities when I show black power. Your black skin and blackness is a passport to to salvation. Then it's gonna change. Right now, black means you're just poor and everything. So nobody wants to be black, you know. That's why everybody wants to hunker down to their little tribal group and everything like that, you know. And we're gonna do it over here. No. When Africa is really redeemed and is powerful. And like I said earlier, like 15, 20, a half hour ago, I said, will we even know ourselves? We're so used to being oppressed, you know? Click on the link, man. Send them the link right there and click on the link. Well, how do I do it? You gotta do it. Click on the damn link.
I'm getting him a link, bro. I'm getting him a link right now.
Yeah, Kala Bomani, let me come before another comes in. Yeah, just back up what Kala said.
He's gonna be upset with you. I'm gonna have to turn my video and my mic off because I'm gonna be laughing so hard.
Yeah, I know you be dying laughing, but mine be cracking up, man.
I gotta get off camera because
you know he's in the background laughing. I know he was dying laughing when I was going up with Mike O and whatnot, you know? I just want to see his face, man. He was gone for like about an hour. Me and him going back and forth. I know Bomani was on the floor, man, because belly aching.
Yeah, but that's how we do it, man. I just believe that, you know, if we got something to say, let's be men and talk. As a matter of fact, I would love for some people who are so aggressive to turn on their camera. You know what I'm saying?
Camera. Yes, look me in the face.
And talk like you talk face to face and have a real conversation.
Yeah.
Address, you know, because we're not monsters. You know, we understand that we're not all gonna agree on a lot of things, and that's what it is. You know, just like I tell people, you and I don't agree on everything. As cool as we are. Everybody, we have to respect people in a situation, but it's like, talk to me like a man. Stop this.
Talk to me.
That's what I don't like about this YouTube stuff. A bunch of fake ass, weak ass punks. That's why I'm not into all this. Like, subscribe and get all this, because you get tired of this being around a bunch of fake ass people.
That's why I said, man. So I cut back on this stuff.
Like I tell people, the life that we live, everything I talk about is 100% experience. We're living the life, moving around Africa, you know, through our flaws and our stumbles and our struggles and things. We're making the move. We're getting up every few months, making the moves. We have crews in different countries in Africa, and we're in the game. I mean, now a lot of things that we're working on could be better, but you know, the fact that we're in the game is a situation, because this stuff is hard and it's rough, and you got to take care of your own business and operation and things you're doing where you live at, and then you're off into this beautiful world in Africa, and you're trying to keep it positive as possible. But at the same time too, we have to have these critical conversations where we're saying, brothers, we're trying to do our best, but you guys are not doing enough, and there's not a lot of movements going on, and you know, it's like, it's not trying to like push blame or saying certain things, but it's like the future depends on us getting access to what we need to get access so we can work together. We can't just magically just make certain things happen without having access. And right now, whatever country whoever is in different parts of Africa, there's only so much we can do without being welcome to do certain things.
Right. And also,
it's not on us, is my point to people, but we are needed. It's just the pride got to be let down. This person, I'm trying to get them to come on, family. That's the link right there. All you got to do is just put that in your browser. And
just click on it.
Well, it's not something that they can click on.
Actually, from the thing, all you do is click on it. It links you to the. You don't need to put it in your browser. It bring your browser pops right up.
All right, there you go, family. If you can't, just type it in. It's a short text. So just like everybody else, but nevertheless, anybody you want to join in, that is the link. It said, what's the StreamYard link? And we just said the StreamYard link.
Dude, man, right above your name.
It's right here.
Right below your name, bro.
I don't know. This person may not be educated enough to literally debate you, because you're a monster in the debate chamber. I got to turn off my mic and my camera all the time, man.
Yeah.
You be roasting people.
It's like you never debate somebody who knows what to talk about. Like some people, there's a lot of people on YouTube I don't like, right? But I don't debate them because I say, look, I can't. They do make good sense.
And some people just low down, like nigga opinion. Well, he won't let you debate you.
Oh no, he don't debate nobody.
So what he like to do is make his little punk videos,
and then he puts words in your mouth. He twists what you're saying, and then he has you hating yourself. I'm like, damn, man, he did a video about me. I'm like, damn, who's this Kala guy, man? That guy's a monster. He made me out to be some monster and whatnot. And I'm like, what
is the punk ass funny British accent? And he's
African millennial thinks I hate it.
He's a fake British accent actually, because he tried to make it seem like it's sophisticated. Jughead, you know, the kind of black people from the UK that just make it seem like they're trying to talk like they're intelligent. That's what he does, nigga.
Yeah. He thinks because he got a European accent, a British accent, he's intelligent, right? Because I fell for it at first. I said, "Oh man, I gotta watch this guy. He got that British."
And
accent.
it be working it and things like that. But you know, Jughead, we ran him off YouTube. I remember he's making all them fake videos about me. He won't dare challenge me and everything. And people saying, "Oh, leave it alone, let it go." No. What you do? We bully the bullies.
Yeah, bully bullies. You know, anybody wants it, they can
bully
get
the bullies. Now they think
they can get it.
Brother Bomani, mistake we made in our community that we all these coons like Kunda Sowens, Alan Keyes, Herschel Dumb Nigger Walker, all these Slave, all these coons. We don't criticize them. We don't give them smoke. So the rest of them, we know who they are. See, we don't be showing too much love. We got to stop doing that. I want to talk about violence. We got to make things. We got to dog them because they're so bold and arrogant.
Because they don't fear us. You know, dig us out. They don't fear us. We don't fear us. That's the problem. You know, I love African millennial. She got a nice voice. I like that. I like her voice. She like talks real soft and things. She got a good sense of humor and whatnot. You know, I know she'd be cracking up on a lot of these Negroes that she has on her show and everything like that. You know, but she does a good show. You know, African millennial. You know. But like I said, she's a different generation. That's the only thing. Only difference. Problem I have with her. She's a millennial. I have nothing against millennials. Brandon's a millennial. Diane's a millennial. But millennials, y'all think a little different than me. You know, y'all. That's the only thing. It's not because you from the UK or wherever you're from. It's the age thing, man. I just like, let me turn. I can't listen to this.
Yeah. It's always a younger generation.
Generation, man. Maybe they know something I don't know.
I'm from Generation X or something like that, like the generation in between.
I come from the old school, man. I'm from the old school.
But I embrace the changes of the world also, and yeah, just like we're moving more into a digital smart city world and everything. And I'm like, what is sub-Saharan Africa doing? Is that they're the only parts of the world that you don't hear about. With the exception of the Gambia, they're doing some incredible work in the Gambia in that smart city. You know, big up.
Yeah. One thing we need in Gambia, we need people. You know, we need people. I need people like Africa Millennial and other people to start living in these places. I'd rather if all you people that argue me online and whatnot, if you guys say, you know something, I'm moving to that smart city in Gambia, I'll be so happy. Because you're talking from Africa, you know. I want to see young Africans enjoying the continent. You know, I don't want to be like this. The bottom line, it should be like this. Everybody should be hold it down. You know, we're in Kenya. We're in the Kenya.
Yo, I gotta turn off. You know, because I'm gonna be rolling. Let me just get warmed up. Stop the mic. There you go.
Oh boy.
Hello, everyone. How are you doing today? Navigate freely here.
Greetings. How are you?
Greetings from UK. Morning for Sunday morning.
Navigate freely here. It's 5 a.m. in the morning here in Ghana, West Africa.
Oh my God! Are you in Ghana? You're from Ghana?
I'm living in Ghana. Been here at the Sable Pan African Village. You know, for the past 3 years, we're building a Pan African Village.
Is that?
Are you that one with that dude?
Is that with the free land?
Yes, it was advertised as the free land. You know, 5,000 acres.
I know all about you guys. I know that one.
Is everything coming along? Is everything coming along good? You guys don't have to deal with land guards or people saying that you don't own the property, right?
Well, so far so good. You know, we have several properties going up. You know, I was one of the first to arrive. You know, and I drilled the first borehole on this land, and right now there's over 30 boreholes that has been drilled. You know, a dozen structures are being built. You know, we every time everyone has their challenges. You know, we're not without challenges. We have challenges as well, and we're trying to focus and move forward and solve our challenges. You know, and one of the challenges is understanding the difference between customary law and common law. You know, we take pride in reconnecting, you know, with our African roots. You know, that means, you know, trying to learn, you know, culture that we never knew about, you know, and how the culture worked and how it functioned for us, you know, because we do understand that the Western culture half the time don't even work for them. So, you know, customary law is important when it comes down to land, you know, and if it wasn't for customary law, the land in Africa would have been gone, you know, from under the Africans, you know, a long time ago, legally.
Well, appreciate it, brother. What I want to do is make sure that post
Yeah,
the
read the
question
comment.
up so you can do that, and I'm gonna add someone else in also. But just wanted to reflect on a question, and if you have anything you want to say or debate with brother Kala,
Yeah.
just go right to the point, and then we'll just add the next person in. But welcome to the call live with.
Are you the brother with the dreads and the glasses?
Dobby Dob. No, I'm not the one with the dreads and the glasses.
Are you affiliated with him?
I have a bald head. The one with the dreads and the glasses. I know who he is. Yeah.
I thought you're not with that crew.
Well, there's lots of people with
you
dreads
with that
and glasses,
you
know. So I'm with the crew at the Sable Pan African Village.
You know what I'm talking about. You know, I know about you guys. You guys with the one license.
Well, that's the crew I'm with, the Sable Pan African Village.
This is his comment, Kala, earlier. This is our brother, and you know, as you see his name.
Yeah. Okay. You said I wanted Black America want to come to Africa and get things for free, buying land what they want. No, I never said that. Anybody?
No, you never said that. I didn't. Nope. I never said that. You know, I just said that because.
Let me ask you a question, brother. Now on YouTube and chat rooms, right? There was a guy that was in one of Bomani's chat comment section talking about Kala, and I said, "Nigga, I don't know you." He said, "We got a lawsuit against the country of Ghana for reparations." I'm like, "What the fuck are you talking about? Reparations? You gonna go to a poor country like Ghana?" Talking about suing them for reparation and whatnot. I mean, no, I'm not with that. Come on, Kala. I said, I don't know you. I'm not gonna co-sign that. Somebody can read this. Kala wants the reparations for Ghana. No, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with nobody. But now, honestly, to be honest with you, right, it would be a win-win situation if we basically were able to build our own municipalities and everything, have our own tax base and stuff like that. We could basically have property taxes and everything that would sustain itself because we could build all the infrastructure we need. And instead of people struggling to come over there and everything like that, we could even have a social welfare safety net set up for people, you know, and different things for the people. That's how you build a community. That's what everybody else do. You know, that's what the point that I want to get to the point where, but then again, there's a lot of Africans that aren't even on that level yet, you know, and there's still Africa. Let's be honest, a lot of places are still developing. They're still living the traditional life and everything. They don't know anything about a municipality. They may have a municipal building that might be the police department or fire department, but for the most part, they go to the big cities. They want any sort of help or anything like that. So it's lacking, you know. But if we was able to build that in the rural areas of Ghana, Liberia, and everything, it'd be a win-win situation. Can you imagine us building medical clinics and building hospitals and building building railway stations, building shipyards, and
I can imagine it, Kala. You know, I'm on the ground right now.
Well, we got to figure out a way how to do it, man. You know, so we don't need to be fighting each other. We need to put our heads together.
That's why we're not doing it, Kala, because we're fighting each other.
I'm not fighting. You know? Yeah, I'm not fighting. When you told me
that you know,
project in Ghana, man, I shut up because
I agree with you, Kala. You know, we need to build municipalities and we need to be able to come together to do these things.
So I'm not crazy.
No, you're not crazy on that end. You know, it's just that you don't understand. Your problem is you don't understand why it hasn't been done.
Well, we got to
That's
do
the
it,
problem.
man. You know, I understand that part, but the bottom line is whatever it takes, we just have to do it. You know, whatever it takes. Find out what's in the way. And like, you ever notice when you look at you, white, I'm not saying, now don't jump on me, Kala, you think like the white man. No.
I call him adding another guest at the same time too.
Okay. But the bottom line is, Amara's back. Oh, here we go. I thought you went
Yeah, I
to bed,
thought you
Amara.
ran him off. He's back.
Oh my God, he's back.
He's back.
Oh
Oh,
my
Lord.
God,
Oh, Lord.
Lord of mercy.
Yeah.
Hope he's
So
calm
what
down.
I'm saying is all the stuff that the modern world needs and everything like that. You know, we have to figure out a way how to do it. We have to articulate why we need to build canals here. You know, why we got to build this waterway. You look at Amsterdam, all canals. You know, they solved their flooding problems by building canals throughout the whole city. You know, they say, you know, you got wetlands and everything. We got to have drainage. We got to have all stuff like that. We got to have that irrigation. You know, then when people see that, look, your life is going to get better because your farms will be productive. We have to. Why do we have a place where people can rent tractors? Tractors are more productive than having 20 people out there. Right. We got tractors to do the job. You know, tractors been around for 100 years. You know. And you could buy tractors on eBay or Craigslist, right? Ship them to Ghana in parts, and then have it so that we have industrial workshops where all the repairs and parts and make sure those tractors work every day. Can you imagine the farm yields if farmers were able to lease out tractors in the harvest and stuff like that? You know, all these things could make the area, the continent thing. We have the means to do that. We just
Absolutely.
have to.
Kala, can you imagine? Can you imagine? You know that the Black Americans, you know, and the UK Americans and the blacks in the diaspora all would practice a form of group economics. You know, where we channel our resources, you know, in a strategic manner, and we'll be able to do all those things that you are saying. But you know, the Europeans have successfully, you know, divided and conquered us, you know, culturally, mentally. Willie Lynch is alive and well on planet Earth. You know,
can I say something?
Yeah.
Can I say something? Because I'm the landowner. I'm the landowner.
Yeah, he's holding down the land. He's holding down the land. He's holding down the land until we get our act together.
Yeah, I have to mute everybody. Jughead, go ahead, brother. And everyone else, once Jughead is finished, then I'll just unmute yourself.
Thank you. I'll keep it short and sweet and concise. Brother Navigate, you're right, Brother Navigates. See, Brother Navigate, what it is, Brother Navigate and Kala, Brother Amara, we have to tell him what it is a trust. Like what happened to Brother Bomani 2 years ago, I won't mention his name. There's a brother in the UK who stole from him, that robbed him. So what it is, Brother Navigate, it's this lack of trust in each other. Because we know there are agents amongst us, and they look like us. So once we can get past that lack of trust, we will, if they make tremendous progress, we've got to identify the traitors and remove them from amongst us, or separate from them. Their progress will be tremendous. Because what's holding us back are the traitors. What happened to Brother Mahdi in the UK 2 years ago? He'll tell you, there's guys that stole from him that claim to be Africans, Pan-Africanists, and that can create distrust, Brother Navigate, because you get these traitors, these snakes, look like us, come amongst us and sow discord and distrust. Once you can get past them, then our progress will be. We've got the money, Brother Navigate. We have the money and intelligence. It's the trust and cohesion. That's what's lacking. Because these agents that come amongst us steal from people, and that creates distrust. Because we have resources to pool, but if we have no trust, then we're not going to get anywhere. So we have to identify the traitors, the snakes, the ones that stole from Brother Bomani 2 years ago. Separate from them, they may move forward to progress. That's my point.
All right, I appreciate our brother. Now the next person I wanted to speak, I don't know which one it is, either Mara or Navigate freely. You can either one of you can unmute yourself.
Well, I agree with the brother, you know, from the UK. You know, it's a lack of trust, and that lack of trust has been socially engineered into us, you know, for centuries. You know, what we have to do is we have to come up with a new way of acceptance for one another, you know, and those Negropeans, you know, that sow discord, and you know, we're gonna have to figure out a way to detect them and root them from our midst, you know, because you know, we do have agents, you know, that will that will sell all of us out, for for a few extra dollars or pounds to spend on the plantation. So we're here. I'm here in West Africa right now. We're trying to build and so we can be a blessing, to the community that's around us, and so individually, we're doing fine. We're individual projects are going along, and then we have project managers out here, to help build, for the people that are not here. But those project managers, some of them are Negropeans, and they're milking, the people, for everything they can get, So they're building two houses, their own house and their house, and
I told people that goes on. I told people those things go on, and people be thinking I'll be making stuff.
Well, why is it taking so long? Whatnot, What's that house over there, man?
People do. Yes, we have no problem. We have no problem exploiting one another. We don't. But as far as group economics, right now we still haven't cracked that nut here, yet. Because of people ego tripping, don't have the right skill set. It's a lot of issues, why that hasn't happened yet, but we're still working on it. Right now, we're still hanging in there, trying to build this community, and I'm optimistic that we're gonna succeed.
Okay, can I step in because I'm familiar.
Amar, before you answer, I want to ask Navigate a question. Now, Navigate, I know as well as you seeing on right now, and I think that dude Kaiser Empire is doing a show tomorrow or something like that. Or maybe he did the show today. I can't remember. About they're putting this stuff on social media about fake Pan-African is colonizing Africa. They're calling what you, Bomani, and I want to do in Africa colonizing, and they don't even basically say that we don't have the power to colonize. We're building and everything. They just put this blanket step, and they're trying to cause hatred towards us, but not against the freaking European sex tourists in the Gambia and everything like that. Not to against all these people that's doing all this other nefarious stuff on the continent. Not to the Chinese who are leaving behind half Asian babies all over the continent. Not only that, but their focus is on us, particularly the Black America, coming to Africa, buying land, just want to be left alone, build, help, and everything like that. Live in peace. We got to walk around in our ancestral homeland with suspicion and a target on our back. So it's like the stuff we were fleeing from America, not only is following us to Africa, it seems like it's waiting for us on the continent. When you tell me I had to fight the Klan and all this race stuff in America, and I got to go to Africa and worry about somebody calling me a colonizer and everything like that because I'm trying to do the right thing, no matter what I do, and I got to let take advantage of us because if they don't take advantage of us, they'll call us a colonizer and whatnot, So how do you deal with that situation? You're on the ground.
Well, that's correct, to a degree. The majority of the Africans, the Ghanaians here, they don't have that attitude, but you're going to have challenges everywhere. You're going to have people, that's going to, come up with some ideas worse than that, but they'll be in the strict minority, so we can't, we got to be able to, endure some things, we didn't, they've been socially engineered, by the same people that socially engineered and altered us. So some of that stick comes out.
Something. I don't even think it's the people on the ground, right? I just think these is what has to do with a lot of these people that live abroad. They're bitter. I don't know. They got scars from wars or whatever, displacement. And when they see Black America actually be going to enjoy the continent, it triggers something in them.
Yes, I agree with that too. That happens too. You know how we are, Negropeans, in the USA. And at least the Negropeans in the UK is a little bit more smooth and more subtle with it. Before they stab you in the back.
Okay, can I go in now since you had the opportunity to ask him? Okay. Yeah. Now,
well, I just wanted to say one last thing, that here in our place, it started off, as a project that's open to not only the diasporans, but the Africans as well. Our community, accepts Africans. If they want to buy land, get land here and build in amongst us, they can do that too. And
Okay. Now let me step in. Let me step in for example. Okay, let me step in because I'm familiar with the Constitution in Sierra Leone. I can only speak from where I'm from, and there's no land ownership. The land always belongs to the families. Okay, now for agricultural purposes or for infrastructure needs or for any industrialization, that's what is called the leasehold system. Okay, you can bring in your factories and industries and even houses. You see what I'm saying? You got to be a citizen of the country to buy land from the land, and the landowner's going to agree with that. You see what I'm saying? But if you come in and you're not a citizen of the country, you can come in and industrial. You can lease. You can have the landowners as your business partners. Okay, and you can lease the land for industrial purposes, agriculture.
That sounds like a shakedown. You're basically you're holding the land, right? I don't know why you think you're entitled to it, whatever, like that, you know. And then basically you're saying build the infrastructure, right? And it happens all the time. And then if anything goes wrong, that's happened in Fiancra, right? They just kept asking for more money.
No. Because let me tell you what's been going on. The Chinese, Europeans, all these other people.
Europeans are not. Hold up.
Let me tell you about the situation in Sierra Leone. I'm telling you about the situation.
Tell me about the Sierra Leone. We're not Chinese.
Listen, I gotta. Hey, you gotta be respectful, man. Be respectful and let me speak.
But that's disrespectful.
Be respectful and let me speak.
That's being disrespectful.
Do you run the show out here? Do you run the show?
I'm just telling you, you're being disrespectful.
You gotta know you be disrespectful. You've been disrespectful.
Go ahead.
You've been actually disrespectful. Don't take this attitude to Africa. Do not take this attitude to Africa. You go to Africa with this attitude, you'll be sorry. You'll be sorry. I bet you that. I bet you that. You're gonna be sorry. I bet you that. Change your attitude when you go to Africa.
In other words,
change your attitude when you go to Africa. Respect is huge in Africa. Respect is huge. You don't have no regards for the law. You got no regards for the rules. You got no regard for the people, and you want to go in there and self-impose? Try. Try. You're gonna be sorry. I bet you that.
I made a valid point. I said, look, who are you to tell somebody how the
because it's by law. You don't question the law. You don't question the law.
Oh, but hold up. You said there's your kingdom and everything. How's that in the law?
It's in the law.
So in other words, basically what you're saying is this. If somebody comes there and builds a factory, you put nothing in the effort yourself, right? You're not supplying anything, right? But the land, but you own half of
you negotiate your own deal. So if you think it's unfair, listen.
How does that help the average Sierra Leone?
Listen, when you go in, you look at the rules of the place.
So in other words, I agree.
If you want it, you take it. If you don't want it, you leave it.
Check this out. We agree it's a pocket of your family and your kingdom, whatnot, and everybody running around poor and naked. Okay, that sounds good.
No, but that's not the case. The people, listen, the individual landowners are there. When you go in, if you want to set up like the Chinese do,
never benefits from these.
Listen, next door, the next door kingdom. Chinese went over there. They leased the land. They're processing iron ore into metal. It's a lease. They don't own the land. The landowners, they pay the landowners a leasing fee. You see what I'm saying? For the duration they're there. And it is negotiated between the landowners and the Chinese. They process the iron ore, they finish it in China, but the first two steps of producing metal, they do it over there, next door to our kingdom. They have like the second largest deposits of iron ore. So the people in the village are being employed. They get a living wage. You see what I'm saying? And they open other different facilities, medical facilities over there that people can access, all part of the deal. But it's negotiated between the Chinese and the landowners. You see what I'm saying? So the Chinese corporation came over there, brought in their own people, trained some of the people in the village to do some of the work in the factories, and they process the first 2 steps of make it better. The 3rd and 4th step is in China. You see what I'm saying? So that's how you negotiate. Now, for example, a shadowy company came to our kingdom and claimed that our last king, before he died, he signed an agreement saying he's supposed to mine gold in our kingdom. Okay? Well, first of all, it's shadowy. That's falsification of information. Because we got all the information. We was about to take the guy to court. The guy skipped town. He left the country. Pull it up, Sandal Local Kingdom. The guys came over there, shadowy company, trying to say they have the exclusive rights. Exclusive right now. It's a negotiation between the landowners and the people, and they're going to negotiate and come to an agreement. If you don't like the negotiation, you skip it, or you keep negotiating, pushing your point. Some negotiations take 10 years. Some negotiations are long. You know, people hold on to their own side of the bargain. And it's a lot of negotiations like that going on. And the family reject it because it doesn't benefit the people of the area. So that's what we're trying to say. Like, if any African American wants to come in and bring in Caribbean or diaspora at large, you gotta come in and talk to the individual landowners themselves and say, okay, this is what I want to do.
Say something. Right across the border in Liberia, we actually don't have to do that. You know, we can actually own land.
Well, they can go over there. They can go over there. They can go over there.
That's what I would tell any black person in America: go to Liberia, because you don't have to sign no deal. There's no kings. Our ancestors fought that war. You know, it's a free country. You know, and the bottom line, we don't have to deal with all that stuff. You know, and the bottom line, you got African Americans in Liberia doing real big land deals, building everything from hotels to everything right now. You know, they don't have to deal with no, stuff. You know, and tell you just go there. If the person who owns the land wants to sell, they want to sell. Well, lease, whatever like that. You don't have to grease nobody's palm or nothing like that. You know, so that's why I said, Liberia is a better choice.
Perfect. While you have to speak about that, both of you can speak about the difference between Liberia and Sierra Leone and educate people, including historical facts.
Okay, historical facts. Sierra Leone, Freetown, not Sierra Leone. Freetown was a former British colony. It was bought by in the American War of Independence. The British made out a clarion call and said any slave that left the plantation and come and fought on the side of the British, you're automatically a free man, and 2, we're gonna go to Africa and buy you a piece of land.
That's not
where you can settle. Huh? Say what?
Let me give you the full history, my brother. This is what happened.
You're giving me I'm giving you the history of Sierra Leone. I'm not talking about Liberia.
But I'm gonna add something to it. You left some key.
No. I didn't leave nothing. I'm not done. I'm not done. Allow me to finish. Allow me to finish. You don't know the history of my country better than me.
I know.
I'm a history major. Okay. Okay. And they fought on that side of the British. That's the American contingent. Then you have people that came from Nova Scotia. On their way to Africa, they pick up people from Nova Scotia, which is in Canada, and they picked up Maroons from Jamaica. You see what I'm saying? All of them went in to a place called Sierra Leone. They negotiated with a Timini king called King Naibana. King Naibana was a Timini king because that area is a Timini area, my tribe. So William Wilberforce, the British politician, took a ride with them. He said, I'm going with you because the British made a promise, and I'm going to go in and negotiate on your behalf. That we the British put you in this predicament, and I'm going to negotiate with the African king to make sure you get your land. Now, King Naibana sold the land without his brother. First of all, his brother King Tom, King Jimmy didn't know about it. because King Jimmy, the other King destroyed the first.
You're leaving out key points in history.
No, but you want me to give a whole? No, I'm just giving you snippets. I'm giving you snippets. You want me to give you a whole rendition? I could give you a whole rendition. Okay.
Hold up. You're leaving out major parts of history.
What you mean major points? Major points like what?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Can you let me talk?
Go ahead.
Let me land.
Go ahead.
Calm down, bro. Calm down.
Go ahead. Tell me what I don't know.
Oh, you keep saying go ahead. You let me talk?
Go ahead. I hear you. Go ahead, talk.
We were saying 20 minutes. You saying go ahead? Okay. Here's the thing, right? First of all, during the American Revolution, right? The African Americans, right, who joined the British were called loyalists, right? They weren't slaves. A lot of them weren't slaves, right? They were free black people who had never been slaves before. There were slaves who joined the loyalist movement, right? To tip the thing. A lot of these guys were in the Continental Army and stuff like that. They know about war and everything. And so therefore, when the British came, right, there were black people who saw their whites being eroded. And this is very key in America. This is very key. Their rights being eroded in America because of this idea of Americanism, which was white Americanism. You know, so when people come over here talking about, I'm a Nigerian American, they're freaking fools. You know, American is a white person, an Anglo-Saxon, and anybody who could assimilate to the white English culture. Italians, Germans, everything could be white people, could be Americans because they're white. We're African Americans. You know what I mean? We're Africans that lived in America, have a history in America. That's what we are, African Americans. Now, the British basically said, okay, the loyalists, right? After the war, right? They gave them freedom, right? They said you're freedom. And then get this, after the war was on, what do we do with these loyalists, right? And also inside of London, there was a large number of black populations that were poor, right? And so they said they found the British Sierra Leone company had an outpost, right? They said, let's settle them in this place called Freetown. Not only did blacks go there from London and the Nova Scotia and the loyalists, there were also white prostitutes, criminals that they put there too. And it said, you guys are the refuge, a dumping ground.
No. That's not right. That's not right.
Hold on.
That's not right.
Let me finish. Freetown.
Well, I think what's most important right now is to understand.
No, that's all right. There's no whites among them.
What customary law and common law is. If we're going to come to Africa, we're going to have to learn customary law. We're going to have an understanding of customary law.
Thank you.
You know, if we're going to come to Africa, we got to understand the culture. We got to have to understand it.
But
thank you.
You know, we already been indoctrinated.
My advice would be
in the common law was put together by the British and by the Europeans. They put that together.
Thank you.
Most of us that come to Africa, we don't feel comfortable unless we adhere to common British law. You know, in all of our endeavors, we at least got to understand customary law.
I know.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks a lot, sir.
Hold on. But what he's saying, hold on. This is what I don't understand right here. He's saying that unless you're a Sierra Leone citizen, you cannot own the land. You could only lease. Do you agree with that?
I agree. That's true.
Customary. That's the common law. That's the common law.
No, what I'm saying, okay. So he's
that's
saying
the common law.
What he's saying basically, right, is
or the customary law is one of them.
Hold on. What he's saying basically is your ancestors were stripped from their land, and what we're saying that no constitution, no law, and everything like that can ever place the fact that we were stolen from our original land and everything. And so if the idea that as Africa, we're not coming here as Europeans, we're not coming here. We're coming here as people who
some of us are
voluntarily. You know, so that has to be rectified.
Do you know what Sierra Leone government does?
I don't agree with
they
you.
They give citizenship, right?
So in other words,
the Sierra Leone government gives you citizenship.
Hold on. Basically, what you're saying,
Sierra Leone is too generous.
Hold on. Basically, what you're saying is the transatlantic slave trade was justified.
No, that's not what we say.
No. Listen.
If you're telling somebody they can't have land, right? Of the ancestors.
Nobody said that either.
No, Kala, let me help you out.
How do you hold on? How do you know that your ancestors didn't come from the area that his kingdom is claiming.
Okay, now, Kala.
How do you know that? How do you know?
No, wait a minute. Listen, Kala. You know what would that be nice?
Who gives you stewardship over the land? I'll never agree with that. Who gives you stewardship over the land?
Kala. You know what would be nice? Like what the Sierra Leone president did. If it was all the African, all over Africa, all the presidents did something similar. Now you can make the case. Fine. Now you can make the case that okay, there are movements.
That was a PR. That was a PR.
No, that was a movement of people.
That was a PR stunt, man.
No. What I'm saying is there was a movement of people from place to place, but the president of Sierra Leone can only control his own area.
Do you agree that Black African Americans come from the African continent?
Yeah, they do. But what I'm saying is,
I don't care about no law.
No. What needs to happen is all the African presidents.
Look, I don't respect anything that doesn't acknowledge the fact that transatlantic slave trade has to be centered. And there's nothing in any.
It happened, but only the people that come from that area of Sierra Leone can claim citizenship.
So check this out. Show me one thing in any African constitution besides Liberia that even mentions the transatlantic slave trade.
In the Constitution. It's in the history books. It's in the history book.
So you wrote a constitution without even considering the people you lost in the millions.
Okay, you know what the Creoles, or the role the Creoles played in Sierra Leone? You know their existence?
So they're the problem?
No. The Creoles in Sierra Leone, they play a key role because it's a clause in the 1960 Citizenship Act. In the 1960 Citizenship Act, the Creoles advocated and they got this compensation that only Negroes, Negroes can be, can be citizenship of citizen of Sierra Leone. The Creoles and slave they advocated for that.
Explain how the Lebanese own most of the businesses and major hotels in Sierra Leone.
The same way they own them in the Black community.
They don't own the land. They don't own the land. They own the businesses. Okay, because listen, because the Sierra Leone governments in the past have a policy of opening up to foreign investors. It's a big African thing. You open up to foreign investors to come in and invest their money.
A couple of weeks ago, I asked you about the fact that you basically. I asked you why the cashew nuts. You guys don't have your own processing plant, right? You say you got all these big deals and everything like that.
Yeah, but we don't have a market.
Oh, hold up. Nigeria just opened its own cashew processing plant.
They got 200 million people, man. We got 8 million people.
How come you not sell? Why don't you sell your crops to Nigeria and go into business with them?
Okay, now the infrastructure for inter-African trade. For roads, network is not that good.
So you bring me back to my next point. Wouldn't that be more important building the infrastructure? I asked you.
Yeah, it would. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I asked you an hour ago, why isn't there a railway and a highway connecting Freetown with Monrovia? And you gave me, then you ran off. You know what I'm saying?
No. Because you know why? I live in Charlotte, North Carolina. I'll give you the Charlotte, North Carolina example. No. Because all politics is local. Okay. Now, wait a minute. Because there's job security. Oh, look. There's job security. There's people protecting their jobs. There's people protecting their businesses. If Sierra Leone overwhelmed the Liberians, or Liberians overwhelmed the Sierra Leone, Sierra Leonean, that happens. Ghana and Nigeria has the same problem. Nigerians overwhelmed the Ghanaians in their place, and the Ghanaians rebel.
So in other words, basically, you don't want to have anything. You shut yourself off from your neighboring country.
No. We go with the Chinese example. The Chinese got what you call an entities list and a quota system.
I want to ask Kala a question. Kala, why? Why, Kala? Why is it?
Basically, you're saying let's cut ourselves off from Liberia and
everything. No.
That's not what he's saying.
A percentage. We want only 15%. Say 85% is for domestic use. 15% is inter-African trade.
What I'm saying is this: Why don't we have? You know how it takes like almost like a day to travel from Monrovia to Freetown. That's closer than New York to DC.
But yes, because free movement of okay.
Said, you know, Monroe
yeah,
to Freetown.
no, because people local manufacturing. Let me tell you the advocacy. I'm a part of the trade union.
You got Hong Kong, Singapore, Japan.
Let me tell you the pitch from the trade. I'm part of the trade union.
Customary law.
Listen, I'm part of the trade union. Trade unions.
Carla, you sound like a European. Anybody got
no, sir, because we got local manufacturers that are gonna protect their markets. Local manufacturers, there's no Liberian that gonna come to Sierra Leone and form an association to advocate for their businesses.
I know Liberians that live in Sierra Leone right now.
Yeah, but they are not citizens of the country. They are not citizens of the country, so you can't come in and advocate. So the trade unions,
Indians can come to Sierra Leone, do business, everything.
Listen, the local manufacturers,
we all have issues.
Local manufacturing organizations.
What I'm talking about. This is exactly.
Listen, local manufacturing organizations in which I'm a part of.
Ethno-fascist state. I gotta protect my little.
Listen. We gotta protect our market. We, the local manufacturers, gotta protect their market. Lebanese and Indians only can participate in certain industries.
They sell you most of your rights.
Listen, Lebanese and Indians can only participate in certain. All foreigners can only participate because we got an entities list. They can't get in certain industries are off limits for foreigners. Whether they're Liberians or they from India or whatever. Certain industries are off limits for the locals.
Let me ask you a question. Do you
We're all a work in progress.
Hold on. Just navigate. Sit down, bro.
We're all a work in progress.
He just basically said blasphemy against the ideology.
Don't put words in his mouth.
Oh, that was blasphemy against the. I heard him.
What ideology? What ideology?
I've been dealing with for years. Yo, that was blasphemy against the ideology of Pan-Africanism. That's exactly what garbage.
Listen, sir. All politics is local. Who elects the president of Sierra Leone? The local people. You got local advocacy lobbying groups. Let me tell you, I'm a card-carrying member of the Sierra Leone Trade Union. I'm also a card-carrying member of the Sierra Leone Manufacturers Union. We have certain industries that we advocate with politicians. We raise money for certain politicians, and we raise money for certain laws that will protect our industry for us, the locals.
Brother Bomani, may I come in?
Yes, brother, go ahead.
I want to ask Prince Namor a question. Prince Namor, I mean, son, Amara a question. I'll call it Prince Namor. Brother Amara, again, you've come in and you made a serial issue instead of a constant issue. The topic of Bomani's broadcast today was Africans come from diaspora, bringing their skills to Africa. Not to Sierra Leone.
Yeah, that's good. That's 100% good.
I'm talking now.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. The topic of this Brother Bomani's show was thank you, Brother Bomani, was the African diaspora bringing their skills, strength, and power to African continents. Not Sierra Leone, not your village, not your fiefdom, the continents. Now, back to the point. What issue
they could go to each country. Okay, they could go to other countries.
Sir, I'm not finished. Thank you. Now, and keeping with Brother Bomani's topic, we're here discussing the issue of the country.
All right. I'm not finished yet. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
That's it for the third time. Brother Bomani's topic was discuss the issues facing the continents, not your village, not your country, the continents. Do you have any plans or ideas how the continent progress? The continents, not your village, not your fiefdom, not your kingdom, Prince Namor. I'll call you Dr. Doom, like Prince of Liberia. The continents. What are we doing to progress the continents? Do you have any ideas, Brother Amara?
Yes, I do have ideas. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, okay. Let me speak. Every country that has an investment laws for foreigners from other countries. Okay? In most countries, there's not a specific diaspora law. You see what I'm saying? They'll make them a special case as far as investments. It's a lacking legislation. Okay? Right now, if anybody goes, any diaspora goes to any African country, most times they'll add them to all the other foreigners, like Chinese or whoever wants to come in there as all a foreign group. You see what I'm saying? And the laws that they have are for all foreigners, non-citizens of those countries. That's what they have on the books right now. Okay.
That's
So
true.
when you go to these countries, you got to follow those laws, and some of those ways is you got to lease land. You got to when you invest, you got a local partner. You see what I'm saying? Sometimes, in some cases, they own like 50% of the business. You see what I'm saying? In some countries, most times, most of these Chinese, Indians, and all these people that go in, yep,
yeah, they pay off the politicians over there and get what they want.
They go in, and there's this investment law. That's what's on the books. Investment law that you come in and you get a local partner. You come in and you lease stuff. You pay your taxes.
Let me ask you a question, Mamara. If that's worked so well, why is Africa has the least amount of foreign direct investment out of any region in the world?
No, I didn't say it worked well. I'm just saying that's what's on the books.
This is what we're talking about. This is what we're talking about. We're basically saying, something. We got 200 million people in the first world over here in the West, right? Got tremendous skills. Black America alone spends $80 to $100 billion a year on travel and tourism. Less than 1 millionth percent of that goes to Africa. And they go all over the world. You got black people that go all over the world spending billions of dollars a year on travel and tourism and everything. Tourism is one of the ways you can infuse capital and boom your thing. But you can't build a tourism in Sierra Leone if all your food is imported, right? Your farmers would benefit if you had to have a modern system. Now, people sitting in the chat room talking shit about Kala Genesis. You can talk all shit about. I know I'm right. I know I'm telling the truth. And nobody. You
putting all the onus on the Africans on the continent, but everybody that's in the diaspora.
Hold on, but let him finish. Let him make his case.
Let me finish my point. My point is this. You got a huge amount of a market that you could market to. Not only that, Black America sits on city pension funds, stuff like that. Do you know what we do with pension funds? Do you know how Las Vegas was built? Pension funds,
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? All that stuff, like you got literally billions of dollars that you could basically be tapping into if you basically made the right decisions and everything and stop thinking like a ethno-fascist and whatnot, because I don't believe that's African at all.
Okay. Let me. Since you don't made your point, you know what the process is? Let me familiarize you with the process. When you want legislation change, or when you want a specialized legislation for the diasporans, and when you make your compelling case to these people, you have to lobby the political class, the politicians, and the presidents on why it's beneficial. So telling them, for example, the best case scenario would be like, oh, don't add us to the all these other foreign people, and with the current laws, we need specialized laws that will separate you as a separate group. You see what I'm saying? So the first thing is advocacy.
We want it for free. And we want that specialized laws for free. We don't want to do like the rest of the foreigners you're
not paying nobody. You're not paying nobody. You're making.
But we should pay.
You're not paying anybody. You make your case.
We're not like the rest of the foreigners.
We got all these billions and billions of dollars
we're not like the rest of the foreigners, right? That's our
answer. We should pay the Africans money. If the foreigners paying the money to get what they want, we can do it too.
Look, I am all for paying my way, but I am not going to be put in the same category as a Chinese alien. That's why you
need to advocate. You advocate for your own law.
So the bottom line, somebody say that we're going to be like the regular foreigners. That's Negropean talk. We're not
fine. So you don't want to be treated. If you don't want to be treated like the regular foreigner, you advocate the government for your own specific law.
Like maybe the fact of the matter, like, let me give you an example, right? In South Africa, right? they reached out strategically to Black African American investors, and they got the biggest investments of Black America in South Africa, because there was some bond there between the Black people in America and apartheid South African struggle and everything. So they was like, and I got people in South Africa right now that are indoors. They can get indoors in South Africa. They couldn't get into other African countries because they just don't. I guess they don't understand the connection and everything. Because like I said, and also like I said, Negropeanism. The average African is educated by the British colonial system. They don't know nothing about slavery. They don't know nothing about anything like this. So they don't understand what the Pan-African thing is.
No. Okay. Let me give you a specific. Let me give you general examples. Okay, Sierra Leone, Liberia, they have these people that returned. They were formerly of the continent, and they came from America and other places, and they settled. That's your biggest advocate. Okay. Now, in other countries, they are not so blessed like that. So, for example, the key thing is this: how the Chinese do, this how the Indians do, this how everybody else do.
Hold on.
You make a pitch. You make a pitch.
Let me ask you a question. Right?
You be a benefit.
There's a lot of China. Do you are you afraid of racial extermination and genocide? So many Chinese Indians keep moving to the continent. You're not bothered by that at all?
Great question.
No. Because let me tell you something.
That's the problem.
Let me tell you something.
Family, we got someone else just came in.
No, not Mike.
There's a limit. There's a quota system. You know, when you come to America, there's a quota system.
There's Lebanon and everything. They control. Lebanon's a shithole.
Listen. What I'm saying. How many?
No money.
Kala. Are you?
There are only 10,000 Lebanese in Sierra Leone. In all over Africa. The entire Lebanese population is under 300,000.
Let them speak so they can stay and then you talk, Kala. Let both of them speak.
You see what I'm saying? Under 300,000. And those people that come in are coming.
That's a lot of people, man.
But they're not letting the whole Lebanon in. You see what I'm saying? They're foreign investors. Let me finish. They're foreign investors. They're not regular people that come in on a regular basis. You come in, you invest your money. Huh?
They take that's why Sierra Leone.
What you can say, that's not only Sierra Leone. Lebanese are all over Africa.
Lebanese are taking all your money out,
Sierra Leone is Lebanese are all over Africa. You see what I'm saying? But the key to it is you can lobby the government and say, just what you said, Kala. You got a point. That African Americans have $1 trillion in the spending capital. All those are valid points. You can tell the government. Saying, okay, that's spending power. We can spend it in Africa, but we need specialized laws.
Kala, here's the deal, though, man.
Here's the one issue, Omar, is the fact that Black America is not backed by a government and diplomacy. Now, I pitched the idea.
Yeah, but you can have your organizations.
Hold up.
You can have create organizations.
Let me say this, right? Wherever there's a will, there's a way. Black America do control states like Georgia, Delaware, Virginia, Maryland, and stuff like that. And so, therefore, there's some African Americans who are now reaching out to Angola, and so, and the president of Angola is in Virginia. Comes to Virginia. He went to Smithsonian's African American Museum, and he says, "Yo, look, man." He basically says, I need you guys to develop." And the bottom line, so Angola gets it. Angola.
So you're gonna use Michigan State Treasury to fund. Is that what you're saying?
If we get a hold to it and we're in power, sure, why not? Why not? So what? White people do it all the time. They
do what?
They loan the European. How do the European?
So you're gonna take Michigan State? Wait. So the white
my grandparents' tax dollars went to go rebuild Europe. Why not? Why can't we use the money?
No, you don't have that power. You gotta
lobby the government, Kala.
Bottom line.
That's the deal, though, man. Kala, you keep attacking the Lebanese businessman.
Who controls New York City?
Who control New York City? Well, American citizens control New York City.
Black people don't control nothing. Don't control New York City.
In fact, who control New York City? If you want to talk about major sectors,
who controls Atlanta right now?
The Jews. What do we control? What do you control? Control in what sense?
Okay, the bottom line is who's in power? Who's in power?
Who's in power?
They ain't black
you
people.
understand how things work?
Who's in power? Listen.
How do you think
what control United States is the United States Constitution. It's the law that controls everything. It's the law that's in charge. Individuals can do things. There's no question about that.
Yes, but somebody who didn't even understand who the Bandung Conference was, where do you think Donald Trump got his billions of dollars to build his stuff like that? The city. Okay? Where did Bob Johnson get the money to build those hotels in the Caribbean?
Kala, what exactly is your point, man? So you're going to build Africa for us? Is that what you're telling us?
Bottom line is this. Yeah, we do it. Who got that?
You can build Africa for us. How are you going to... Wait, how can you build Africa that we can do ourselves? Exactly. Please tell me.
Well, why are you in that shithole city of Houston? You should be in Nigeria building that if you say you don't need it so much.
No, I'm not in the government, so you can't be telling me to go build something. It's not my position. Listen.
You could build something.
Well, Kyle, how much money have you donated to me to go build something, please?
You could build
I'll go build my penis. Yeah, that's how you build. You just go and start building. That's how. No, you just go and start building. You guys don't using that word building. As if you just walk in the place and start building. Yeah, we are building. Listen. Shut up, man. Kala, you don't make any sense, dude. You don't make no building what?
You should be in Nigeria, your homeland, building something.
Yeah, we was invited.
No, who the fuck are you to be telling me what? Listen, you don't make sense. First of all, let me even get to the main thing. Why are you envious? Why are you so jealous of the Lebanese people doing business and whatever they choose to go do business?
I'm just saying that
Nigerians, everybody go to places to do business. But you come out here being racist and trying, you trying to teach us Africans how to be racist. Listen, racism is not in our culture. Being nasty and being mean to people just because of the color of their skin. It's not in our culture. Okay? No, we don't have to be racist to do anything or to get anywhere. All we have to do is do policies and do business and do the right thing. If a Lebanese guy come to Africa legally, he comes to do whatever it is. And the law allows him to do whatever he does. It's none of your business.
What about all the Lebanese leaving girls pregnant in Liberia, Sierra Leone, and whatnot? That's okay with you?
Well, that's individual making bad decision. You can't tell me that black men. Listen, you can't sit around and tell me it's a Lebanese thing.
You know who the Lebanese get pregnant to in Sierra Leone? Prostitutes. All foreigners.
That's not. Well, Amara, that's not even
foreigners that get all non-Sierra Leonean or non-Africans. The ones they roll with are prostitutes.
Kala, you see the race thing? You see this whole race thing? Everybody's moving away from this whole race thing, man. Trust me.
Oh no, I don't think so.
Nothing stopping Black Americans from coming to Africa and spending.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you.
What they do to you Africans are great. You guys.
Well, what they want Black Americans are doing to us in America is worse than they want. Listen, Kala, listen to me. What Black Americans do to Nigerians in America is worse than what the Ukrainians do. What the Ukrainians? Listen, you guys are listen. Not all of you. I'm not here to stereotype and say all Black Americans are like that. The kind of discrimination I experienced from Black Americans since I've been in America is worse than the one I get from whites. So forget this race thing. Stop pointing finger at one white person.
Why you always offended?
Listen, the point I'm trying to tell you is this: human beings are human beings. You have human beings that choose to be bad, human that choose to be good. So don't come here and be trying to tell me that racism or bad behavior is something just peculiar to the white people. There are people that are bad people. For example, listen. A guy like McMissy, for example, the kind of shit that guy said to me. Like this guy, wait. This guy, I literally wait. I hate this guy more than I hate every KKK. I'm telling you. Like literally, I'd rather go chill with the KKK than chill with McMissy. So he's black. So the point I'm trying to make here is it's not about no. I don't do that race shit anymore. I don't do that shit.
If the Chinese is bringing
I don't do that race.
Let him finish. Mike, finish.
Listen, man, I don't do that race bullshit anymore. You understand? Now, I'm not saying that. Wait. I'm not saying that if a good Black American, a good Black person come up to me and say, hey, let's go do something positive in Africa, and I won't be down with that. Yeah, I will be down with it. But it's not going to be because you're Black. It's just because you want to do something good, and you have maybe passion for the continent and you want to do something. I would see more with you and do something good. But I'm not going to say, hey, just because you're Black, it doesn't matter who you are. You could be a fucking criminal or a very pathetic Black person, and just simply because you're Black, automatically, I want to unite with you. I want to work with you. No. No, I have to analyze who you are. I have to check you first. See, is this a good person? Now, if you're a white person, that's a good white man, walk up to me, say, hey, man, let's do business. I'm not going to say because you're white, I don't want to do business with you, or because you're Lebanese, I don't want to do business with you. I don't want to do that race shit. I'm not interested in that shit. Now, if you're white, so the point I'm making to you is this. I'm not against saying, hey, people that if you have love, if you're a diaspora or someone like Kala does, I think Kala loves Africa. So I just kind of have issue with which is approaching things, because he think he understands Africa, and the way he talks, he thinks Africans are just stupid. He can go there and teach them things and stuff. That's where I just disagree with you. But I'm not against the idea that you want to come there, you have passion for things being built. I'm okay with that. But my only issue is, it's not going to be just because skin is black automatically. Oh wow, yeah, we all kumbaya. No, I'm not with that shit. No,
why?
I'm not with that shit.
Mike,
yeah, I'm not gonna say because
Mike, you know why you say that?
Mike,
I'm not gonna say. Well, let me make this last point. Listen, I'm not gonna say. I'm not gonna say because.
Let finish.
I'm not Kala. Somebody worst human being I've met in my life are ADOS. I'm telling you, dude. I'm not gonna say because you're ADOS something happened. Listen, man.
Mike, I'm not an ADOS. I'm not an FBA. Don't insult me like that.
I'm not talking about you. I'm not saying you.
I don't agree with that stupid.
Mike, make your last point. Then we
listen. I'm not saying you. I made it clear. I said, listen, there's good people, there's very good black Americans, people like that. But I'm not in this idea of because something happened in history, now automatically because your skin is black, automatically I will have to do kumbaya with you, hold hands with you, I mean rocking with you, and say, come into my space in Africa, come over here and flood the place. And then when you start complaining
let's
about,
get it popping, man. Yo, let's get it.
No. I'm interested in. I'm interested in good. I'm interested in any good human being that wants to be. I'm interested in good black diaspora like Bomani, because I follow Bomani. He's a very positive guy. Obviously, he goes to Ghana, he respects the people, does business, do positive building. I'm with that. But if you're telling me some ADOS that go to Gambia over there, like this is one guy that goes over there, ripping, sleeping around, getting Gambian girls pregnant, doing sex, sleeping with taking advantage of the young African girls and doing all those stupid. There's a lot of ADOS that do worse things than the white people in Africa. I know what's going on. So don't tell me about these black. Don't tell me about this. All blacks because you're black, your ancestors, this and that automatically. I just welcome you in my village. You come in and start ripping our girls and be doing shit and tell me because you're black, you're different from white man. Because there are some good white men that come to Africa or good Lebanese men that come there, obey the law, invest, Chinese and all of that. They come in, respect the law, invest. Everybody benefit. They make their money. The African make their own money. Everybody do business and they move on with their lives. So I'm not gonna say, let's start kicking. Let's start kicking out. Let's start kicking out the Lebanese because their skin is not black and all. I'm not interested in that. I would rather have a good Lebanese man than have a useless ADOS like Nakmizi or all those bastards in Africa. Okay, so that's what I'm telling you. I'm not interested. I'm not interested in this black bullshit again. Okay, this color shit. I'm not down with it. Okay? Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. Thank you.
Hold on.
Am I coming?
Jughead, give me just a few seconds. Mike, I appreciate what you just said. I just want to make sure that. Let you know that we heard you clear. You repeat what you said once or twice. Great point. I'm not here to debate on what's right or not. I'm just here to try to educate our people. So you make valid points, just like everyone is making valid points. Next thing I want to find out, you mentioned Nakmizi twice. That's one of our brothers. I'm not here to pick his side either. He has came on and he has shared his point of view, and that's how I personally have learned. Just listen to different people's point of view, and none of us is always ever correctly or right all the time or wrong all the time or whatever. But can you make your Mike? Can you unmute yourself and make your last point about Nakmizi and the theory of what you say about him, whether you like him or not? It doesn't matter to me. But we disagree on certain things, but just emphasize on what point that he's making that you don't agree with.
No, the guy have. I'm just using him as an example of a kind of black that I would never want to associate myself with.
Okay.
You understand? So that's I'm just using an example. It's not necessarily that I'm using it.
No.
So let me learn.
What is he doing that you wouldn't associate with?
No, this guy literally is threatening my life. This guy literally just he hates Africa. He has a deep hatred for Africans. And he's an example of many black Americans that I know. They just have deep hatred for their own race and Africans in particular. So if I have to deal with human, I've dealt with people, they kind of like music character, they're trying to kill me in the past and I've been in America for over 20 years and I've dealt with so many, like I said, some of the worst human beings I've met have been Black Americans. Even worse than, I'm not saying, I'm not here to say all Black Americans.
That's a rough place.
Wait. I've met some good,
I don't have to go into details about it. I mean, I'm
landing. I've met good people.
Like a lot of bad people here in America.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is, I'm not gonna say because their skin is black, I'm gonna unite with them. I can't unite with pathetic human beings because their skin is black.
Mike, brother, you don't have to repeat that. I want to respectfully hold your point. Can you mute yourself? And then Brother Jughead wanted to make his point. Everybody just needs to make their point. None of us are gonna agree on everything. It's just what it is. We just have to just deal with that and kind of just find a common point. But Jughead, go ahead, brother.
Thank you, Bomani. I can't talk to you. You're a broadcast. I respect for your permission because you're a broadcast. Thank you.
Yes, I want to make everybody share their point because we're all family.
Yeah. As address with Brother Mike, Brother Mike, look, first time we interacted, but I welcome to the broadcast. So I agree with Brother Kala. I'll tell you why. So, Brother Mike, your comments concern me because you obviously don't love history. Because is this, so you say you don't care about color. That's the big mistake, Brother Mike, because you don't care about color, but trust me, the Europeans do, Arabs do, Chinese do.
They don't. No, they don't.
Mate, I'm talking now.
Go ahead, finish.
Thank you. See, your mindset is of deep concern to me because you're coming that individualistic nonsense, that toxic individualism. Me. I don't care about color. I. It's not about I. It's that we, not I, we. So your other groups coming in as a group. They're back to the group economics, the Chinese, Lebanese, Arabs. They don't come as individuals, they come as groups. You come as you're wiped out. That's probably, and so after what we've gone through in the Belgian Congo, with the King Leopold, Namibia, the Germans, what happened in Tanzania, the atrocities there. You see, that don't concern you. Okay.
Listen.
I've not finished yet. Let's go. Okay, let's go to current events. Right now in Libya, those Arabs are selling out people in West Africa as slaves. Right now, those Arab bastards.
No, not all of them.
Well, that's I don't care. There's some in 2022 in that continents. That doesn't concern you.
There are blacks that are killing blacks. So don't give me that. Go ahead, finish.
Well, I'll address that. We shouldn't be. That's the problem. We should not be. We should be facing the enemy.
There are whites that are killing whites.
What's your point? What does that mean?
My point is, you say other groups are united on their race. That's not true because if you look at Asia, North Korea and South Korea, they don't really trust each other. The Chinese and the Japanese, they don't trust each other. In Europe,
yeah, but the Chinese
wait. Let me land. Russia and England. Russia and they don't listen. It's all about interest. At the end of the day, listen. Mike, what you can listen. What goes on? Let me explain something. What you guys are misunderstanding. What happens is you can have governments coming together to form alliance towards certain issues, right? But you can't tell me that these NATO countries, because I've been to Europe. Trust me. If you put an Italian guy and an Englishman in the room, they don't really they don't really kumbaya like that. They don't kumbaya. Trust me. The Europeans, trust me. Go to Europe. When they speak different languages, they don't hang together, dude. They don't kumbaya like you guys are thinking white people are doing. White people don't kumbaya like that. So there's no time in human history where a race of people. Listen, there's no time in human history where a race of people came together and kumbaya. No, that's not true. The leadership, the government can come together and sign deals and come together to do something. But you telling me that every black man have to kumbaya? That's a lie. I'm not interested in that shit.
We do.
Mike didn't know the significance of the Bandung Conference of 1955. That's when the Asian,
like I said, the leadership of Southern European countries came to make deals.
It's not just the leadership. It was culture.
It's not the population. The population didn't come together to do something.
Even in movies, it was Pan-Asianism. In movies, you had Japanese actors playing Chinese characters. You had Singaporean actors playing Mandarin. You know,
that's entertainment. You look for the best. You employ white Hollywood employ black employees. So what are you talking about?
Amari Bey is actually white. He's a white guy in here. You know,
it's business.
Yeah, check this out. And also, you said that what you call Chinese and Japanese. I can't say it. They do $400 to $500 billion a year worth of business together, right? They don't have to like each other. You know,
exactly.
Hold up. Amara said that Lincoln, Liberia, Freetown, Monrovia, which was opened up a huge market and everything. is a threat to the local economy and everything. You got to call it a little threat to it instead of saying, look, if I basically have access to Liberia, I have a huge market, right? I can sell all down the coast, all the way to Ivory Coast and everything, all the way up to Dakar, Senegal, but no one in Africa thinks on that level.
Yeah.
Each country.
I didn't know no one in Africa. Wait, I didn't know no one in Africa think on that level. That's an insult. Listen, that's an insult that you always throw at Africans. You're always annoying people. When you make a stupid statement like no one in Africa think on that level, so you met everyone in Africa. You somehow think everybody in Africa is stupid. You're not that smart, Kala Genesis.
Mike, let me answer the man. Let me answer. You said, you know what is an ECOWAS agreement, free trade agreement? There's an African free trade agreement. There's a free movement in West Africa for goods.
Amari doesn't speak for all Africans. If you having conversation, if you having conversation with one African, Kala, if you having conversation with one African, you don't use that. You don't use. Listen, if you having conversation with one African, you don't use whatever. Go ahead. Anyway.
So yeah, you mentioned ECOWAS. What are ECOWAS doing about the Arab slave trade in Libya? What are ECOWAS doing about it?
What the Arab killing
the slavery in Libya? What ECOWAS doing about it?
What ECOWAS? No, ECOWAS is a regional body for West Africa. Now, that would be the African Union. Yeah, the African Union. Libya is not in West Africa.
Sorry?
Libya is not in West Africa. It's not an ECOWAS.
That's the question. That's not what I asked you. I know my geography. I know Libya. I know my geography. The Libya, the sole land where they're selling people in Africa, as I said, right now, what ECOWAS doing about it?
First of all, I'm going to tell you. Let me answer the question. Let me tell you what ECOWAS is doing about it. Now they have troops on the ground in all these routes where people travel to. There are troops on the ground stopping smugglers. Because all these people, I know somebody that personally died on those waters. That guy was a successful businessman. He went with a PR stunt. You know when you watch advertising on TV and they sell you a pitch and you think his life is going to be better. You know how much you pay the man? $10,000 for the route to go to Libya, and he died there. His family showed the receipts.
No, it does. They want to come to Africa.
You see what I'm trying to say? So these people that go through those waters got money. You see what I'm saying? So what what ECOWAS did was block these routes. You see what I'm saying? Put military on the ground, even the Europeans too, because they're the ones that are recipients of the people. They're bringing people too to look over those routes, to block the smugglers, because it's smugglers that you pay to get you to Libya to cross the waters. That fee you pay, that $10,000 that boy paid, is broken down. Everybody, a division of labor. The guy that's gonna pick you up from Libya to cross the waters, he does the Africa, the other part from the Sahara part. When they cross the desert, he hands you over to the other guy. The other guy is in Libya. You see what I'm saying? Then he hands you over and make sure you get to the boat. Then when you get to Italy or whatever country, Greece, you have another man over there that's going to take care, is responsible to talking to the farmers, make sure you have accommodation and a job. It's all on the network. So the guy paid $10,000, but he didn't make it. He died in the Mediterranean. You know, the Italian people that from the Sierra Leone embassy, they call them to identify, take pictures of these people. They're sending them all over different countries, and they send the photos to the Sierra Leone's families. And they pay for them to go identify the body. They identify the man's body. $10,000. The guy was successful. He just fell for a PR stunt, advertising that, oh, your life is going to be better over there, and if you just pay me $10,000. There are people around. They're locking people up, people like that in Sierra Leone. There was a guy that's going around.
But show me the receipts. Show me where I can find this link. Because what I've heard, ECOWAS is doing nothing. You're saying that they've done something. Okay, show me the links.
Well, the receipts you're not going to see is the European money that's being infused.
I can show you his Facebook page. I can show you
European money forming discord.
No, I don't have it right now. I'll get my cousin to pull it up. When he pulls it up, Bomani.
I want receipts. I want receipts.
No. Africa is going to stay in disarray until we recognize the fact that European money is going to keep fomenting discord. You know, and it's going to keep fomenting discord. And even in the USA, you know, Black Americans don't do nothing but what they're allowed to do. Period. They have no control over nothing.
You gotta pay these smugglers. You gotta pay these smugglers. That's how the smugglers, they make a lot of money.
But Bomani runs his own business in America. You know, I run my own business in America. What are you talking about?
Well, I'm talking about controlling. You can make it all the money you want.
Agency. I run this thing, man. I have an office.
You don't run the state. You do not run the state.
I run my business.
You know, Black people don't run their own education. They don't control their own food. They don't control their own religion. They don't control their own law. They don't control none of that.
That's that thing, you know.
If you don't understand the system of racism, white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything you think you know is only going to confuse.
If you go to the moon, white supremacy, I guess you believe, brother, that if we went to Mars, white supremacy.
I don't believe nothing.
Right?
I'm not a believer. To believe means you don't know.
White supremacy is a religion. You believe that if we all went to Mars.
I don't have a religion. Religion is something that you believe, and I'm not a believer.
That's a religion.
I'm not a believer.
You believe some supernatural force controls your
I'm not a believer.
That's a religion.
I don't believe nothing. To believe by definition means you don't know. I contend due to the preponderance of the verifiable evidence. I'm a contender.
Do you believe in Pan-Africanism?
I don't believe nothing. You can't hear, can you? I'm a contender.
So why are you in Ghana? What are you in there for, man? You don't believe in Pan-Africanism.
You don't have to be Pan-Africanism to go to Ghana.
I'm not about Pan-Africanism. I don't believe in Pan-Africanism. I know in Pan-Africanism. I contend in Pan-Africanism. But I don't believe nothing.
If you believe in Pan-Africanism,
I don't believe nothing.
Hold up. Pan-Africanism takes precedence over all these.
I contend in Pan-Africanism.
Kala, you don't have to be part of an ideology to do anything in this life. Okay?
And you don't have no government, only government in Africa that ever took in consideration the transatlantic slave trade was Liberia in its constitution.
No, and Sierra Leone too.
To some extent.
That was back then, Kala. Kala, that was back then. It's no, all that shit is no longer relevant, dude. No, listen.
How is it no longer relevant? Did you tell the Jews that?
Listen.
You gonna tell the Jews the Holocaust is never relevant?
The Jews Holocaust. No. What I'm telling you is the so-called constitution that was created in the 18 whatever in the beginning during that era. It's no longer relevant today, dude. Back then, we live in a different time, Kala Genesis.
No, we don't live in it. We live in the same
time. Listen, back then, you can show up.
The same white people control everything.
The rules have changed. It's the point I'm trying to make. Listen,
a different time period. We live in a freaking same time period. Same people kicking our ass. 500 same people kicking our ass.
Nobody's kicking my ass. They're kicking your ass. Well, no one is kicking my ass.
Mike, you are not in Africa. Bill.
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Refugee, man.
So what is your point? Wait, I'm what? I'm taking hell in what sense? I'm making money, nigga. What are you talking about, man? Which hell am I taking? I'm making money.
And send it to Africa.
No, listen. I employ white folks. I employ white boys. Listen, Kala Genesis. I'm not taking no fucking hell. I'm living my life. I'm living my life according to the rule of law wherever I go. So no one is kicking my ass, man. Stop all these. You guys need to move on from this historical bullshit, all this history shit. Time has changed, okay? We're no longer in Jim Crow, all right? So stop telling me someone is telling me to go sit over here and do this. Some white guys in my way and things like that.
White guys in Port Harcourt right now, fucking making dollars.
White guys making money. Good for him. Why am I? What's the problem?
Hold on, you should be there.
Why should I be in Port Harcourt? I'm not interested in being in Port Harcourt. What the fuck are you talking about?
You should
listen, I go where. Kala, listen. You see, I have a slave mentality, man. Kala, you know what your problem is? You have a slave mentality. You still believe somebody have to tell somebody what to do. He's only a slave that needs someone else to tell him what to do and where to be at what time. I'm not a slave. I don't need you to tell me where to be and what time and what and what. I don't need someone to tell me where to be. I go where I want to go. If I want to be in New York tomorrow, I'll get a plane ticket and go to New York. If I want to be in Port Harcourt, listen. I don't need another man to tell me when to be in Port Harcourt. If I want to be in Port Harcourt, I know when I want to be in Port Harcourt. I buy a plane ticket and go to Port Harcourt. I go where the fuck I want to go. I don't need you or another man to tell me where to be and where not to be. I'm not a slave, nigga.
Port Africa from anywhere in the world.
Can we finish?
I'm not a slave, man.
On the contrary, Kala Genesis, I am building in Sierra Leone. On the contrary, Kala Genesis, I am building in Sierra Leone. Okay? All my money is in Sierra Leone. Because we got
Sierra Leone, man.
I go back and forth 5 times a year.
What is your business, Kala, with why you live this life,
I go
man?
back and forth 5 times a year.
Amar, let me ask you a question. Why can't your land bless you with a beautiful life where you don't have to come to the West?
What do you mean?
My land?
Kala, you're not making sense, Kala. You're not making sense.
Do you know why I'm coming to the West?
Kala, listen.
No, let me finish. He asked me a question, Mike. Well, let me answer his question. Let me answer the question. Why can't my land bless me?
Yeah.
Do you know how much money I got?
Why? I don't know, Kim, but all I know is you here. Go over there.
I go back.
Why do you have to tell him where to be, Kala Genesis?
Wait a minute, Kala.
Why do you have to tell him where to go, where to be? What is that? You very disrespectful.
Kala.
You telling a grown man where to go?
Issues.
Go back to Africa. What kind of shit is that, dude?
No, Mike. Let me answer his question. I got personal issues with my family, my immediate family.
Amara, why are you explaining yourself, man? You don't need to tell me your personal business. You don't need to respond.
Okay, I don't have to bring.
You don't have to do. Don't be explaining yourself to these dumb people, man. Don't be explaining yourself to them.
I'm giving you a glimpse.
Let him finish. Mike,
I'm giving you a glimpse.
Don't explain yourself to him, Amara, man. Your life is your personal business. Don't explain yourself to him.
I'm not gonna tell him my personal business. I'm just gonna dibble and dabble so you can catch.
You don't have white people that come to Africa. Why are you over here? You don't accuse the white people in Africa that they fled Europe or America, right? So the white Americans that go to Africa.
Let me answer the question.
You tell them that they flee.
Let me answer the question. Listen.
People travel. That's what I'm trying to tell you, Kala. The world has become a global village. Everybody travel. Chinese man travel. White man travel. When African travel is when you have problems. What is your business?
The man asked me a question. Let me answer him. First of all, do you know that I'm a citizen of the United States? That allow me to travel back and forth, right? I was born in the United States. Okay. Secondly, I got a member of my family that got personal issues over here. That's why I'm here. I'm not going to elaborate any further. Okay. Thirdly, I operate back and forth 5 times a year. I'm so independent. Listen, if you want to know my what I do personally, in addition to my inheritance, you understand what I'm saying? I do a whole variety of businesses.
Let me ask you,
some of which include me being here negotiating with buyers, me being here negotiating with business partners. Listen. Okay, you got a product, you got to find demand. Some of the demand is right here in America. It keeps me coming back and forth, negotiating.
So cashew nuts?
Say what?
You're going to sell us some cashew nuts? You're here in America?
No. I'm not going to go into detail. I'm not going to go into detail. No. Just catch the hint. That my demand. Some of my clients are here.
Kala, we don't need you to tell us how to live our lives, okay?
Listen.
No, we don't need you to tell us how to live our lives, man.
Listen,
we live our life however we want to live it. We're free.
Are here.
We are free people.
Kala,
okay?
Some of my clients are here, okay? It demands me to travel, okay? Some of my biggest clients are here. Let's just put it that way. I don't need to go into detail because it's confidential. You see what I'm saying? But some of my clients are here, which demands I need to go back and forth. I moved my entire family back home. My entire family is back
there's
home.
Nothing wrong with you being in America, though. Being
No. But he wants to know.
Live your life, man.
Maybe
go where you want to go.
No. Maybe he thought I'm leeching up for some system. I'm not leeching up for no job. First of all, is going to let you go travel back and forth to Africa 5 times a year. And when I go over there, I spend 2 months at a time, 3 months, no job.
Bomani
So that means I got my own money. I'm doing my own thing. So I don't work for the man anymore. You see what I'm saying?
So,
okay.
Brother Bomani, may I come in? Brother Bomani, may I come in?
Yeah, very respect. Yeah, go ahead, Joe. Yeah. I'm the coach.
Yeah, Brother, yeah. See what it is. See, Brother Mark, I'm listening carefully. Brother Mark's saying it's me. I.
Yeah, brother, go ahead.
Thank you. He wants to live his life. What I don't understand is this is a Pan-Africanist talking point, a Pan-African sanctuary. What is he doing here? If you live your life individual, go your own way, but don't come in there. But your individualism here. This is like collective.
Well, what's your definition of Pan-Africanism, by the way?
From Garvey Carlos Cooks.
Africa for Africa.
They don't even know the definition of Pan-Africanism.
Who's they? Who's they, Mike?
Some of these people that claim Pan-African, they don't even know. They think it's all about
check us out.
Kumbaya, racism. It's about Africa. No, if you go study the history, the people that came with the term, what their ideology is different from the bullshit you guys are doing today. It wasn't about Black Kumbaya. It was simply people coming together, right? And it was just the leadership. It wasn't like all people of the same race coming together doing Kumbaya. It was leadership. They were trying to forge leadership of Black nations
and
to come, and not only Black. It wasn't about Africa anyway. It was just Black societies all over the world, right? And working on common interest. That was all it is, on common interest. It wasn't about coming together to be lovey-lovey.
What did Marcus Garvey say? They said Black race is gonna never until what? Africa is redeemed. Africa is not redeemed right now. It's being invaded by these things. And Bomani and I was talking about this
where is Africa invaded?
Hold on. Bomani and I was talking about this today, right? And we got the Afro, the tribalists like yourself and the
tribalists,
the ethno-fascists and whatnot. You talked about the Yoruba.
And what is a tribalist?
Everything like that. And so the bottom line,
have no respect for customary law, African law.
Bottom line, if it contradicts with Pan-Africanism, yeah, no, I don't.
What is a tribalist, Kala?
It doesn't contradict.
It contradicts Pan-Africanism, no, I don't.
But it don't.
Kala, what makes me a tribalist? Explain, Kala, please explain to me what makes me a tribalist.
If somebody says that if you're a Black person and whatnot, just like you return to the African continent and whatnot, and somebody says that you're more African than that person is because you were born in America, they ain't Pan-Africanism.
Yo, what?
I don't care what your government says.
Well, Mike, they got their own ideology.
Governments were created by the Europeans and the European system anyway. So the bottom line, that don't mean jack to me. I don't care about the customary laws and whatnot, you know. So white people shit.
Kala, are you advocating from afar or are you getting on ground?
Well, the bottom line is the way. Hold on, my talking point spread throughout the continent. A lot of people agree with what I say. You know it.
No, because why I say that? Why I say that? Wait a minute, let me say something. Because in my kingdom, in Sierra Leone to the big cities, I never seen any Pan-Africanists go out there. No, I don't see any Pan-Africanists going over there, passing flyers out.
No, we know that.
Passing flyers out, advocating, talking on the corner with a loud hailer.
You know why? Hold on. You know why Pan-African go there? Because you guys have your little fiefdoms and whatnot, and you want to get thinking about your thing. I see it all the time. You guys are trying to get your bag. You guys, this is what the African mind thinks. African Americans too, right? You don't know what delayed gratification means. You don't see the bigger picture, right? All you think about is trying to get your little cup of crumbs and whatnot, like Mike and whatnot. I got it.
Kala, listen, let me explain something to you, man.
Kala, your points are valid. Listen, Kala, there's nothing wrong with your points. Okay?
Kala, listen, let me tell you the mistake you're making, Kala. Kala, listen.
Nothing wrong with your points. All we're saying is, if you want that ideology to be the ideology in Africa, you understand what I'm saying? You have to get on ground, synthesize the people, advocate on the ground.
Kala, listen.
Hey, Bomani, show the picture of the community that you built.
Listen, I'm not talking
Dude,
about.
Kala, we already have communities in Africa, dude. You build a community. That's what to save Africa by building communities.
Let's put that picture back up because you want to hear.
Yeah,
that's the solution to Africa's problem, right?
Okay, let me ask this.
Kala, we have millions of communities in Africa. Kala, what are you talking about?
This is on the ground.
It's talking about the communities for diasporans. Is it limited to diaspora?
You don't need to be a Pan-African to go build a community, to go buy a land and build anything, do anything.
Africans and Africans in the diaspora. It's for black people in general.
Yeah, which is good, but it has nothing to do with.
It's a good thing. It's a great thing.
And nothing nobody can do. We don't give a damn on no customary laws or nothing. We're taking it. How about that?
Kala, listen, man. Nobody is stopping you from going to Africa to go do whatever you want to do. But you don't need to shove it down everybody's throat. There's nothing you're doing there. People are not already doing in Africa.
You haven't seen nothing yet, bro.
Listen, if you go to Nigeria, you see thousands. Listen, if you see thousands of estates built by individuals or group of people or a group of individuals. That's not a solution to Africa. That's not a solution to Africans' problem.
There's no white people allowed to live here. There's no Lebanese, Chinese.
We forget all this racism bullshit you're talking, man.
No problem.
If I build a property, if I'm into real estate in Africa and I build an estate and anything, if you can afford to come buy it, you're welcome. I don't care what your skin looks like.
No, Mike.
If you want to go rent, if you want to rent my property that I built in Nigeria, right? And you need to pay the price. I don't care what you look like.
With Europeans controlling my medicine and my food. And my religion. I got a problem with
Europeans controlling
my medicine, my food,
that's not a problem.
They got their own
exclusive community.
I don't mind if they live next door because I can ignore them. I can ignore them living next door.
Okay, that's good. You have your own exclusive community.
My medicine, my food, my religion, my law.
That's good.
Everything.
That's good.
In the USA.
Navigate.
And you want to import that culture over to Africa.
Navigate.
He have no respect for customary law. He want to import that law, that culture here.
Don't tell me you invite Europeans to your property. Don't tell me that shit.
I'd rather have a European living next door to me than have the Europeans controlling my medicine, my food, my
I'd rather have a decent, a good European person living next door to me than have a Pookie or Naknizi or Tariq Nashi living next to me.
But I prefer not to have them living next door too. I prefer having control of all of my assets. I don't need good. But if I had to choose, I choose to have them live next door.
I don't have to be racist,
my
man.
medicine, my food,
my
education, my law, my religion, my sex, or everything. Like in the USA.
Come in,
please.
Come in.
Yeah, brother. Go ahead. Our family, everyone has to speak. Also, go ahead, brother. You're clear.
Thank you, Bomani. See, I'm very concerned with Brother Mike and Brother Mara's attitude. So I noticed that when we originally, at the beginning of this broadcast, myself, Brother Kala, and yourself, we were flowing carefully, congenially, and with passion and positivity. Since Brother Amara and Mike have come on, it's degenerated into a squabble. I know, and I see what's happening now because, Brother Mike, if I was you, it's your broadcast, but people like those two, I want to let them on because this is a channel where people with like mind come on and make progress. Don't call squabbling on Discord. If you're a bit individualist, go somewhere else. Don't be like crap here, where family of grow collectively.
You're not making too much sense, man. First of all, you're trying to do kumbaya with let me ask you a question. Have you ever been to America?
No.
Have you ever lived in the United States?
No, Mike, I'm talking. That's when I finished. I'm talking.
You're trying to do kumbaya with the people you've never met. You're trying to do kumbaya with Kala Genesis and his people when you never lived around them.
I'm talking. Mike, I'm talking. Right, thank you. I was saying for the second time, your interjection. If you're a bit individualist, I'm talking not just you individually, Mike, but anyone listening to the broadcast, go somewhere else. This channel's not for you. Go with Negropean or Kuniso.
No, you go somewhere else. It's not your channel.
I'm talking.
So don't tell me to go somewhere else, man.
I'm talking. Go.
They don't talk to me. Shit.
I'm talking. Go with Kundis Owens. Herschel, dumb nigga Walker. Go with them. Larry Elder. Go with them. Jesse Lee Peterson. Go with those people. They're individualists. You belong there. You don't belong here. You don't belong here. This is what people that want Africa to go collectively. That's my point. So I don't wonder what you're doing here. You come and bring this called the squabbling to our beautiful a conversation that me and Kala had and Bomani had 2 hours ago. Now we're coming to it's a squabble. With you and Amara come here with your individual me. I'm doing okay. Okay, you're doing okay. Go somewhere else then. We're not doing okay. Africa's not doing okay. Africa's in a mess.
We got it. We got it.
Tribalism is dangerous.
We got
it. No.
It's tribalism.
You guys still haven't defined tribalism to me. I don't know what you guys are calling tribalism. You guys use all these terms, but you don't even know how to define it. You know,
Ethno-fascism. You know, that's what happens when you live in a when you're tribalist and you live in a modern world.
Explain. Give me an example of someone being tribalist.
I said
being a member of an ethnic group is a tribalism.
Hold on, I said ethno-fascist. Now, a perfect example is last week, right? I asked this question about Nigeria. I said, you got to hold the L. You immediately pivoted to your Yoruba heritage and everything. Your Yoruba.
That sounds like
you're generalizing. I made a valid point.
Navigate. You exposed yourself to being a Negropean in Ghana. So sit down. Okay.
That sounds just like you, Kala, because at the beginning of this show, you was dominating the conversation. The brother from the UK couldn't get a word in edgewise. All he got to do is say one word, and then you go off on a tangent for 15 minutes. And then he say another word, then you go off for another tangent for another 15 minutes. You can't shut your mouth and listen to nobody.
I think you don't like to count, man. I think 4 minutes is not 15 minutes. So get it right. You know what I'm saying?
Well, he should be able to get more than one word out.
Kala, what happened to your show?
It's not 15 minutes, you know?
Kala, what happened to your show?
If I speak for 2 minutes, everybody thought you spoke for an hour, Kala.
Kala, what happened to the Kala Genesis show?
What?
What happened to the Kala Genesis show?
It's not my show. It's more of a money show.
It's back? No, I'm just saying, what happened to your show?
Oh, we talking about on Blog Talk?
Your channel, Kala Genesis show. What happened to it?
I still do my radio show on Wednesday nights on
okay.
I still do the radio show. But I don't
he's used to
but what I'm saying is why I'm saying that is if you wanna, because what you so have so much to say that if you wanna like refer to this, you come over here, make some bullet points, then you go on your show and then really when you have your own space, really advocate what you had from you know what I'm saying?
Hold on, you know why I don't do the Mari? Because I know I'm a fiend for Kala Genesis. I go on Dynasty Show, everybody's there. I go Brand Show, Kala's there. And I be watching everybody's channels and whatnot. I don't say my name comes up and whatnot, but people like the likes of Mike.
Well, why would you care about what?
Kala, you see, your problem is this, man.
On the show one night, he don't think I'm listening. You don't think I'm listening? Then I call
No, but why? Don't care about what anybody says. Just focus on what you say.
Kala, you think you know more than you know. That's the problem people have with you. You think you know way more than you know. You've never lived on the continent. You think you know the continent, but you don't know. You listen. What you know is just a scratch. You don't know. You don't know enough.
Let me tell you something. Socrates always says, "Oh, Colin, you spoke Socrates." Socrates says the wisdom is knowing you don't know shit. Basically,
you make a generalizing statement about the continent, and when people make generalizing statement about Black Americans, you guys get upset.
At least I quoted Neely Fuller.
I know this is what they always do. You should have quoted Neely Fuller when I felt like quoting Socrates. I quoted Neely Fuller some other day. But
be my guest. Be my guest.
Okay, so don't try to discredit me because don't you think I know people because they're gonna say that? Kala, man, quoting Socrates, man. He should have been quoting John Henry Clark. I didn't have a quote.
I got no problem. You can quote anybody that's correct.
You know,
it's not about colorism. It's
brother Kala. Brother Kala, can I get a word in?
Yeah.
Okay. Now you're a man that speak knowledge. You read, whether it's in depth or not. You make the effort to gather information. You make the effort to engage. I'm just saying you got a bundle of energy. Don't you think?
I do.
To really make an impact. No, wait a minute.
Kala, I have a question for you.
Wait a minute. Let me go. Let me finish. Don't you think your energy is best done, like the impact of all your energy and all your knowledge is best done on the continent on a permanent basis?
Yo, bro, let me tell you something right now, right? if I have a business here and everything, I own a house here, nice house, everything like that. If I had the means, right, and Bomani knows, right, if I had the means, right, like Michael, if I had the means, right, to sell my house, sell my business and everything like that, and go to the continent with like a couple of $1 million in my pocket, right, like that, I'd be on the next plane.
You don't need a couple of millions of dollars. You don't need a couple of millions of dollars.
So why are you asking me that why should be there?
Let me tell you.
Wait. So you and I in the same shoes, right? You, me, and Amara in the same shoes. So why are you telling us that we should be there when you yourself cannot be there?
You got connections in Nigeria.
Oh, you don't have connection. Oh no. Okay, so if you had connection, no. You said if you had the millions. If you had the millions, you'll be there, right? Now we don't have the millions, but you're telling us to go there.
And there.
If I had a kingdom, a vast kingdom, like
you said I should be there building all the highways. As if I got the money to be building the highways. That's the ridiculous things you guys say. You be like, you should be in Nigeria, go over there right now, building the highways, building. Do I have the billions to be building stupid some highways?
You can learn the construction, trade, man.
Go do it. No, listen.
Kala, let me tell you something.
Kala, if all you need is connection, I can connect you. Go there. Let's see if you can start building highways.
Kala, let me tell you something. Every step, every journey starts with a single step, right? In Africa, what do we say? Small. That's right. Yeah, crack.
I know the small.
I want to build a big house. I want to build a big hotel. I want to build an education center. I want to build schools. I want to build all these things, one brick, one block at a time. Ain't that right, Bomani? Bomani, do you have billions?
That's what they were going to tell every African immigrant. Go back and start building.
Bomani doesn't have billions, but he's building. That's small. $100 at a time, $200 at a time, $1,000 at a time, $500 at a time. So what's that project? It's not stopping Bomani.
Kala, I'm going to ask you $1 million question when Amara is done. Okay. I'm going to ask you a question. One very good question.
You look at the bigger picture down the road. It's not cash money right here, right now. Matter of fact, if you really know what you're doing, you only need a fraction of the cost. You can build all that at a fraction of the cost.
Let me ask Kala one quick question.
Absolutely.
Kala, can I ask you one quick question? Kala, if I make you the president of Liberia today for 4 years, right? What would Liberia look like?
I probably need more than that. To fix that.
Okay, how long do you need? 8 years?
The way Liberia is right now, the way I would want it, you know what I'm saying? I would definitely have to stall myself as a benevolent dictator for at least like Paul Kagame. Paul Kagame on his return.
Okay, cool. Let's make you the president. For forever.
Kagame, man. I do not believe. Let me tell you something. I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna hurt somebody's feelings, right?
Well, let me ask the question, though. You didn't let me ask you the question.
This goes to both black people in America, right? I do not really think democracy and black people electing people.
Okay, fine.
Right now, as a race done right. I think you need a benevolent dictator.
Okay, let's make you the leader. Let's make you the dictator of Liberia. Okay, now if I make you the leader of Liberia today, dictator to rule forever, what will Liberia look like in 5 years or 8 years?
Okay, I'll tell you one thing. First things first, right?
What would it look like is what I'm asking. At the end of 8 years, just tell me what would it look like at the end of 8 years.
First of all, I would reenact the Mono River Union, right? That's Amar should have known about that, which Sierra Leone failed on.
Whoa!
You what?
You reenact the Mono River Union is in exact. My dad was the deputy secretary general.
Okay, you change laws. Okay.
Union.
Well, let him learn, Amara.
No, let him go ahead. So I'm a fact check. Let's go.
I would immediately put in the Lagos Plan of Action that was destroyed, right, and implement all the things of the 1979 OAU conference and whatnot. The African Development Bank was supposed to be held in Liberia. The Pan-African building right there and the Pan-African Security Force all was destroyed in 1980 coup in Liberia. Rebuild institution. Next thing I'll do, right, is each county in Liberia, I make them states, right? And so they have their own local regional government. They will have their own local government. They have their own tax base and everything. Liberia is the most progressive constitution in the country. The indigenous people are completely protected from their land being grabbed and everything. They need a federal system. Decentralize Monrovia and eventually move the capital to the interior, and build a new capital in the interior, right? And then basically build a free port, a new state-of-the-art free port city. We got plans to do that anyway, right, in Liberia. A free port and a smart city in Buchanan, right? With
smart city. Okay.
A smart city.
Go ahead, finish. Yeah.
Buchanan, and build a rail line, high-speed rail line connecting to Guinea, and right now open up the interior. In the interior,
How would you
right?
fund all this?
Hold
How would you fund it?
Hold on. In the interior, right? This is where Africa is underdeveloped. All the way from the interior, from the point of Sierra Leone, all the way down to the interior through the Gambia and Guinea-Bissau and everything, and Sierra Leone right there, and Guinea and everything like that, should be a railway and highway system that goes all the way to the middle of the Ivory Coast. The Trans-Africa highway system and railway system has been on the books for 30 years. I've been studying, right? I'll implement that. Hold on.
Do you know Liberia's budget?
Wait a minute. Hold on. Because my dad was the Secretary General of MRU. So let's go. Let me answer.
Let me finish.
Well, let him finish it. You answer him. Okay, hold on.
Let me finish, right? Then all the cities on the coast right there will have highway systems and a rail system connecting to that they would be able to drive. You'll be able to drive from Monrovia up to the interior, right? Get on the national highway, go to any part of it, and you would develop the interior of Africa. So you take the pressure off the coast, right? The coast is only in Africa probably because of the transatlantic slave trade. That will reverse the population going into the interior and building the Mali Empire and all that back up again. You know, that's what you have. As long as you have African countries that have the coastal cities as their main port of entry, Africa will never develop. I've known this for 30 years.
Okay, let me answer the question. Okay, from what I know, from what my dad told me, when my dad was there, Kado was the president of Liberia. First of all, Liberia, Sierra Leone, Ivory Coast, and Guinea formed the Mano River Union. We sell palm oil through the Liberia border with our family members in Liberia. We got family members in Ivory Coast, and we got family members in Guinea from the same tribe. We harvest the palm oil in our kingdom, and it makes it all the way to Ivory Coast. There are goods like from Ivory Coast. We got people.
Let me follow up. Let me follow up with the question I asked.
Let me break it down.
Whenever you finish, let me follow up with a question I asked.
Yeah. Ivory Coast produces lotions. Ivory Coast produces all those things. They got those local industries. They make their way all the way to Guinea and Liberia. Now Guinea produces. Okay, let me show you. Let me finish. I'm telling you, there is trade going on. There are local products. For example, Star Beer. Okay, beer in Sierra Leone.
You let Kala run away, man. Kala is gone, dude. You let Kala run away, dude. Because what I was going to ask him, listen, what I was going to ask him, the reason why I'm asking a question, I was going to follow up with. He says he's going to build smart city, build all these new ports, super ports, and all these highways and everything. But he doesn't realize that Liberian's yearly budget, he can't even, he's something so tight.
Where's the funds?
What these guys don't understand is that all these things are a picture that they want to build. They don't know that this thing costs a lot of freaking. They don't know they cost so much money. That's what everybody will say. When I become president, I'm gonna build this thing. I'm gonna build it. But they don't know that this thing costs so much money. Liberian yearly budgets. This country is so poor. It's not an industrialized country where they control markets globally where they can just
they got a smaller population,
earn so much foreign direct income and things like that, where they can easily just start using that money to build like smart cities and things. They don't understand it. Some of the Africans don't have the brain to do all these things. What they don't understand is that we haven't industrialized to the point where we're earning enough to be able to afford these things. And when they come and say the Chinese are coming to build these things, I say, why aren't the Africans building it? They don't understand that. Listen, when the government put out a bid, like maybe the government wants to build something, they need a company that has the cash to build it, where the government will pay you later, right? The Chinese, it's not like there's no African company that can build like the so-called infrastructure, whatever it is that the Chinese come to build. It's because the Chinese have the cash in hand, and then the African government don't have to pay them immediately. They agree to make their payment within amount of time, maybe 10 years or maybe 15 years and things like that. There is no individual African company that can put down $10 billion. You understand what I'm saying? It's kind of like I own a construction company. There's no way an African government wants to build a huge highway that costs $2 billion. When my company cannot put down to me $1 billion to do that kind of job. And when a company yearly budget is not that much, there's no way the government can just give me that kind of $1 billion just to build that thing right away, because they have to fund other
priorities on the
you understand?
budget.
Yeah. So these guys don't understand that. They don't understand the position African is in. So they just think Africans are dumb because they're not building some smart city.
But black Americans have 1 trillion, whatever, 1 point something trillion spending power.
Yeah, but they cannot consolidate their money to have a independent economic
maybe if you can get them to do that, they could.
They can't do it for themselves. They can't consolidate their money to have an independent economic infrastructure where they can create jobs for each other and businesses and don't have to rely so heavily on the Europeans for everything.
Yeah, corporate system. That's the problem right there. Ideas are nice. Funding. Funding is key. Then secondly, some of those projects is gonna bear fruit. Because in Africa, they got a lot what is called white elephants. Projects that will not turn a profit.
I used to think like Kala when I was 15 years old.
They didn't turn a profit.
When I become president, I'm
going
to turn Ibadan to New York City.
Yeah, you gotta make the infrastructure that makes sense. That turns a profit.
What I'm saying is this though. These things are on the books right now, on the books right now. For example, right? Nigeria has lost $400 billion off the books. I remember when Babangida was president, right? You probably don't remember him.
Here we go.
Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida.
Hold on.
I remember him.
I go way back, bro. I go way back.
Way back. I can tell you.
He's never lived in Nigeria, but he's an expert on Nigeria.
Hold on.
Mike, let him finish.
FK boy,
Mike, let him finish.
No, he's good. He's a student.
Let's finish.
Let me finish.
Yeah, let him get a point. Go ahead.
Let me say this, right? In 1990, right? Ebony magazine, right? I don't know, the paper gave Nigeria two front page articles on Nigeria, 2 articles, right? It was the whole thing was about Nigeria. They went to Nigeria and whatnot. Black America was so excited. They said oil revenue and blah blah blah. But Babangida was interviewing everything. Then they did a part 2. Everybody got on this Nigeria fever in Black America, right? Boy, were we disappointed. We found out
they didn't bring no money.
Hold on. Babangida is a crook. There was a lot of black entertainers and everything talking about going over there, and there was a lot of stuff like there was a connection between Black America and Nigeria when that. And so, bottom line is, all this tension between Black America and Nigeria was done deliberately. By Negropeans and ethno-fascists. In Nigeria.
And Europeans.
Yeah, Negropeans. Bottom line is,
and Europeans.
And Europeans. I call Negropeans first. When if somebody comes up to you, right, and they're gonna egg your throw paint on your car or whatever like that, and he says, no, somebody sent me to do it, right? Do you say,
the Europeans paid him to do it?
Go ahead and throw the paint on the car when I know you didn't mean it. Somebody's forcing you to do it. I'm not gonna whoop your ass. No, it don't work like that. The Negropeans got to be
Europeans paid him to do it.
Yeah, well, the Negropeans got to be taken out first. Anyway,
the Europeans, the Negropeans got to be taken out.
Navigate. Let me finish my point. Right, Nigeria.
It's gonna take all day.
Lost $400 billion since 1960 when they discovered oil somewhere around there.
Really?
Off the books, right? Now that's not what was paid out and looted, right? $400 billion worth of revenue was disappeared and looted in the country, right? That's money that could have developed, put the Lagos plan of action.
And where did you get that fact from?
That could have developed the whole entire West African region. Nobody should be suffering right now in West Africa for lack of infrastructure. That could have built the whole thing, but that's neither here nor there. Nigeria did a lot of good things. They helped rebuild Somalia. They had engineers that Nigeria is a fantastic country when it wants to be, and so we're not gonna sit here and knock Nigeria and whatnot. That's my ancestral land and everything like that. I'm part Nigerian, and I'm proud of it and whatnot.
How do you know that, man?
Huh?
How you know you're part Nigerian?
Black Americans are wonderful Africans when they're allowed to be. Just like Europeans allow Africans.
I don't believe that, bro. I don't believe that.
Well, Nigerian is not a superpower. Nigeria is not a superpower. Nigeria is not a super. If you can't protect what is yours, it's not yours.
I don't believe in that.
Well, I'm not a believer. You're an idealist. I'm a pragmatist. You got to be a little bit more pragmatic.
So white people manipulate things. If anything, Nigerians
they manipulate the whole world.
What are you talking about?
They manipulate the whole world.
Dude. This ain't 1930. The world's changed. You got China.
No, it hasn't. Not yet.
All these
it's
people,
changing, but it's not yet.
Now, it ain't the same thing. White people are dying, man. You know, Europeans, when I get over white people, man, stop watching that white stuff you watch on TV.
You know, stop being so idealistic and emotional and start being pragmatic and logical.
No, I'm being logical. You think
no, you're not. You're being idealistic and emotional.
So let me ask you a question. You say that, hold on. So what is...
Don't tell me what I'm saying. Just ask the damn question.
Hold on. What you're saying is this, though.
Don't put your words in my mouth. Just ask the question.
Anytime you have something going wrong in Africa, right? The president of Central African Republic, I'm sure you know about this guy. This guy spent his whole budget on a lavish car. Is that the white people's fault, or is that Negroes who don't friggin' have any sense fault?
Well, that's the white people's fault, you know, for
paying him. No, it's the Africans' fault. That's why I'm not agree with Kala on this one now.
Let me answer it. You know, because you know the Europeans got the money. They can put people in power. You know,
so in other words, basically you're saying Africans are stupid.
Let me answer the question. Good grief. There you go again, Kala. You won't let nobody say nothing. Oh. Open up your ears sometimes and shut your mouth. Fill your head with knowledge before you open your mouth. And like I was saying, you know, most of the Africans that's in leadership positions these days, they trying to protect their people. They don't want the same thing to happen to them and their people that happened to Gaddafi, you know, in Libya, because there are no superpowers in Africa. You know, so the CIA can come in. You need to read the book, you know, the Confessions of an Economic Hitman.
Yeah,
that'll tell you how things work. Bro. Well, you should know then, and then you should remember Black Wall Street too.
Let me ask you a question respectfully. How is it the CIA tried to take out Castro 27 times, and basically it could take out Africa with a bucket of chicken?
You know, how do you know that's the truth? How do you know that's the truth?
I know they tried to take out Castro. You know, so many
how you know that's not disinformation?
How did they take out Africa like a bucket of chicken?
How do you know that's not disinformation? They got the U.S. got a base Guantanamo Bay in Cuba. You know, if Cuba was so hateful to the USA, he wouldn't allow them to have no damn base in his country.
Yo, navigate, man. Hold that L, man. You hold the L, bro. You gotta hold that L, bro.
Kala, name an African leader that was directly shot by CIA agents. That was directly killed by CIA agents.
Well, I'm saying like this. I know for a fact the CIA took out President Tolbert of Liberia. That was that. Well,
wait. Who pulled the trigger?
Who pulled the trigger?
It was the soldier Samuel Doe.
Where's the African, the black man? Yeah, the African, the Liberian.
You know Samuel Doe. You know what Samuel Doe is Samuel Doe native?
So why you blaming CIA, man? Blame Samuel Doe. Kala Genesis.
CIA paid him.
The CIA gave these guys a bucket of chicken and some rice and one ass.
Samuel Doe wasn't paid by no FBI, bro.
The CIA.
No CIA, FBI, whoever.
Samuel Doe. The fact of the matter is,
well,
is the Liberian man that took out the other Liberian.
That's good. Next week, bro.
You can see him blame the white man all day. At the end of the day, it's the black man that still carry out the dirty job.
Well, some black men, they supposed to carry out that.
And that goes back to the main reason why my main argument is I'm not going to do kumbaya with somebody because his skin is black. You just said it here. Someone do kill his own black man, and you telling me I have to do kumbaya with someone like Samuel Doe because he's black. I have to accept him as we do Pan-Africanism with him. There's so many Samuel Does around here, man.
But some black leaders do need to get shot. Some black leaders do need to get shot.
Samuel Doe did it.
I don't know him, so I don't know that black leader. I don't know if I don't think Gaddafi should have been shot.
Gaddafi allowed himself. He had chemical weapons. He listened to Obama.
And Kala, by the way, there were so many. Kala, the Castro issue. You know, if he wasn't a Soviet, they were behind him. The U.S. would have taken him out. You know that, right?
But besides, Gaddafi's
I think it was all misinformation. I think it was all real African.
Kala, you agree with me, right?
Gaddafi's Arab, man. Them people don't care about it.
He who controls the printed page.
You don't care about us in Sub-Saharan Africa.
If you control the media, you can make people believe.
Those people think we're not Africans. They don't call themselves Africans. So Gaddafi's not a hero of mine.
You know, and I need black African leaders as a hero of mine.
This guy Amani Bay on the comment section, man. He's a Kala It's in Nigeria owes Kala land inheritance and monetary damages because his ancestors were forcibly taken out of.
We got to move our
Igbo village.
consciousness up to the sophistication level of
That's
racism.
Igbo village, man. We have to go to Igbo village.
Racism, white supremacy is so sophisticated that it's over most of our head.
But this white supremacists they're making, listen, they are right.
The thing is, though,
listen. If I don't like, as a black man, just like what Mike said, if I'm a black man, I'm competing for power with somebody else. You understand what I'm saying? Naturally, even if there was no white man around, we'll be killing each other. We'll be going against each other. Okay? Now a white man be like, oh, I know you don't like that other black man. I can help you take him down. But it's not a white man that created the idea in the first place. That guy hated the other guy. You understand what I'm saying? He hated him anyway. So that's what I'm trying to say. So thinking the white people are going to only come in around and see, okay, this man doesn't like this guy because he did something to him in the past. And all I'm coming to do is like, hey,
well, that's true. That's true. But they divide and conquer too. That's what I'm
saying. But what I'm saying,
Amara, you have to agree with me that that behavior of somebody betraying the individual betraying his fellow person, a fellow group person, it's not inherently a black thing. Because if you go to American prison, you will find a lot of white Americans. They were spying against their own country for the Soviet. They are charged with espionage. That's why they have the law called espionage laws. You have a lot of Cubans in Cuban prison that were spying against their own government. You have a lot of Russians in Russian prison that were spying against their own government. So this act of betrayal has nothing to do with skin color. It's just a human thing. You will find human beings that are willing to carry out the act of betrayal against their own society. Among all humans. Yeah. Among all humans. So it's not really an African thing or a black man thing. It's just a human thing.
Divide and conquer is one of the main weapons in their arsenal. Yeah. And they use it against Africans all the time for centuries. Yeah,
navigate. Because this is where Kala, after navigating Kala and Bomani, what Mike and Amara understand is this. Yes, it's true. There is this dissension amongst all of our ethnic groups. But what Mike and Amara have to realize that our continent is the prize. African people, black people especially, what they want us out of the way. Well, what Mike doesn't understand is that Africa is the prize what everyone wants. That's the problem. Africa is the prize everybody wants. Not Europe, not China, not India. Africa. That's the problem. We know that. Mike doesn't understand. That's what no, you do. You're gonna fool me. All this me.
No. I know. Everyone have interest. Africa has a lot that people want. But what I'm saying is, yes, we Africans have to be the one to obviously solve our own problems. And
you know
what I'm saying is the way you can solve it is you have to have the good people among your people.
Listen.
Let Mike finish. Go on, Mike.
Okay. You have to have good citizens among the Africans, good people come together and work together to help their continent or do whatever it is to help their society. But what I'm not going to accept is you telling me that everyone that's skin is black automatically has to be someone that you have to unite with or work with to fix the problem. No, they're human beings. We are giving so much examples of people that would kill, that would take money from, even the Europeans would kill their leaders to save their society. Human beings like that exist among all people. So what I'm coming here to say is when you guys are defining Pan-Africanism as everyone that has a black skin all have to be together. No, I'm saying no. That's the shit that Kala come here to preach all the time. Oh, we black. If your skin is black, that means, oh, yeah. And if your skin is
that'll
white,
get you in the door. That don't mean you're accepted. You know, I go by people's character.
Yeah, character and things like that is what you have to go by.
I don't want all kinds of pedophiles.
Well, I'm glad we got that straight.
Okay, let me answer what this the man just said. Okay, now before the British, the Europeans in general came to Africa, do you realize there was what is called expanding of kingdoms? The bigger tribes in Africa swallow up smaller tribes, integrate them into their own tribe, and they're extinct. Their way of life is extinct. That was what was in there prior
to the Europeans landing in Africa. Bigger tribes ran bigger kingdoms, and swore always went to war to expand their territory.
What is the point?
The point is, I'm trying to say that the point is, like when the white man came through and he set all these boundaries right there, for example, the Fulani, their power was reduced. So those people are going to collaborate with anybody that God that did something to them in the past to exact revenge. People had lands taken away from them. People had territories taken away from them. Some people were beaten, killed. People got revenge on their minds. So if somebody
why did the Europeans go all around the world, you know, and just take everybody's land and commit genocide? You know, I guess everybody, you know, around the world, you know, wanted to get revenge on somebody.
They didn't commit genocide. The only Europeans that commit. No, listen. The only ones I know of is in the Congo that committed chopping people's hands because
people need to know that too. Like when something happened in one part of Africa doesn't mean it happened everywhere.
You got to do a specific issue.
Around the world. I was talking about around the world.
Oh, okay. Around the I don't know about around the world. Okay, but
they went around the world and took everything. You know, and that don't mean everybody around the world.
But they didn't take everything, though, man. They took some
in their territory.
From an African perspective,
that's just with their nature.
Even colonialism. Even colonialism. You know, the administration, soldiers, and everything. You know how much they numbered in? They numbered in less than 10,000. You see what I'm saying? The numbers were not overwhelming.
I call it invasion. They was invaded.
No, but what I'm saying is they had agreements, treaties that they signed. That's what held people hold on to their side of the bargain. You see what I'm saying?
The Native Americans call them, you know, Fort Tongue, you know, because they made treaties with them too that they didn't.
Yeah, they made treaties with them. They backed out, broken treaties. For example, like I want to give the Sierra Leone example, but you guys, whatever. But only Freetown was a colony. The rest of the other territories, it was an agreement that was signed saying we have an agreement to trade with each other. We have an agreement to do whatever we got to do with each other. But then, like the hot tax war, when the British came over, they tried to alter the agreements and say, oh, you guys our administration is getting too big, so you guys got to pay taxes, goods, services on houses. That's where there's a walk broke out because our kings was like, hell no, we never pay taxes for our houses. How are we going to pay taxes on houses for your administration? So they went to war. You see what I'm trying to say? So
they went to war.
Every time they make an agreement, they try to alter it. Go ahead. They're trying to alter it.
Black Wall Street all over again.
Yeah, Kala, navigate. Kala, navigate. You see my brothers, and all 5 of you. This is why we need Afrikstan in Africa, because brother Amara, and Mike are very naive, because brother Navigate, you said it correct. When people they commit genocide, it's in the nature. Tasmania, Island for Black people, wiped out. Australia, the South Seas. Above
North America, the United States area, you know.
Exactly. Above I might understand about that. These people think they've changed. They haven't changed. This is why we need to come back to Africa, be me, Kala, and Navigate. Because if we don't,
change only if you allow.
Let them finish. Brother Michael and Amara, I love those guys. They're my brothers, but they're very naive. They think life has changed. You know, I'm being polite as possible. I'm not being rude. Trust me. You and Mike are very naive. Trust me, very naive.
Let me respond.
Right? You got black British.
Mike is very knowledgeable. Amara, he's cultural.
I've not finished.
And Kala is naive.
No, not Kala. No, brother Amara and Mike.
Yeah.
This is why we need Afrikstan, because
arrogant.
You say we're naive.
He's almost like a
elaborate.
He's almost British. Kala is almost British.
Elaborate, please. The guy from England, please elaborate. When you mean I'm naive? What?
Let me elaborate, please.
You think you got to import
the culture that you was taught here in the USA over to Africa, because that's the only thing that's going to work is the culture that you experience, you know, and you want to.
That's what Kala wants to
No,
do.
that's not what's going on in my
Kala
kingdom.
wants to teach us how to be.
You know, there's no redeeming value.
I don't do that in my kingdom.
The cultural law. You have no respect for cultural law. You have no respect for the culture.
Oh,
Only culture you respect is the culture that the oppressors taught you. And you're arrogant. And you're arrogant enough to, you know, to promote it. You know, you're arrogant as a UK British person.
Okay, brother, are you finished, brother? Are you finished?
I'm finished. For now.
Are we finished, sir? Have you finished?
For now.
Okay, are we finished tipping now?
For the third time, for now.
Right, okay, let me just what you said.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir.
I may be slow, but I'm quicker than most.
Let me just your point, brother, navigate. See, what you're saying is untrue. See, let me say what I said. See, I've looked at Africa's problems since I've been born. I'm 55 years old, okay? I've seen the problems in Africa. People like Brother Mike and Amara, well, whatever. Their trouble, their individuals, their mindset, their myopia is a problem in West Africa. They see things on a local level, a holistic level. See, what you said before was correct. Genocide that the Europeans have committed the last 500 years is that comes to Africa. Africa's up in business. Let's say, Mark says they'll see color. What our people do. See, because he's colorblind, thinks that other people think the same way. They don't. He may be colorblind, but Europeans not. He may be colorblind.
What's it tried? What's it tried?
I'm not finished.
Navigator, you colorblind.
I'm not finished. I'm having problems. It's problem. You call me arrogant. It's not arrogance. I'm a Garvey and cooks and Garvey. That's what I'm color conscious.
Why are you following Marcus Garvey? Marcus Garvey is no longer here.
Mark isn't. So really, Garveyism in Africa. If we don't have Garvey in Africa, we're done.
No. We don't have.
Okay. Let me answer. You said we're naive. Okay, we said we're naive. Okay.
Yes.
Now let me tell you something. When we talk from the perspective of how we was raised, we were raised in a tribal background and in our home and custom and traditions that goes way back century. That's how we were raised.
Yeah, but you haven't made any progress.
You see what I'm saying? Now, when you come to, let me tell you something. Let me finish. Let me tell you something. And when we came to America, that's when I was exposed to racism.
No progress there.
I didn't feel no racism in Sierra Leone. When I came to America, that's when I had an encounter with racism. Okay? Now, if the white people that go to Africa are cherry-picked. For example, the Peace Corps, they make sure they train the people to leave a good impression. So they go to Africa, they leave a good impression. The business people go over there, they leave a good impression. There are any part of the white establishment. Wait a minute. Let me finish. They train these people to leave a good impression. They train them. They train for that. They say when you go to Africa, don't leave a bad impression. They train you. Only the people that excel at giving a good impression of them are the only ones that make it to Africa. So in Africa, we're in a bubble. We're in a bubble. Wait a minute. We're in a bubble. Now, when you come to America, that's when I seen the other side of the white man. It's when I came to America. I had to have first-hand experience with a white man, the racist white man. Because the white man that goes to Africa, they cherry pick him. And make sure the best white man that could give a good impression are the ones that make it to Africa. When I came to America, that's when I really had an encounter with the real picture hit me in the face. You see what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say. So we live in a bubble. The people, because of information, the only reason we all can talk anyway is because of YouTube. It's a technological advancement. But when you take this out of the equation, you take your YouTube, social media out of the equation.
What you're saying is your experience is what determines how you feel. Your own personal experience. So,
I came
and that's what Kala needs to understand. Kala, you can't just go to African and just force every African to stop being racist towards white.
They're not been here. They haven't been here.
It's not going to work, man.
They haven't seen it in the face.
They hear about
And
it.
I don't see how being racist and being bigots is the solution to any problem. They don't have to become racist to solve their problems.
Mike, it's not about being racist, man. It's all about
Exactly.
self-awareness, having a global self-awareness. Because the whole thing is this: somebody said, you said earlier, you said you made a point about Italian guy and English guy. They don't have nothing in common. But let you walk into the room where not that Italian guy and the English guy become brothers against you because whiteness.
Exactly.
You guys don't seem to understand that.
But if you live in a society where those people are, we don't live in a society in Africa where the predominant race is white, where everything is controlled by white. We don't leave. We don't see it on a daily basis.
Well, Kala, I also give you a different scenario, right?
Check this out, Mark. Can we admit this? I was watching a program the other day, right, and it broke my heart, right, where you got countries in Southeast Asia. They were talking about the World Africa Charity, and I'm saying this is humiliating. All these countries basically got these money and stuff like they're going to pledge for Africa and whatnot. And I'm saying to myself, why do these countries who don't have any natural resources and whatever like that, why are they on the thing talking about this? In other words, basically, Africa's future is being decided in the capitals of Asia, Europe.
It's not being decided.
Not necessarily, Kala.
No, sir. No, sir. Because I got people in government, and I'll tell you that.
Let me say this. Ghana is going to the IMF for the 18th time. Ghana and none of these countries can sustain. So every country in Africa relies on foreign aid to close the gap.
That's not true.
Yeah. Okay. Let's talk about foreign aid. Let me talk about foreign aid. Do you know what all these charities and all these people that raise money for Africa? You know what it ends up in? Do you know where the money ends up?
Now it
ends up in the personal pockets of politicians.
That's true. That's how they get paid.
That's how they get paid. So if I know you giving me money, I give you an impression.
It's the African politicians that rely on the hate, not the African people. It's the politicians that rely on the hate.
Yeah, they tell you how poor I am. Man. Give me the money. I put it in my pocket.
Yeah,
I don't rely on no fucking foreign hate.
On the bus for money.
An average African does business, make his own money. He goes to farm, grow his food, and sell it. So an average African don't rely on no Europeans.
The African politicians paints the picture that his country is so bad that he needs money so bad, and when the money comes in, he puts it in pocket.
They use the money to buy luxury private jets and all that shit from the Europeans.
Well, he knows that the mafia makes everybody an offer that they can't refuse. You either take the money or you take a bullet in your head.
African politician, I know African politician personally that took money from these people.
That's the way it works.
Yeah, that ain't way. That's stupid.
That's the way it works.
I know African politicians personally, Kala, that took money from these people, end up in his personal pocket. He gets.
Kala, see what's going on in Africa is corruption.
Listen.
It's not conquest. It's corruption.
The universities have a project. They write on a piece of paper, project pitch. You make it real rosy. So you pitch it to these people. These people say, "Oh, you poor, you this, that." Like, okay, come with the money. When the money comes in, there's no audits.
But Kala thinks that Africans are so backwards and behind and dumb that they couldn't do nothing proper, on their own anyway.
What I'm saying is the politicians are using the Europeans to fill up their own pockets. They're using the Europeans to fill up their own pockets. The politicians. That's why they're doing it.
Filling up their own pockets and using them to control Africa.
And navigate, man.
But they don't control the country. That politician is not going to be there forever. They're just going there 5 years.
Don't have the resources because they take it. If you can't protect what is yours, it's not yours.
No. The Europeans they buy the resources. Yeah, they may not buy for the good price.
They buy for a minuscule price.
Exactly.
Well, whatever it is, it's up to us to make a good deal.
They take cocoa to Europe,
but as long as they're paying for it, they're not taking
people like Ghana for a higher price.
If you're paying for something, you're not taking it. You're paying for it.
No, if you're paying for it, you're not taking it. But if you're not paying what it's worth, you're extorting the people.
Well, if you're not paying what it's worth, well, we can understand that. It's on the seller to make it's on the seller to make the deal. So if the seller is making a bad deal, well, we can say that, but you can't accuse the buyer
that's right. The
of
seller's
taking
making
it.
a bad deal, but
You know,
the seller
if
has
they're
no
paying,
choice. The seller has no choice.
Well, they do. They do.
control the market. So
They do. They have a choice.
If they don't sell it to the seller at what he wants, he determine the price. You know,
Yeah.
then if you
There's no added value.
they will close off the market like they did in
Thank
Zimbabwe.
you. They closed the
like they
market.
did
I
in
agree with
South
him.
Africa.
I agree with
There
him.
will be no market for your goods.
The buyers control the market, the price.
That's right.
The buyers are Europeans. They control the price. If you say I want processed stuff, no, they say no. We process it. Give me the raw material.
Yeah.
You give me the raw material. That's the deal I got for you. So if
So
you
in
want,
essential, what's going on is business, and the Europeans are doing better business, basically. So
no, I mean, no. What the thing is, if Africa wants added value on their products, the Europeans are not going to accept it because that takes away processing, like food processing. It takes food processing jobs away from Europeans. You see what I'm saying? So they want the raw materials over there so they could process it and sell it.
Too.
You see what I'm trying to say? But this what the problem is. The African got a choice to either sell it to the guy and get a little bit of foreign exchange you need. You understand? Or you close. You say I'm not selling at all. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, brother.
Or the Black Americans come over to Africa and help build the infrastructure so we can trade.
But you still need a market.
With infrastructure, they come in to build that. That's the thing.
The European is not going to open its market to you. It's not going to open its market to you.
We spend billions a year on chocolate. We got a market right here in the U.S. You got these African brothers in the Nation of Islam that in Ghana who processing their own chocolate will look like Hershey bars. So, but they don't get no respect. They're doing it on a small scale government.
Hey, Kala. Do you know the agreements with the African Union and the United States?
No damn agreements and customers.
Yeah, but how are you going to get it? How are you going to load a boat? How you going to load a boat and it's going to show up on New Orleans?
Got no respect
and they don't let you get in. Yeah, how do you know? But how they going to let you get in?
No, I don't.
Say I load a boat of finished goods. It comes to New Orleans.
And Afro.
And then the American government says you can't load it up.
Brother Bomani, come in. Brother Bomani.
Go ahead, boss.
Yeah. Thank you. Brother Kala, some of you 200%. The problem is, Brother Kala, in Africa is the cowardice. You see, Brother Kala? See, all these people all here from Brother Mara and Mark are excuses. Brother Kala, let me give you some examples of real leadership. I remember Mohammed Mossadegh of Iran. He got the power in 1951. He said to the British, this is all about the Iranian people, get out. When Gaddafi came to power in 1969, with King Idris, in 1969, he said to the American.
By the way, Iran just cut off the Straits of Hormuz a couple hours ago.
Come on your side. I'm on your side, Kala.
Get out.
See?
Jughead. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just want to put that out there. Iran just cut off the Straits of Hormuz and whatnot just a few hours ago.
There you go. So what problem is, Kala, is not lack of a bias, it's cowardice of African leaders. They've got no backbone, no vision. African leaders are a bunch of gutless.
Not necessarily.
That's not true. That's not true.
They don't want to take no responsibility.
Hey, that's not true. African leaders do not have weapons of mass destruction. They don't have the power.
Brother from the UK. Brother from the UK.
Navigate. Let me just adjust that. Kala, watch this. Watch impossible. Kala, watch this. Watch you navigate this place. Navigate. When Ben Bella fought the Algerians and the French citizen, who's more powerful, the French or Algerians? Ben Bella kicked their ass.
The French and Algerians, most of the Algerians are Arabs. And the Arabs, they already made a deal. They have plenty of money and they have weapons.
I'm talking. No excuses.
Let Jughead finish, please. Got Jughead.
Yeah, Jughead, when you're done, I'm responding.
When little Viet Cong fought France for 20 years, little Vietnam, 2 decades fought the French, kicked them out. Little Viet fought the Americans for 10 years. I don't hate excuses. When little Afghanistan fought the former USSR for 10 years, Afghanistan. I tell you, because Africa can't do the same. I don't hear your excuses.
Okay. Well, let me respond, please.
But they're now occupying Africa.
Please. Boss man. The boss man from England. England, do you know what is purchasing power parity? Purchasing power parity. You know what's the medium income of people in England, America, and all these places? They got $54,000. You know Africans live on $1 a day? The purchasing power, where the market is, those people
we're here in the West, though. That's what we're trying to say.
That's what I'm trying to say. So they dictate. How much is the purchasing power of the average African? What is the purchasing power parity?
But the Jughead wants to kill. Jughead want to kill millions of Africans. You know, just to prove a damn point.
They don't have enough purchasing power. That's why Kala say. That's why Kala say African Americans got $1 trillion purchasing power. That's purchasing power right there. You see what I'm saying?
Well, you could sell to us, man.
What are they going to purchase from you?
But you don't have a country. You have to listen to the white government. It's the white government that do the agreements. It's not a black government. There's not a black government that does the agreement. It's the white government. United States government is a...
You can market your products.
Man, come on, man. If the United States government do not agree, we're not getting it to you.
He doesn't even know. The United States government got a goal. You know what goal is? African Growth and Opportunities Act. If Africans like this, you can get into U.S. market duty free.
Listen, boss.
But
you finished products. There are lobbyists in America that are gonna block any movement
it's a law
of you getting something here, bro.
Vietnam was the reason why Africans, countries, got their independence.
Because Africans are lazy.
There you go.
Vietnam is the reason why the Europeans left Africa. Because the Vietnamese had no choice but to defend their land from invaders. And the Europeans saw that. So they said the Africans can do the same damn thing. So let's get out of here. Let's just control the economics.
Well, the bottom line is
Europeans they didn't really invade us like that.
Kala, he just proved my point. That just proved my point inadvertently. You see what it is?
I didn't prove your point.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Yes,
you don't want to call Africans cowards. They're not cowards.
Yes,
they didn't have to. They don't.
Yes, we are.
The Vietnamese had to fight back because they was getting bombed from 30,000 feet every damn day. Africans, ain't dying like that. You know how many Vietnamese died during the Vietnam
war like that.
War? Africans, I don't want to see Africans die like that.
But
you got.
And the Europeans don't want to die either. That's why they got the hell out of here.
Yeah, bro. I know the fact that you wouldn't be free is going to take bloodshed. Some people are going to die.
Thank you. Thank you, Kala. You're correct.
Rather live like a coward, man.
And some people would have died too if the Europeans had stayed here. With the so-called colonization, it would have been.
You guys are playing Monday morning quarterback. Monday morning quarterback.
You guys want to sit under
Monday morning quarterback. You talking from afar. Get on the ground. Get on the ground.
Amara, you play rope-a-dope.
You play Monday morning quarterback. Get on the ground. I got on the ground. I'm getting on the ground
right now. That
I got stuff on the ground, bro.
They have freedom.
I got the whole kingdom on the ground.
In the
USA. This is the best battle I've been on a long time.
You're rope taking the beating. You're rope-a-dope. The boat rope taking the beating.
You play Monday morning quarterback. Monday morning quarterback. You told me what I'm playing. I tell you what you playing. Monday morning quarterback. Monday morning quarterback. That's what you're playing.
And Black Americans, they're not cowards, and Black Americans not stupid either. Black Americans not taking up arms, going against white folks. And white folks control everything. In the USA, everything.
Oh, so they're Thanos. So they're Thanos. Are they Thanos? Navigate. Are they Thanos?
In the UK too.
Hey, talk is cheap, bro. Action speaks louder than words. Talk is cheap. Action speaks louder than words. Get on the ground, man.
But get on the ground. There's more freedom. There's more freedom on the ground in Africa. There's more freedom here than it is on the ground in the UK or in the USA. That's why I came here for more freedom.
Yeah, you go on the ground. Hey, man. Hey, navigator, man. Hey, I got all the respect for you, man. Because you know something? You got on the ground. You talking for me from the ground. You handling your business on the ground.
I got a half acre of land. I got four times as much land as I had in the USA.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about.
I had a house in the USA. You know, I would just paid for. I paid 20 years mortgage to pay for that sucker, and paid my property taxes every year. But here in Ghana, I'm building a bigger one. It's gonna be brand new, and I ain't gonna have to pay all the property taxes.
There you go.
And ain't nobody gonna push me off my land according
That's
to
what
customary
I'm
law.
talking about.
Preach now.
That's what I'm talking about. Get on the ground.
Amen. Hallelujah.
Get on the ground. It's better
Get
here.
on the ground, man.
You know, I'm off the grid. I'm off the grid right now. I got my own borehole. I'm off the grid for water. I'm off the grid for power.
What do you do about your sewage? What do you do about your sewage?
And I'm gonna be off the grid for food too, because I'm gonna grow my own food. Because you can grow anything here in Ghana.
Hey, Kala, you know what they do for sewage?
I'm not gonna be going to Walmart eating that crap. You know that they got there.
Hey, they got pumping trucks that pump sewage and sell it to the farms.
And if the trucks don't show up, they're gonna be fighting over food.
Your farm gets fecal matter into your farm, your crops, but no.
It's manure. They call it manure. It's manure.
I use
human waste.
Manure, man.
Human waste.
I use compost.
Animal waste all come together make rich manure. It's rich manure, bro.
It's a natural fertilizer.
It's organic fertilizer. Organic fertilizer, bro.
Yo, hey, let me say something, bro. Let me say something, right? You never eat where you shit, and you never shit where you eat, right? And most importantly, once you never.
Well, all life is symbiotic. All life is symbiotic.
That's the thing
that's an ignorant thing to say.
Hey, Kala Genesis. Kala Genesis.
Where you eat, Amara.
All life is symbiotic.
Hey,
right now here in Ghana, we got people building biodigesters. And that's gonna be human fecal matter that's gonna produce methane that they're gonna use for gas to cook their food. You know, even human fecal matter has a purpose.
The food they got at Walmart, processed food, is no good. Organic, my friend. Go
they don't know what they put in it. I'm not gonna have Europeans controlling my food, controlling my medicine, controlling everything, my law, controlling sex, controlling my women, controlling the education my children get, controlling my religion. They control everything in the USA.
There you go.
Black people only thing black people got in the USA is what they're allowed to have.
Yeah, exactly.
And they're not allowed to have an independent economic infrastructure. They're not allowed to have
need a nation for that, man. You territory.
No, bro.
They're gonna not allow that.
What about Jews? What about Jews? Jews are a minority in America, but they control what?
Well,
the bank. Yeah, there we go. They're a minority.
First of all, Jews make their money on other races of people. They don't make money on them. Jews never buy from each other. They sell to everybody else.
Jewish in New York. Minority
everywhere in the USA.
Yeah. No, but New York is their main base. And they got all the banks. You see what I'm saying? Because you know what they do?
They practice group economics.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go. Amara, you prove my point. But Amara, the Jews act code of conduct. They're not individualists. That's my point, brother Amara. They're not individualists. Yes, that's my point, brother.
But we continue. You see, what you don't understand is
navigate. That's my point. You prove my point again, my brother. They practice a code of conduct, group, collective, not individualists. That's me.
Hey, my brother from the UK, you're making valid points, but let me help you out. Purchasing power parity is what is going to free us up. Our African people got to make enough money, got to have enough spending power. When you got the market, we got the population, and we have the market, you just produce and sell locally. You see what I'm saying? Yes. For example, palm oil. Huh?
Yes, no, that's what I'm saying. Step by step.
But step by step, you build ways.
Europeans have been suppressing.
You know what Africa lacks? You know what Africa lacks? Big time developers, big time corporations, locally owned by Black or Africans. We need
Black Americans in the USA.
We need 100,000 Dangotes. We need 100,000 Dangotes. 100,000 Dangotes. To create a corporate Africa.
Black America is spent right back to the Europeans. They get it all.
We need a corporate Africa. Corporate Africa. That's what we're lacking. When we have anybody, you get a business enterprise, you have between 500 or 2,000 people. Those are the people we're looking for across the board, and they got chain franchises. You understand what I'm saying? Chains. Africa-based.
The Jamaicans are coming to America, open up these nice restaurants, jam rock.
Yeah, no, but it's mom and pop. It's mom and pop.
No.
One location. One location. Those dudes rule one location. One location. One location.
It's not
No.
Jamaicans are making the money here, you know.
No, bro.
But Black
They're
Americans
not
are so
spreading
proud
it
of
like
how much the spending power they have.
how many
You know, they so
Jamaicans
proud of how much
restaurants
money they can
are as big
spend
as
in New York.
McDonald's.
But they spend it all right back to the Europeans. They don't spend it properly.
Okay, where do they source their food? Okay, Africans,
Hey, Kala, I got a question, man. Kala,
Bomani right here is Jamaican, man. What are you talking about?
Kala, when are you going to follow Dennis to Nigeria, man?
Yeah,
I mean, you talk so much about
the-
Nigeria. You don't even,
Why would I
Jamaica is a
Nigeria,
small
man?
country, and
Huh?
what you use is
Why don't you go to
economics.
these?
Jamaica is an island.
Huh?
What's in Nigeria?
Corporate
that I need to see so
economics.
bad?
I mean, at least visit for once. I mean, since you know so much,
Nah.
I mean,
That's gonna be like on my bucket list, way down the list, man. You
I
know?
think you should visit Nigeria, man. Like,
The reality of it is,
Carl, let me answer that. Mike,
regardless of spending power, is we have cooperative economics. It's enough of us to put $1 together.
And we got Susus now forming in Black America. There's Black
Right
going
on.
on over here.
Okay,
I
that's
was
what it is.
$10 million
Okay, let me ask a simple question. You talking about Osusus? How many roommates do African Americans or African whoever have? You can't even deal with your roommate.
Man,
Y'all how many leases? Y'all can go through at least with your
Divide
roommate
and
to
conquer.
share the bills so
Divide and
everybody
conquer.
can have extra cash. How you gonna get some
The
money
Mexicans
when you
do
paying
it.
all the
The
bills by
Chinese
yourself?
do it. Everybody do it but us.
Mexicans do it.
Kala,
Mexicans, there are 15 of them in a house.
Ain't got nothing to do with buying power.
Kala,
15 Mexicans in a house. They
Mexicans are third world.
contribute together.
called
They save a
group
lot of
Yeah,
money.
economics.
those are third world people, man. We don't do that shit here.
Yeah, group economics.
Well, we are no world people because the third world people they already took over. Right
Nah, I
now,
don't know
Black
what you're talking
Americans
about.
are
Not where I live
third
at.
world. They're third class citizens in the country that they slaved and died for.
Where I live at, man.
It's
It
more
ain't like that.
it's more Hispanics in the USA than it is Black
Well,
Americans.
the bottom line, you come
And they
to
coming
Virginia,
in
they ain't running
by the
shit here.
thousands
Black
every
America-
day in the southern border.
It's Black America running the shit in Virginia. Yeah,
They've
I'm saying right
taken
now.
the legacy that our forefathers
No,
slaved
that's what
and
you
died
see.
for.
You know
They've
what I'm saying?
taken
I
it.
don't know where you come. Where'd you come from in America?
And the
Navigate.
Europeans is giving it to
Hold
them.
on. Navigate.
And the
Where'd
Black
you come from?
Americans, you know, the ones that don't know no better is cheering them on.
Navigate is African Americans. And where do you come from in America?
What difference does that have to
It
do with
does
anything?
make a difference.
Well,
I
we
know
all
some
got
of
to
you Negroes
share
from
where we
areas
come
that's
from.
really-
It's a point
Okay,
of
well,
contact.
I came from several places. I was born in Florida.
Oh,
I was
man,
raised
that
until
tells
I
you a
was
lot.
16
Florida.
years old in Chicago.
Florida.
And then I went
Black
back
people
to
doing
Florida
real bad
where I
down there.
finished high school. And
Yo,
then I
wouldn't-
spent
wouldn't
another 20
recommend
years in
Florida my worst
Nebraska.
enemy, man.
What?
You're like Mike living in Houston, man. God, you guys come from depressed places.
how do you know where I live, dude? I'm
live in
all over,
Houston.
dude.
Florida is not a
That's
depressed
not even where I
place.
live most of my time, you know. I don't know where
Florida is shit. For
Florida
black
is no
people down
different from any other place in the
there. No,
USA.
yes, it is. Black people
For
down
Black
there.
Americans.
Kala,
This is third
Maryland is
world
one of the
shit.
poorest.
Chicago is worse.
This is the world. No,
You live in
worse.
Maryland,
I got
right?
out of Chicago because it's too dangerous in the hood.
Bomani, I was listening to this documentary on Palm Beach, Florida. They say it's like a third world country and shit.
It's
man.
safe
No
here in
job,
Ghana.
nothing.
It's safe in Ghana. It's dangerous in Chicago, in New York.
I don't want to live in Chicago.
I don't either.
Kala, where do you live, man? Maryland, right?
I live in Virginia, man. Beautiful
Virginia.
city.
Man, those are whole.
Huge.
Hey,
black population.
Kala, you live in the
People got
DMV.
money.
I used to live up there. Where in
What?
Virginia? Where in Virginia?
I live in Chesapeake, Virginia Beach area.
Oh, Chesapeake. Oh, that's where the
It's still the United States of
Chesapeake.
Bottom line is,
still the USA.
Now I'm trying to duplicate.
See, I lived in the
I'm trying to
DMV
build
area.
something in Africa and whatnot, you know. And I'm not.
Now you gonna build, boy. You don't need millions of dollars to build, bro.
I live in
one step
Ghana,
at a
West
time.
Africa.
We're doing it.
I live in Ghana, West
people.
Africa. I live
I'm
on the
behind
motherland.
people. I get behind people who are building, like Bomani.
No.
I'm building. I
Even
got
the
a
guy,
half acre of land.
even Bomani do it one brick at a time, right? Bomani one block at a time,
I'm
right?
with him. Yo, do you understand that I'm with Bomani?
Kala, but you do more talking than Bomani, though, man. Bomani actually do. Bomani do more building. Bomani do more building than talking. Well, Kala, you do more talking.
Bomani's project is about 1 hour from me. It's in the Winterby. It's close to the Winterby area. I know where he's building at.
Culture critic.
I already know where he's building at.
Enthusiast and teacher. You know?
Absolutely.
I know how to get there.
People that's doing
We have
the work,
too many
you
people
know?
talking
That's
at
what
one
I
time.
Kala, you telling us how we can build Nigeria. When I'm trying to invite you to Nigeria, you wouldn't even come with diners. At least visit Nigeria before you.
He's not gonna leave the plantation. He's gonna stay right there in Virginia. He's not leaving the plantation. If he had $500,000 in his pocket,
at least pay a visit to Nigeria, and then
I'm not leaving the plantation. But the two people that should be in Nigeria and Sierra Leone right now on the panel and whatnot. They get to stay.
Making money, sending it back to
But we're not
Nigeria.
here talking about building.
How about you go to Nigeria and make money?
Hey, Mike. My parents are from Nigeria. I'm taking Canada next year. I'll buy a house in separate. I'm taking Canada next year. Okay?
You sound like you haven't been to Nigeria in about 50 years.
Oh no, I've been there 5 times.
Yeah, take Kala with you because he needs to come.
Take Kala with you. Take Kala with you.
Bring Kala.
Kala is scared of Nigeria.
I ain't scared of Nigeria. So what the hell's there?
I think Kala, did you see that video? You see that video Danny's posted, right? The Shango video, right? Maybe that's what's
some
scary.
White people there. The ocean festival, the ocean thing. I seen all those white people there when they're doing their thing.
White people is everywhere, just like black people is everywhere.
Why do you have problem with white people so much?
You guys are going to Africa swirling, talking about white people everywhere and whatnot. I can't get down with that.
They are.
But no, white people are not in my way.
But what does that bother you? Are they in your way, Kala? Like when you go over there with him,
they're not in my way. I'm just saying they're not in my way.
Black people is everywhere.
You guys love white people, man.
No, white people. They're not in my way.
They're not controlling because there's less white people.
They don't control nothing in Sierra Leone.
You can put 10,000 black people together in Ghana and nobody act crazy and act stupid.
Kala, you hate white people so much that you love Virginia, right? Well, you love Virginia. You don't see white people in Virginia, right?
Why is that? It's racist as hell. Chesapeake.
It's safe here.
Racist as hell.
Here in Ghana.
It's racist as hell. Chesapeake. That's why I asked where you were in Virginia.
I don't know what you're talking about. What are you talking about? We got black people in the city council. We got black.
Yeah, but that place racist, bro.
They bought and paid.
But that place racist, bro. Let's be real.
I got 5 black millionaires in my
name. I know they're millionaires over there, but the place is racist.
You know what I'm saying? They spend their money on the plantation like they supposed to.
I got a business.
They're not putting that money together, creating an independent economic business.
Kala, that place is racist.
You guys
is racist.
That place is racist.
Because you guys want to date their daughters and whatnot. I ain't trying
to. Who dated their daughter? I never dated a white woman in my life. I never dated a white woman in my life, bro. Never. The only woman that I ever dated was African American and I married a Sierra Leone woman.
The black
okay, you want to know me personally? I never dated a white woman. Nobody else but African American women and West African women. Those are the only ones I ever dated in my life.
I got a question of it.
Come on.
Well, most black men, if they go around the world, they date any woman that they love women.
No, I don't. You talking about me? I never dated a white woman. Never dated no other person. No other person but African Americans and West African women. Those are the only ones I have ever dated.
Well, I've been halfway around the world, and I know black men. Black men all over the world. And black men, African black men like women. Period.
Yeah,
unless they gay.
He's talking like he's talking to me. So you want to know my personal history? I told you that.
Your personal history is irrelevant.
No. My dating. I'm telling you what my dating.
You don't need to know that.
No, but he asked. He said I'm dating. He made an accusation. He made an accusation that I like.
But the question is, Kala.
I know Mike does.
Kala, I got a question for you. So if you meet a sexy ass white girl and she wants to get down, so you're gonna say no?
Oh yeah, man, get the fuck out. I'd be like, get the fuck out.
No, he gonna go hang out with his buddy. He gonna go hang out with his buddy.
I won't say no.
No, I got it.
Kala, you know what? I've met a lot of dudes like you, man.
Yeah, me too. They like hanging out with their buddy.
The bottom line, I got no interest in fucking.
So why don't you have interest? I got a question. Why don't you have interest in a sexy ass, beautiful woman because her skin is white?
But a model or whatnot.
There's no pleasure. So you don't get no pleasure from sex with a beautiful white girl? I mean, what is it?
No.
There's no pleasure. There's no pleasure in it.
You know what I'll do? I'll give him your number, Mike. I say, yo, look, I know this dude that'll suck you down like a biscuit, man.
So if you're horny, and you get this one sexy ass,
nah.
Why? Why? That's my question.
Because the bottom line.
I'm in Ghana. There's no white girls around here.
Let me give you another example, Mike.
If you don't like black people, don't come to Africa.
Check this out.
No, Kala, give me the why. Give me the logical.
Hold on, let me ask you this. Do you know that every last single movie where there's an interracial scene, particularly a white guy?
That's a movie, man. It's no reality. It's a movie.
Like the movie Monster Ball. Never seen that. Halle Berry and Billy Bob Thornton. I want. Kevin Costner.
He's programmed. He's programmed. His mind is completely programmed by Hollywood.
The bottom line, I don't watch
media.
none of this stuff when every movie showing black and white people.
So what other reason can you give other than you being just a bigot? You sound like a very bigot. You just hate white people.
No, I'm not saying. I don't know where it's come from.
So is he on? Why do you? So you hate every white person? Is that what it is? Even the good one.
I don't want to sleep with him.
Well, this world is not going to get out the mess it is in without the help of white people. White people are going to have to help us get out of this mess. The good one. The good one.
There ain't no such
Kala is full of shit. I know Kala never turned down sex, man. You're a liar.
He's idealist. He's not pragmatic.
Whatever.
Anybody can be ideal. Idealist. He believes stuff. He don't know.
The Negro.
They only say just to promote that bullshit white hatred. That's all. But when you leave Kala alone with a sexy ass white chick, he's gonna smash. I know that one for sure.
He gonna smash it. He might not keep it, but he gonna smash it.
Anytime an interracial scene comes in a movie, I walk right the fuck out. That Hawthorne shit with
damn, your hatred is deep, man.
Pickett Smith and that white guy and whatnot. I was watching a TV show and she kissed the white guy. That was it. Canceled.
Well, but it's all irrelevant. It's all irrelevant.
No, but you see, Kala, we know what you're gonna need to find. Like when you go to like these websites or apps, they profile you. You profile the people that think alike like you, and then y'all form a community. You see what I'm saying? That way you don't deal with us.
That's right, because in Ghana there's beautiful black women all over the place, and it's amazing.
All black,
So Jughead, you got to bring Kala to Ghana, or you should take a trip with Bomani.
I'm already going to Bomani to Liberia next year and whatnot, and I'm gonna probably.
I just seen a video with Bomani and them in the castle dungeons.
Okay.
Yeah, well,
Bomani. Bomani is one of them brothers.
I'll be over in Africa.
And handle their business.
Good. I hope I get to meet you. Come to my place because I'm here.
Man, you sound like a Negro peon.
Oh, man, come on, man.
You sound like a Negro peon, man. I can't fuck with Negro peon.
Well, you sound like a Negro peon to me too. You sound like a Negro peon to me.
You
to me, you sound like a Negro peon because you're a believer. That's what Negro peons do. They believe. I don't believe nothing.
Sound like you're discriminating blacks.
I contend due to the preponderance of the verifiable evidence. That's who I am. I'm a social scientist and a cultural anthropologist.
Oh, that's funny.
You're an idealist.
Yeah, I'm not an idealist. But anyway, man, it's getting late. We've been on for almost 5 hours, bro. So
let me just say this before I go.
Anyone that's finished, you're gonna tap out. This is the literally up all night session.
Oh, okay. You're gonna be up all night.
The sun is up now here.
Okay. This is the talk session.
I'm just gonna listen.
This is the talk party. We're on the talk party.
Well, Kala, I'll say this to you before you go.
Who's gonna tap out first? Who's gonna tap out first?
I'm done, man. I've been on long.
Come on now, come on. Hey, Kala. Don't tell me we wore you out, man. We ain't wearing you out like that, man. We ain't wore you out like that.
Negro P, you guys get me drunk off Negro.
Come on now, Kala, come on now.
Negro P and nonsense. Negro P.
Come on.
I'm in West Africa. I'm free. I got all my time is mine. I can stay up. I can stay on this phone all day and all night. I ain't got nothing else to do but work on my site, work on my land.
Negro P in South Africa. Being in Africa don't make you not a Negro P. That's where it helps.
That's true. That's true, but that's true. But being in the USA and don't have no respect for Africa definitely make you an Afro-European, Negro-Pean. A Negro-Pean has no respect for African culture.
Yo, you use African culture as a cover, bro. Come on.
I use African culture for what it is. It's a culture.
But you don't respect
if you have no respect for African culture, cultural law and cultural ways.
Kala doesn't even like the African culture.
That's all you know.
You
only know Negro-Pean stuff.
If your culture is about bootlicking and whatnot, I don't respect it. No.
Well, that's the if. Why don't you just come and learn?
The bottom line is this. You got Negro
don't speculate.
About white people are good.
You speculate.
Talk about we need to do this and get on there and sniff the white man's boo boo and everything like that. I can't do that.
Come on, bro.
Nobody said nothing like that.
Respect the African culture, bro.
No, I don't respect
nobody said nothing like that.
How you gonna do it, man? How you gonna do it?
Respect is earned, bro.
Listen,
How you gonna
Kala,
do it, man? How you gonna move to Africa, man?
Respect. I mean, I'm gonna keep.
Amara, Kala is gonna be the worst tribalist when he goes to Africa, man. He's gonna
No,
hate
no.
But when he comes to Ghana, he's gonna like it so much that his mind is gonna change.
He's gonna be the worst
What's
tribalist, man.
tribalist? Yeah. When he get on the ground, that's why I say get on the ground.
He's gonna be. I don't like those accounts over there, man.
Get on the ground, bro. Get on the ground.
Get on the ground.
Kala is gonna hate a lot of tribes. And he's gonna be a very tribalist.
Well, you need to get out of the USA if you can't deal with Negropeans because it's full of them.
Kala is gonna hate Negropean tribes. He's gonna.
Kala think the majority of people, black people in Virginia, are Negropeans.
I don't see a lot of people.
Negropean Christian.
Whatnot, you know.
All the Chesapeake, Virginia, they're racist as hell.
I see all black people, family reunions, everything.
Negropean.
Chesapeake, Virginia is racist as hell.
You don't know.
So Kala, what you just said to us now? Kala, what you just said?
I used to live in Woodbridge. I live in Woodbridge, Alexandria, Fairfax, all those places. Colonial, Springfield.
Down here in the South.
Down to where you at? Down here in the South. Down around there, Chesapeake, bro.
Yo, check this out.
Everybody don't go over there. It's racist as hell.
It's racist all over the nation.
You say you live in.
It's racist all over.
The whole system is racist.
No, but Virginia, they're known for being racist.
Yeah,
the whole system is
racist. You look at who's making moves here in Virginia. It's black people. Black businesses are open.
Yeah, but the people over there are racist, man.
Who's making moves? The ones that are allowed to make moves.
Top positions.
The ones that are allowed to make moves.
Like that. I deal with black professionals every day and whatnot. You know, black people own car dealerships, some of everything. And the bottom line.
Kala, why are you so upset with black
making
man?
that money?
I've lived in the USA for longer than he's been alive. I know what's going on in the country.
Well, I don't know. I think you've been. I don't know where you were at, man. You was coming from Florida.
No, of course there's exceptions. There's people that's making some money, but the black boule, you never heard of the black boule. You never heard of the black boule.
But Kala, at least.
I can hold on. I can't even go to a lot of my people that I prosperous black people that I'm going to introduce Bomani to and everything like that. And they see this, you knuckleheads talk about this, and they're like, "What the hell are y'all talking about?"
Why are you calling us knuckleheads?
Africa and everything, but y'all motherfuckers be like, damn.
Now you're using third grade language.
Like the Ku Klux Klan.
Why are you using third grade language to communicate?
Come on, man. You know,
Kala, at least we can all agree on one thing tonight, based on things you said. You know that you shouldn't associate with people based on the color of their skin, well, based on the content of their character. Do you at least agree on that?
Shouldn't be called names just because he don't agree. We're not knuckleheads because he don't agree with us.
Because obviously you don't like apologetic Negropean because he's black.
By his content of his character.
I don't call you a knucklehead because you don't agree with me. I don't mind you calling me a Negropean. You called me a Negropean and I called you a Negropean. That's fair.
Well, everybody knows who I am when they know where I stand.
Everybody don't know you.
Doesn't hold any weight.
Everybody don't know you. I just met you.
Everybody knows me, man. Trust me.
Everybody don't know you. That's not true. Everybody do not know you. Everybody do not know who you are. Now you're lying.
We only know you on the internet, Kala.
And everybody is not on the internet.
You know what I'm saying? So the bottom line, all I know is the Negropeans are all on the internet. You know, spreading the Negropean garbage, coming onto our Pan-African panels. We're not spreading this white love, man.
Exactly.
Well, there's no white love.
You're speaking of yourself.
I love my own people.
Kala, I'm with you, bro. If you're individualist or you think that racism is an issue, don't come here. I said before, this panel, people like Brandon, your channel, BIO, Hollip, there's people that want to see African black people progress collectively. You're an individualist, fine, that's your life. Go somewhere, go with Kunis Owens, Hershey Walker, and the other individualists. Don't come here. Go with all the Alan Keys, Jesse Peters, all those other coons. Don't come here because you can bring in there.
And like I said, check this out. Now Amara said that we need a market. You got a market right here. You got a goal. You can ship goods to America from Africa for duty free. And you talk about we need a market. Well, that's just an excuse, man.
Listen. How am I getting to the shelves of Walmart? How am I getting to the shelves of Walmart? Do you know how? You know it's preserved for white people. The shelves of Walmart.
You don't know.
And black people don't make the duties.
You know the products that are on the shelves of Walmart
Kala, you see I got a market
reserved
here?
for white people.
Kroger right here in this area is a black man. You could
Listen. I'm not talking
say,
about.
I want
I'm not talking about
my product on his shelf right
franchisees.
there. You know, you don't have to go to white people. You think white people got all the power, but you gonna look up. Geez, I didn't know the black person was in
Listen,
here.
a black man owns Kroger. That's what
why
you
you're
said.
making no progress. The white people are not going to do that.
You say a black man owns Kroger?
In the USA without white people say so. Nothing comes into the country without them saying so.
No, let him talk. Let him talk. You say black man owns Kroger?
No, did I say that?
No, I'm asking.
No, I did not say that. Don't put words in my mouth. I said.
Okay, what are you saying?
In my area, the regional manager of Kroger in my area.
I'm not talking about regional managers.
Hold on, that's the guy who makes the decision.
I'm talking about the owner.
There's no owner.
The regional manager of Kroger.
The CEO. I'm not talking about. I'm talking about the CEO.
Hold on, check this out. This guy didn't understand. The CEO don't handle operations. They just handle the corporate end of the business. You don't even understand how business works.
Listen, what I'm talking about.
Business works.
What I'm talking about, listen. If it's the head of operations.
You know on the fundamentals of how business works.
Okay, if it's the head of operations.
Who makes import law? Who makes import law?
No, first of all, okay, besides import law, you can advocate. Does that black man has the power to make purchasing decisions from what vendors? Listen, from the vendors. Because when we have finished products, we are vendors to those places, to the grocery stores.
I'm gonna answer that, right? 10 years ago, there was a woman in Harlem, right? And I spoke to her. She created a beer in Harlem called Harlem Breweries, right? She got a contract, $1 million contract to supply Walmarts throughout the Southeast.
Okay, that's one example. That doesn't have nothing to do with what is produced in Africa. That doesn't mean, listen. Okay, let me ask a question.
You had a product, right, that you could put on the shelves of Walmart, Target, anything like that, and you talk to people and picture stuff like that. You can get there, but you guys don't do that like the Asians.
So you think Africans are incapable of producing finished goods for the U.S. markets? That's what you think? That's what your conclusion is? We're incapable?
Import law.
We are incapable of producing finished goods.
Capable, but you just don't want to do it because it's laziness.
Why we don't want to do it? Because we got red tape, obstacles in the way.
Like
you see what I'm saying?
Law.
How many black people move Africans to the side? How many black people in America?
Check this out.
Oh no, wait a minute. Can produce and capable. I know black people are capable of producing their own products. Auntie Jemima, different people produce their own products. You see what I'm saying? I'm talking about there are people in South Carolina that can produce their own molasses. There are people, all these people have patents. You see what I'm saying? So somebody can get behind on them to produce or manufacture. Is black people's products dominant in U.S. grocery stores?
No.
White people's products are dominant on those shelves. So if you, the black people in America, can dominate the shelves, your people, black people don't only like to work, they like to own their own businesses too. They are creative. They can produce products. So they've got to find a market. But if they're blocking their way of having these products on the shelves, it kills them. So even if the black people in America can dominate those shelves, how are the Africans going to dominate those shelves?
Good point.
Man. Like I said earlier,
but that's what I'm trying to say. Now, manufacturers in the United States, what percentage of the manufacturers in the United States are black?
We got
a small percent.
Coffee inside a different restaurants all over America. Rwanda's did it.
Only thing black folks do in the United States is spend their money to buy stuff from white folks. That's what they do.
Black people.
Yo, navigate something. Now you sound like a coon.
Well, that's what it is. You consumers. Even the rich ones, they consume. They just consumers. They buy mansions and buy a fleet full of cars from the Europeans. They don't invest none of the money in the black community or Africa.
Nobody in Africa wants you to lose.
And they don't invest the money in building an independent economic infrastructure either, because they're not allowed to.
Kala, you do understand though. Kala, you do understand that the products that Africans produce, right? The Black Americans are not going to consume it. So you know that, right? Like, in fact, if I import my egusi soup and my okra soup here, you guys are not going to consume it. You know that, right?
How you know that? How you know that?
Because they're addicted to white
you don't eat
stuff.
what Africans eat, man.
Oh, you guys don't know.
If I start importing the African clothing, my agbada and all those clothes to America, Black Americans are not going to consume it. They're not going to buy it. That's not your. So the market is not here. In fact, Nigerians, a lot of the things that we import to America is only Nigerian food.
You guys eat dogs.
If you go to Nigerian stores, if you go to African stores, right, in America, here, a lot of things we actually import from Africa, right? Only people that shop there are Africans, man. So what are you talking about? We got a market over here, dude.
Yeah, it depends. Maybe it just shows shabby. Can you show us a picture of this? They might gonna go into a place that look like fucking got a dirt on the floor.
No, in fact, this places you mentioned, this H-E-B and Walmart, not Walmart, maybe some of these Kroger, all these places, right?
Kroger.
You know if you go there, right, you have a section where they say food from Asia, food from Africa. You'll find African produce.
That's where you get your banku, your food.
Exactly. You know? Well, how many Black Americans go there to go buy food for it? How many African Americans?
Very few. None.
Only people that go there to buy those African stuff are the few Africans that live in it. Whatever those.
That's it.
But family, Mike, everyone, family, let's everyone, let's give their last point and let's close out. It's been over 5 hours.
Okay, I could go first and then get out.
I will go first. I gotta get on.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, thanks for hosting the show. It's been 5 hours.
Thank you, Bomani.
Tired, falling asleep. You know,
absolutely.
Another thing is, I appreciate everybody who's living on the continent doing their thing, even navigate, even though it sounds like a Negropean, escapist. But the bottom line is this: just keep doing what you're doing. The Pan-African movement's not going anywhere. We're gonna keep striving, everything like that. And appreciate Brother Bomani for hosting the show. And we're gonna be doing this every week, hopefully twice a week and whatnot, and everything like that. This movement's growing. This is ground central of the repatriation movement and everything. Everything you know about Pan-African is right here, and everything. Anybody else? I got my brother Brandon over there and everything like that, and a few other people. But any outlandish stuff that make it seem like we're trying to colonize Africa and stuff like that is a lie. And the bottom line is that we just keep striving. With that, I'll see you guys next week.
We appreciate it, brother Kala. Rock on.
Hey, can I go next, please?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. The question is, can the diaspora use their skill set to build Africa or establish themselves in Africa, something of that sort? Okay. Yes, they can. Brother Bonamini is doing it. Navigator is doing it. They're doing it individually or collectively. Either way, it can be done. It's being done. So it's not a question of it. It's being done. Bomani's project is evidence. Navigator's project is evidence. A number of other people who are not on YouTube and other places, to show evidence of that. So it's being done. It's not a question of it. So if people want to take their skills and establish themselves over there on the continent, of course, it's been done before. You're welcome to. That's all I gotta say. I'm out.
Appreciate you, brother.
I would like to say that it's very difficult, to poison Ghanaians because Ghanaians grow what they eat what they grow, and they like it. Mostly everybody eat the same, almost same thing here, and it's not processed. It's not sitting on some grocery store shelf, and where if the trucks don't come in, nobody get to eat. They just harvest the stuff and bring it to a central location called a market, and we all gather, and get, but Black Americans, we have a more sophisticated, taste buds. So it takes a while, to acclimate, to the safe food. We used to, Burger King and McDonald's, the mystery meat stuff. So and I'd like to say that we're doing it. As far as the answer to the question is yes. The Black Americans, are very important, to come to the U.S., come to Ghana, if they can bring resources, and you don't have to come to Ghana to just send the resources, and because this is ground one. This is the prize. Like like Jughead was saying, that Africa is the prize. If black people, black Africans, we lose Africa, we can just forget about it. Thank you, Bomani.
I appreciate you, brother.
Yeah.
Appreciate you sharing.
Hey, yeah, let me go, man. Hey, Kala, here's the deal, man. Here's what Kala needs to understand. Listen, the moment you start thinking you own the monopoly of wisdom or the monopoly of knowledge, especially the knowledge of places you've never been, and then you start dictating, start preaching to the people, talking to the people, and telling them what is what and what and what, it makes you sound very ridiculous. And a lot of time you find yourself coming up being very insulting towards the people, you know. So that's what people are trying to tell you. You think you know so much about Africa, but you don't. If your knowledge is based on things you just consume in your Western education, or Western media, or a few things you read on Google and things like that, you don't sit around and just be talking and be telling people this is where your place is like, oh, you guys are like this, you guys are dumb, you guys are don't know this, you don't know that. You come up very insulting, you know, and that's the problem people are having with you. Now, I don't have a problem with you. I totally agree with the idea of you trying to wish the continent to progress and things like that. Or if you come with me and say, man, let's do something. Of course, I know Kala is, you know, you're a passionate person, you want to build. I'll be part of it. There's no question about that. You know, I'm not against that. I'm not against let's come together and build things. But what I'm telling you is where I disagree is you saying that. That's what I told you. I said, listen, you shouldn't associate with people just based on the color of their skin. It has to be based on the content of their character. You know, you can't say because people are black, all black people, we all have to be on the same page and things like that. It's not possible, dude. If you want to build, do like Bomani is doing. Yeah, he goes there, build, look for like-minded people. He say, hey, come on board, join me. If you want to join me, when I listen to Bomani, he say, hey, if you want to join me, come and join me. Let's do this together. He's not telling everybody, saying, hey, if you're black, if you're not with me, you're stupid. You're dumb. It's not doing that. You guys are only creating drama all over the place. That's why there's so much drama all over the internet, especially you know. And you know your people, you know Black America, you know how your people are. You know they're very sensitive. You know when you guys keep throwing stuff and you know, oh you're black, you got to do this. You have to hey white, you have to if you're hey white, you're African, you're cool, you're this. They just stop all that stuff, man. You know. So that's what I have to say, man. Thank you.
Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate it. There you go. Family, we're cutting down to it. Yes, sir, brother Jughead.
Yes, sir, brother Bomani. Thank you again. I reiterate what brother Kala said. I'm welcome, brother Navigate Freely. I appreciate that. There's three of us now. Three people that are calm. We can talk a bit now. But I know you have to go home. But I'm tired myself. Right now in England, it's almost 9 o'clock. I haven't going to bed yet, man. But anyway, brother Kala, Mike, look, Navigate is 200% correct. People like brother Mike, I love them, my brothers, but Africa doesn't make it simple because people like them, they're very naive because, so look, Mike says he doesn't see color. But what Mike doesn't understand that he may not see color, but our invaders do. That's a problem. I'm not making a good point about the Jews, the small hats, how they control up because they have a code of conduct. They're acting individually. That's why they're powerful because they have a code of conduct based on their ethnicity and their past trauma. All the pogroms they suffered lost to the Middle Ages right up to the Nazi Germany. That's actually embedded in them a killer instinct, a group collective that said themselves, never again. We must say the same, never again. After King Leopold, slavery, Tasmania, George Floyd, Emmett Till, never again, never again. What's wrong with that? That's not racism. That's just common sense.
Right.
Defending itself isn't racism. Any biological organism, whether it be mammalian, amphibian, reptilian, that won't defend itself, that organism will not survive. Self-defense is common sense. It's not militant. That's not racism. Self-defense is common sense. There's nothing wrong with that. Every other group does except us. That's why we're mess we're in. We're all going our own way, and we're picked up. We're picked off individually, but people that acted collectively. We're all low hanging fruit. We haven't got each other's backs. We're all a target because most of us cowards have no code of conduct, and then enemies know that. So then we're fair game.
Absolutely, brother. That's what we become. There you go.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Now finish up your point.
Yeah, Navigate, you're still here. I know you want to come in. I know you're still there. Navigate. You got something to say, or you want to interact with what I just said?
Yeah,
I'm finished. I'm finished.
Okay.
I just wanted to give everybody the respect of listening to them.
Okay, but
yeah,
everybody, say your final words, and then we're just gonna close out. And appreciate everybody for listening, and hopefully everybody got something from our long conversations and share it from different perspectives.
Sorry, Bomani, I do apologize. But navigate, Bomani, I've been on property in Nigeria. Next year, when it's finished, I'll bring you both there. I'll fly there myself. I'll be on the ground with you, Brother Navigate. So we're getting things done because obviously on the internet, we can't discuss everything on the internet because we're public. But if we meet in face to face, which we will do in future, I promise you, and then we can make our plans face to face because on the internet, we're going to discuss so much, obviously, because enemies listening. So when we build our properties and get meeting, Bomani, we'll meet up, promise you, face to face.
Absolutely, brother. Definitely. We just keep in touch, and after a while, we all meet up and connect. The main point for the showdown, for the for the final battle, the final battle, and the final connection and things. But yeah, absolutely. I feel like all of us are gonna literally just connect in Africa in the future to where we're doing wonderful things together as a people, because it's most of us start from having student conversation or this research conversation about Africa and connecting. And next, some of us are traveling, we're moving, we're doing business, we're learning as time go along. So, and I feel like we're in the right energy and settings, and we have, as you can see, it was a whole bunch of brothers from different parts of the world. Everybody had their own different opinion and viewpoint, but it was just good to see us connect as brothers.
Yes, we got to create a new acceptance with one another. And just because I disagree with you, in a small percentage, does not mean I hate you.
Exactly. So, but yeah, just appreciate everybody sharing their point of view. So, family, we're gonna close for the night, and we'll continue another connection as we reconnect our brothers and sisters from the African diaspora to the African continent, and for us to find our path and figure it out together as a people. So, all right, brother, good night, and you take care.
Take care.
Family, appreciate everybody joining.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.